What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? My bad. Late lunch. I was working, so they put the time on the clock. Put the time on the screen. Set up my Zoom link. Get the pseudo killers in here. All right, where we at? Let's go, Kent.
Talk on the track, but I was just thinking the other day, I'm like, damn, niggas be hating on a nigga, man, and we trying to figure out like why they be hating on low. But then I learned, in order to understand the motherfucker, you gotta look at things from their perspective, put yourself in their shoes. That's how I came. They say Soldier ain't from the hood. He ain't had the news on the stove, he looking too good. Living in the house, fireplace, he burning the wood, riding in that mirror every day, yeah, just like he should. Bitch, I would if I could, but I hate that nigga. Ain't that nigga, make it look easy, look how break that nigga. Quarterback like Breeze, but he ain't no fucking saint, nigga. I can do it too, but I'm mad cause I can't, nigga. Look at him, look how he never slipping. We should've killed him long ago, now look how he living. It's steady winning, yeah, I'm losing, but I chose struggle. Skinning and grinning, he a real nigga, man, but fuck low, taking Henny, he got a bad habit. A queen stay on his arm, with his granddaddy named Peter Rabbit, fuck him. Nigga don't trust him, yeah, he solid as steel, but that money gon' rust him, and too many people love him. I can understand, goddamn, when a nigga winning, and you losing, you kind of be feeling some type of way and shit, but I'm like, let's all get this money, you know what I'm saying? But they continue to goddamn, but that ain't none of my business. But this is just me, it's dedicated to them hater nation, man, you know what I'm saying? He a dirty nigga. Bitch and give him back like he ain't heard of niggas. Ain't scared of niggas, he was raised by the young and fearless. When's the last time you seen this nigga? Yeah, he think he clean. When he pull up on the scene with his feelings missing. So psychopathic, but I wouldn't want my car next to his in traffic. And at me he's laughing, it's like he's Christ and I'm the passion. It's like he's packing and I'm the one that's lacking. Fatal attraction, affirmative action. Hey, hell nah, nigga, can't be. He just made another chess move I can't see. He probably feel like this Nintendo, he the game genie. Don't have beat, he always talking shit, I'm about to be leaked. You see me, never see eye to eye. His circle small, but he always dividing the pie. I can't lie, but fuck him. Nigga, don't trust him. Yeah, he solid as steel, but them haters gon' rust him, man. Too many people love him. Yeah, man, damn, that's how y'all feel. Shit, what can I do? Hey, I want us all to eat, you feel me? But everybody can't win, it gotta be a loser. So, shit, fuck it. This shit was jamming. I like, classic shit. Goddamn, about to pull up, do say in the cup. Cause I don't give a fuck. It's all love though. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we still going. Shit. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it.
Boom, yeah, y'all. Pseudo killers is back in the building. Late lunch, my bad. To the pseudo killers, I know I told y'all I would have the show up and running around 1:30, but I got sidetracked at work and I came home and I cooked me and my dog lunch real quick. But anyway, I see y'all see the thumbnail.
It's a mad delay.
It's a delay?
Bad, yeah. But I was still jamming the Kent.
Oh yeah. It's a delay from our Zoom to the internet. Don't worry, me and you on the same page. You must have still had your YouTube.
I know. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I didn't realize it was that much of a delay for the YouTube thing.
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds, damn near.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like 20 seconds. But yeah, so the thumbnail. The thumbnail that I made, I was listening to a podcast talking about Jim Jones, the cult leader Jim Jones. And a lot of people don't know where Jim Jones came from. And the question that I wanted to ask was, were there any benefits? Were there any beneficial cults that came out of the black community? Because I know a lot of the times we down cults, right? We have we go at cults as something negative. But the question that I wanted to ask, let me fix my camera. The question that I wanted to ask was, were there any cults that were beneficial to the black community? And the reason why I asked that, because Jim Jones come out of a cult that when I looked at it was kind of beneficial, right? It was a cult started by, I know Jim Jones cult ended up being devastating, right? The people drunk poison. You know, he convinced the people to drink poison to kill themselves. All right, so, but the cult that Jim Jones came out of was the cult of the peace movement, Father Divine. If anybody ever heard of him, it was Father Divine in the peace movement, right? And this was a black man that was born in the 1800s, right? Who started his own church. And the reason why I bring it up, because a lot of the things people don't talk about Father Divine, right? But when you go and read his bio, he did some amazing things, right? For a man of his time. He was before what's his name? What's the guy name we always talking about? Elijah Muhammad. He was before Elijah Muhammad, right? He started his church in the early 1900s, and he got notoriety around the 1920s, right? And he went all the way up into the 60s. But, Corey, you still with me? Or you on mute?
No, I'm with you.
Okay.
I went to lunch late too. I'm finishing up my lunch.
Oh, okay. All right. So let me keep rocking.
I'm with you though. I'm here with you.
All right. So yeah, Father Divine, he was a head of the Nation of Islam, right? So he sits in between Marcus Garvey and he sits right in between Marcus Garvey, time-wise, right in between Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King, right? Mm-hmm. He was around during World War II, right? He was getting real big, so that was the early 40s. So, but in the 20s and the 30s, check this out. Some of the things that this guy did. He started a church, right? During Jim Crow era. And in order to be a member of his church, white and black, he said you had to denounce racism. First thing. In order to be a member of his church, right, and to be saved by Father Divine, you had to denounce racism. And he had a big white audience, right? Thousands of white people joined, but they had to denounce racism. They had to denounce race altogether, right? He enforced the people to eat together, right? So in order to be a member of his church, white and black people had to eat together twice a day, right? It was damn near illegal in some states in the South for white and black people to dine together, right? He also enforced what you call interracial marriage, right? When it was illegal in the country. Like it was, he brought hotels, right? And he forced white and black people to share dorms together and sleep together, not sexually, because his cult was a little bit eccentric, right? They were celibate, right? He preached celibacy, right? So even if you was married and you came into the religion, you and your wife would still be married, but y'all had to practice celibacy. I'm not saying that everything he did was correct. I'm just saying some of the stuff that he implemented, right, way before Martin Luther King's vision of integrated society. He was already he was already practicing integration within his own communal group and cult. He went to jail twice for these things, right? He also, at this time in the 30s and the 40s, a lot of the things that the NAACP got credit for and Martin Luther King got credit for, he was already doing it. He preached voting rights, right? And he demanded his followers to become voters, and he made them go out and vote. He also, he changed the people names that joined his religion, right? And when he changed their names, when they went to register to vote, they was turned away because their names didn't match, you know what I mean, the names on the voter registration, right? They would try all things to push us away from the polls. But he took those states to court and won and got his people to be able to vote. So a lot of the things that he was doing he was ahead of his time. When Marcus Garvey was preaching separatism, he was teaching integration and he was practicing it, right? So I don't want to sound like I'm championing a cult, but I'm asking a question. Are there some cults that were beneficial to the black community? For where black people aim was to where we wanted to go in the 1920s, right? To 2022. If you look back at Father Divine's cult, he was more in line with where black people wanted to go, ahead of, in opposition to Marcus Garvey and ahead of MLK. And I don't think he get enough credit because of our outlook on cults. So
right.
Go ahead, Corey. And we can open up the panel to that. And we want to because we know that religion somehow sometimes or most of the times stem scientific conversation, right? So even though some cults and religion can be beneficial in some areas, we know it can be detrimental in others. Far as wise the cosmos and when science is concerned. But in the political sphere, some cults and religions could be ahead of the curve. And I think sometimes we downgrade religion and mash out cults when they actually play the role in uplifting our people in the political and social sphere. But by being a religion and a cult, it downgraded us in the science department or impeded our progress in the science department, but moved us forward with social and political, with the social and political agenda. But go ahead, Corey. I'm gonna eat my lunch. Go ahead.
Yeah. I definitely hear what you're saying, and I can definitely relate to it because I'd even go as far as to say the Christian church, the black church in the black community is somewhat of a cult, right? Mm-hmm. But it has positive. You get a lot of positive things out of that, right? Brother Unc always said even his experience in the Nuwapian group, there was things that Dr. York did. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not excusing none of the shit he did, right? But he explained, and I've heard multiple people say that there was actually things that he did that was beneficial. There was programs and different things that they participated in that was actually beneficial. But I say that to say this. Let's say there was a such thing as the devil, right? Let's go to the biblical story, right? Let's say that it's the devil is real, Sheffrin, right? Okay. The thing about the devil is the people that's on the devil's team, he's gonna look out for them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe the devil has certain abilities, right? And maybe the devil is able to grant certain things, right? Of course, the devil would do some good things for the people that's in his crew. You know what I'm saying? Or his followers, or what have you. His head lieutenant, or you know what I'm saying? The chairman, the chairman of the demons, or whatever you would have you with the devil and shit, right? So of course the devil is gonna do. He can't be 100% bad, and I don't think that's nothing with. I don't think you can have that with anything, right? So you can't have a following if you 100% on bullshit or 100% bad for the community. You know what I'm saying? So there has to be something in order for you to become a cult. There has to be something positive to draw the people in. You know what I'm saying? So that's just where I feel. I think you kind of prematurely. I think we prematurely got into it, Sheffrin. We didn't get to shout out nobody. Did you shout out some of the people in the chat?
No, I didn't. I jumped right into it because I was late. But you can go ahead if you got the chat up.
Yeah, because I see a couple people in there, man. I just want to shout out to Psychopatheist. Let the brother know that
good show,
awesome show, pseudo killers, right. Awesome show, and all the pseudo killers are subscribed, and we always tuning in to the Pseudo Sundays and the Man Cave Mondays. Pseudo Sundays is my favorite though, man. Yeah, I don't know how you do it, but I guess I do know how he do it because the pseudo killers do the same thing. He be having like 11-hour shows on Pseudo Sunday. Like I go to sleep at night listening to it, and then like on my way when I get in my truck and I throw it in on the way to work. So you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like you know what I mean? I'll be like, man, them niggas still on? They be still on. But you know what I'm saying? Pseudo killers do the same thing. Shout out to Miss Tiffany. Peace to you, sister. I appreciate you coming through and showing your presence when the pseudo killers go live. It's always good to have that female energy. You and the Nusha, y'all holds it down for the pseudo killers, man. But we definitely appreciate that. Peace to you, Decent. I seen you in there, man. Decent Tavo, Gary Hart. What up? I see everybody. Ratan, what's going on, man? No master teacher ever did more than MLK. I hear you, Ratan. You know what I'm saying? I'm an MLK fan myself, man.
Shout out to MLK.
Yeah, me and Sheffrin might get into it over this one. You know what I'm saying? He threw some shots at MLK, I think. I don't know if he was trying to, but like they went in the direction of MLK. I'm just gonna put that out there. Mr. Morpheus, what's going on, brother? What's going on with you, brother, out there? I see you. DJ L Rock. I see you out there. But yeah, we're gonna jump back into it. I see we got my main man, the enabler, Sosa. King Sosa. What's going on, brother?
Facts. Hey, what am I? Let me know if there's an echo, so if I know I switch phones.
No, not today, bro. Not today.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I just came in on the bill, so I see where y'all going with it. So y'all stick it to like in terms of religious cults is the question.
I guess all together cults, because I threw the Christian church in there. I think you can,
cult.
It's a free for all here.
Yeah, because I would label the might get pushed back. I would label the Black Panther movement a cult. You know what I'm saying? And I think there were good. I think there were good components to it. And obviously they made some mistakes.
Right.
Yeah. I would label them a cult. You know what I'm saying? Because they were kind of like centered around the ideology.
You're right.
You know what I mean? But the ideology itself was positive. What they was trying to do, what they was trying to push. And they put together a lot of social programs and things of that nature. So I think I would consider that a cult, and some positive things that came out of that cult.
Yeah. Definitely. Like I said, man, I don't believe you can have a cult without at least doing some positive. You know what I'm saying, for the communities. I just don't seem like humans would be too in a hurry to join something that's non-beneficial. You know what I'm saying? Or at least it has to be seemingly beneficial. You know what I mean? So.
All right. So
in terms of like,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I was saying, like, in terms of like, okay, let's take Scientology. What do you think the positive that would make people gravitate to it? You know what I'm saying? Outside of a community bond, because people are always gonna bond together on wherever it is. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be pizza or goddamn, you know what I mean? But what do you think will be the positive from a Scientology perspective? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not totally familiar with the whole Scientology thing is about. I've never I listened to a podcast one time where there was an ex Scientology dude. He ended up getting out of it or whatever, and man, it's that's a serious cult. It's a yeah, and I didn't know like that kind of stuff still goes on like in today's world. I guess Jim Jones is kind of current or whatever, but it's a little further. That was like in the 80s and 70s, wasn't it, Jim Jones?
Mm-hmm.
So,
he was right after Father Divine.
They make you cut off all association with family. Basically, either sell all your belongings or sign all your belongings over to whatever organization. You know what I mean?
Well,
so it's like
that's
kind of
held hostage. That's called one-on-one.
Well, let me ask y'all this.
Go ahead.
Now, is a cult within the first two generations, but after the first two generations, do it become a legitimate religion? Because all religions start out as small and fetish to a niche group of people. Mm-hmm. So the question is, Christianity started off as a cult. Mm-hmm. Islam started off as a cult. You know what I mean? It was small groups of people, but so are we living too close to our modern day religions, and we're seeing them at their infancies? So is that why we go? Because 100 years from now, those same things could be looked at as standardized religions because of the amount of inheritance that they have, you know what I mean, and the longevity of it. So the question is, are we calling them a cult just because of the time factor, or is it a prerequisite of what y'all calling a cult? So go ahead, answer that question if it's clear.
Yeah, I would say the longevity has a lot to do with it, I guess, when you really get down into the nuts and bolts of it, right? Mm-hmm. But I think the word cult has taken on it's morphed into something negative. Slightly different.
It's something negative now.
Yeah.
The word cult has negative connotations in modern English vernacular, the way we use it. A cult is negative,
and even the criteria that meets that one would meet to be determined a cult. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of more appropriate too. Yeah.
And I would add that it depends on the community of people, right? Because I watched Unc do a show over on Mossy the other day, and the African religion was classified as fetish, And in this community, if you call an African religion fetish, according to our community, we look at it as bad. When they said fetish, when they read fetish under African religion, they read it as a connotation with something negative, right? When fetish only means like a fetish religion, it applies to a small group of people, or it's like a ethnic religion or a tribal religion, and that is like a small group of people adhere to this. So is fetish is for a small group of people, right?
Like a
so
folk religion.
Yeah, it's folk religion. In fact, but in our community, if somebody say that about an African religion, we take that and use the connotation negative on it. But American Dream, you wanted to jump in?
It took too long.
No, you gotta go ahead. I'll go first, and then American Dream.
Sure thing.
Yeah, so I know. First of all, how everybody doing on the panel, man? Concrete, Cosmic Corey, Chef Renell,
What it do?
Source, and who else on here? Let me see. And American Dream. Oh, Sosa, King Sosa.
You can't forget the enabler.
Yeah, King Sosa, the enabler. And then my man, my scientific partner, Mr. Morpheus.
Peace.
Right?
Peace.
Yep. And then last but not least, the nigga that stirred more trouble than me, American fucking Dream. Anyway, so anyway, me and Ben had a great discussion on this, and I think we was reading somewhere how they don't even want to classify, the African shit like that no more. And they felt like that might have been out of place and kind of, kind of racist a litlittle bit though, Chef. So I think they might be changing that up. But I would like to actually read. But I would actually like to read, because I remember you saying that one time before. I would like to actually read from a source what fetish means, and then we can kind of connect you with you saying.
Go ahead.
Because I know you're the source, but I'd rather read a source.
Go ahead.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. You got one that we can go to Britannica, right? Because niggas be talking, we talk shit about Wikipedia, but Britannica would actually.
Yeah, go Britannica. We're not leaving out Britannica.
Don't leave out Britannica, nigga.
Yeah, I'm leaving the group, but we start using Britannica.
I gotta leave the group.
Wild me out for using Britannica though. Don't forget, Sosa, you was on the panel.
Yeah.
That nigga had a fit over
Britannica. What the
Britannica.
subject matter is.
Yeah, it was Egypt, nigga. We ain't listening to Britannica. Shit, sacred Egypt, boy, what's wrong with you? Fetish, right? Hold on, fetish. Let me see.
Fetishism.
Fetish. All right, fetish. All right. How you spell it? F-E-D-I? No, that's something different.
Fetishism.
Say it again.
Fetishism.
Fetishism.
See what we got here. Fetishism. That the word? Good God Almighty. No, that's something different, man.
What?
All right, worship. Okay, worship of an inanimate object. That's what you're talking about?
Oh, where you putting it in at?
I went with fetishism.
Fetishism.
That's the actual act.
So
like
you where you at in Britannica?
I ain't get to Britannica yet. Hold on.
All right, well just put in
Okay,
fetish
I'm at
religion.
Britannica.
In a regular Google search. In a regular Google search, just put in fetish religion.
Yeah, I'm here. It's fetishism, psychological or form of sexual deviance.
No,
Yeah, that's one part. That's one form of fetish, but
right.
we want the other one.
We want the religious one.
Yeah, niggas have good fetish.
Oh man, why I gotta put that shit close to the African religion? That's some bullshit. Let me see. God, Jesus Christ. Let me see.
Just go to
man, hold on, man.
fetish.
Fetish.
I got it. Look,
Yeah.
Fetishism religion. I'm in Encyclopedia Britannica.
All right, let's do it. Fetishism religion, right?
Fetishism, the veneration of objects believed to have magical or supernatural potency, springs from the association of spirits with particular places or things, and leads to idolatry, in which the image is viewed as the symbol of a spiritual being or deity. All right, now we have Wikipedia.
Hold on, stop right there though. So, okay, that's how we know it's some bullshit, because the Catholic Church had a fucking statue of Jesus Christ and the Mother Mary, and at no point in time do they call it that. Based off their definition, it will be that. So that's what niggas be saying. I get your point, but goddamn, yo, so let's put it on everybody.
Now wait till I read the definition. Go ahead, keep going.
No, I'm making a clear point here.
All right.
If you read that again, then the Catholic Church clearly practiced, it should be considered a fetish religion. Jesus Christ, the statue, the cross, Jesus on the cross with the shit on his head. You can go to any Catholic church you work and find it. Mary, you can see her holding a baby. Any Catholic church. Your motherfuckers be bowing down to the statue. They give it importance. It's sacred and holy. You can't run up in the Catholic church and smack the shit out of the statue. Yo, the members gonna attack you, dog. They give power to that. If I'm wrong right now, everybody just say, you wrong, and I'm good with that. But you can keep reading the definition. But that portion of it fits a lot of things that they don't do it. But go ahead. If I'm tripping, I'm tripping.
No.
Right?
If the worship of if you ever seen on the History Channel, they have specials on Catholic little parishes, right, across Europe that have their local Catholic church, and they have a patron saint, and they will have say this is the fork that Saint such and such ate from, right? And they believe that those little things like that have some type of power in them. But that be unique to a small group of people. You see what I'm saying? Though, it be so inside of and then you have that across Islam too. You have certain
that's the piece the Ark of the Covenant would be too.
What, the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah, that would be that. That would be also.
I think that a lot of people I think
based on what you just said, that would fall under that category.
Yeah, but I think it stems from when the fetishism part stems from that object being like the sole proprietor, like the actual deity himself. Whereas Christianity, they do have the fetish part in it, but Jesus is believed to be an actual person.
Yeah, but we know a nigga ain't walk on water and die right, so it wasn't a real person.
But I know, but we ain't gotta people go through all that. But you know what I'm saying, according to the story. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, so within every religion they got fetishes and small, within every they're gonna be small fetishes.
Chef said it. Small groups. Islam do it, small groups, but they never call it that. Why not? What's the joke? Because they're taken away, and I blame myself, right? Early in the game for saying they didn't have religion. The reality is they did, right? And once we really define what religion is, which ain't no scholarly consensus, is basically cultural practices. Simple as that. Different things, marriage ceremonies and all that type of shit. Weddings, burials, worship, deifying shit, all that. So my point is, put them in the same category you put all fucking religions. It was like they was trying to play the game. That's my point.
That's correct. I would agree with that.
Hey, my man's Melvin Jefferson, he suggested a book in the chat. He says the book is called The Origins of Fetishisms, a contribution to the history of theory. So this is by William Peets. He coined the term while doing research in West Africa. So it sounds like that'll be a good informatic read. So I appreciate you suggesting that.
Where you at, Melvin? Where the hell Melvin at, man? Hit that damn thing, Melvin. You definitely welcome, Melvin.
They were saying something about a show at 9 o'clock. What the fuck? Ngozi, y'all doing the show at 9 o'clock?
Team Osiris. Do it on the pseudo killers, man.
Nah, they doing it that way because they don't want to do it on pseudo killers because they want to do it first. They don't want nobody to take the credit. It's cool.
No doubt. All
right, well, everybody tune in.
Do that show first. Do that show first, right? Mm-hmm. And then we all know what it is. So do that. Everybody tune into their shit. Get it off your chest, right? And then y'all know we got some shit. We got some questions. We got some shit lined up. So do it first. Get it out the way.
So hold on. So they doing the show tonight at 9 o'clock. If y'all doing the show at 9 o'clock, put that in the chat, y'all, so everybody can go over there and catch that content.
He said, yeah. But to Geechee, let me holler at Geechee because they're gonna do a show at 9 o'clock, right? And he had the opportunity, right, to go in on Unc a little bit yesterday. I'm saying, Geechee, you got your second opportunity, right? Make sure you get Unc a little bit tonight too. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Ngozi said they could do it over here or over there. It don't matter. Pseudo killers would love to present Team Osiris. So if y'all want to do it over here, hit Unc up. And I'll set the whole show up and y'all can get it cracking.
Yeah, we're gonna mute out. Ngozi gonna be the host. We mute out.
Yeah.
You run the show. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all niggas is like 20 steps behind. Yo, relax.
No. Ngozi in the chat, he's saying he could do it over here.
10 Eastern. And Ngozi on Central. They in Central Time in Chicago. So yeah.
Listen, for that reason, I refuse for them to do it on our channel first because people is not giving them their due credit for being the first people to do the motherfucking conversation. I sure as fuck didn't have nothing to do with the shit. I was arguing with niggas over the whole shit. So it's only fitting that they do that. But then after they do that, we already got the shit right. We know what it is. Chef, use your mind and think about it. We got a line of shit we got worked out already.
Right.
All we gotta do is relax. Right? Let them do their shit first. That way everybody know they been had that conversation cracking. We're gonna
be there when you do it. We're gonna turn.
But we're gonna post the show. We're gonna post it on the pseudo killers too. So don't give us a copyright.
We'll do that too. Yeah, we'll do that too. But we got some real intricate shit some questions that we got, right? And we're gonna let them answer it without the bullshit ass bias that we'll be getting from other people. Simple.
That's
simple. That motherfuckers act like when you hear their name that they was all trouble. Now that's not the truth. I'll be the first to tell you, there was some problems with individuals on both sides that couldn't get along. And now as the fucking dust settled and the fucking, how they said, the dust settled and the smoke cleared, now we get it. This shit was all based off of fucking experts. Certain individuals want to be experts. Right. Now we got it all figured out. Now we good. We straight.
Shit. Right, but Ngozi, it's up to you. I have no problem with letting y'all get it out to as many as people as possible. But Unc saying do it over there. Either way is fine with me.
They're gonna have to do it a couple places though. You get it?
Yep.
Yeah, let them get the date on their shit first. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I mean? They might think they was ready. They said they wasn't ready, but I get it. I get it. Like I get it. Right? But I don't never wanna what I'm saying is
you don't want to take their shine. I get it.
Yeah, I don't want to take their shine, like that shit is exclusive to them. Like we picked up on the conversation 5 years later.
No doubt.
And it definitely wasn't Chief X at all. See, that's the shit that make you just shit crazy mad.
Shout out Chief X.
That's why I told Della. Yeah, shout out Chief being a fucking nut. Being a fucking nut. But then for being a disrespectful nut. Man, he's a nut. A nut bag, yo. Yeah, he don't play it right, yo. Like, can't even listen to him. Even when he writes.
Get focused up, you know. Get
you tell me to shout out a crazy ass nigga, yo. Even when he writes the nigga wrong, yo. I never understand that shit. That's crazy. Like he can't just give people they just do. He got to be the nigga that did it. Damn, nigga. Nah, that's bullshit. But anyway, yeah, man. That's up to Gozy, right? But I'm just giving what I'm saying. Y'all can figure it out like y'all want to figure it out. Gozy got the number. Yep. It's all good.
No, he in the chat. He's saying he want. Listen, he's saying he want to do it over here. Like.
And that's what it is. Running.
He just being nice, yo. Gozy don't know how to say no, nigga.
Hey, look, man. All right, y'all need to talk because you gotta speaking for Gozy.
Tell you, man, Gozy.
We going back and forth words in the chat, and you got it.
It's not. Man, Gozy don't want to offend me, yo. He always been that. Come on, yo. He either gonna cuss me out or he don't want to offend me.
Ain't no in between.
Hey, these days, yo, he's been on the other side better, yo. He just, I ain't gonna lie, yo. The brother is truly matured, yo. And you know what I mean? Like, I just appreciate that.
He still got it in him, though. We seen it. Yeah,
no, I'm saying with me. He still gonna cut other niggas out immediately, 100 miles an hour. He ain't grown past that space yet. I'm saying with me though, yo, like yo, we've been friends for a while, right? That that's the first phenom in the community, yo. This nigga had all the scientific terms at the tip of his fucking tongue with fucking definition. And anybody deny that is fucking retarded, yo. Right? And now we starting to see the labors of his work and of his team. Right? Like, nigga, I wouldn't study Afro-Asiatic for 5 years. So y'all niggas have definitely surpassed anything I had enough strength to do. All of them. I would get Melvin, yes, John, I give them niggas credit because I never was going to do that. Never that. But y'all did that. So y'all did that. So that credit gotta go to them. So Gozy, seriously, bro.
He coming on the panel. He coming on the panel.
Yeah, come on the panel. I'll vote Pseudo Killers present Team Osiris. That's my vote, man. Y'all can do however y'all want.
Hey, yo, no. Hey, I was gonna say peace to you, peace to the panel. No, bro, it's we want to have it over here. It don't matter, man. Pseudo Killers, Amon-Ra Squad, Team Osiris. It's all the extension of Amon-Ra Squad, bro. We ain't clout chasing, so we don't have no problems with bringing information. Even my brother Shepton can even host it, like all us together collectively. It's not like that, yo. You know what I'm saying? Anybody know in history that we've been speaking on Afro. Chief X is not the first person to talk about this. I left the separation between Amon-Ra Squad and Team Osiris, and I'm gonna say it right now, was because of the narrative of what Asar. My issue was always Asar and the people that follow him, because I always looked at him as a pseudo and not a real linguist. So this is not the first. This is not the first time we had a conversation about Amon-Ra Squad, about Afro-Asiatic, and that was my dude was like the kryptonite, and I was always the youngest on the squad. Like, I just turned 36, April 16th. So them dudes was like low key trying to son a nigga. I wasn't going for that shit, yo. So it ain't never been nothing against anybody. So my whole thing is, we just wanted to talk more about, Afro-Asiatic. All of us stand for the same thing. So it ain't about no credit or none of that. Like, we all pseudo crushers or pseudo killers, and we all go against pseudoism. So it ain't shit like that, yo. I see that thing as one.
Word. That's
I feel you with that. Yeah, I ain't like. So I'm saying, yo, you just make the decision, how y'all gonna do it. I don't got nothing to do with that.
We gonna slide tonight at 9 p.m. Me, Melvin, and brother Josh, and 10 p.m. Eastern time. And if brother Shefton is available, all us can just get on here and build. Because we want to really break down Afro-Asiatic. And even when the discussion that you said you had with brother Ben, you said that they don't want to label it no more. We want to talk about the biasness that goes on even amongst these people that have these credentials. They come in with agendas, but that doesn't mean that the language family or the nomenclatures is rejected or thrown out completely. That's one of the things, just because something isn't being worked on. The whole goal is for us to get people involved with science, or want to get influenced in science. Get influenced by us to want to get involved with science, so they can get the diplomacy or the degrees, so they can go in these fields and start competing against these people that's writing. That's the whole goal. So we want to speak on that.
Facts.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Facts.
I can make a thumbnail or whatever.
A mean ass thumbnail.
Yeah.
Not an average thumbnail,
Yeah,
but
we're
a
gonna make a
mean ass
main. We're gonna make a
thumbnail.
main one.
No,
Yeah, get the crowd.
but I was gonna say, straight with brother Unc and Chef. No, it ain't like that, bro. Like when it comes to the team and everything that we stand for, we all got the same cause, bro. You know what I'm saying? Only clout chasers feel like that. We ain't chasing none of that. Our whole goal is just to do what we do. You know, that's it. That's it.
Plus,
Nah,
that'll get
I
the crowd rocking.
understand.
That'll get the crowd rocking right there. That'll have to build a lit. Pseudo killers present teams like that. That'll build to be lit for the information.
That's
That
all.
would be
Yeah.
lit.
Anybody, you know what I'm
That's a
saying?
good
And
title.
if,
That's a good title.
if the other ops want to jump on and go against it, you know what I'm saying? It's they right.
No.
It's right. Prime
We're
time.
gonna do a clean show tonight. We can do
Yeah,
a
I know.
show
You know what I mean? Like
if they
like
want to
after,
rebuttal
you know how we
later.
do a little after party. If motherfucker want, you know what I mean? If it
Nah.
goes that way.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
something
we
we
just playing.
have a good.
Yeah, after all the information get out, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah, because
cool.
last time Ngozi went in with Wuja was on, he wasn't really able to get his shit off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me?
Yeah,
Yeah, you know,
turn
yeah,
into an
so-
argument.
Yeah, I want to.
that puzzle game, put you in a puzzle and shit, Doctor Strange shit. Crazy, yo.
Yeah, ask Wuja a question. Wuja be like, let me ask you a question. You be like, what the hell?
It's. I just want to say, man, I'm gonna talk about it a little bit more today. It's one thing that everybody, run away from, and that's the genetics. They can't get past it, and hopefully we'll be able to, because they always say shit like you can't use genetics for language, and they don't understand that people that speak languages had a genetic signature. It's not about the DNA or the genes having, a language. It's about the people that created the language family, even if it's postulated, had a specific signature that leads to the idea of how they can explain who is who. And if you go against that, something's got to be wrong with you, because we have so many gaps in the field of linguistics, just like we have so many gaps in the field of science. Anybody can insert whatever they want in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I
Out of the gaps.
I had read what Greenberg had did with the American Indian language, right? And David Reich came right behind it with the genetics.
So it backed it up.
And confirmed what Greenberg had presented in terms of that American language. Language.
Absolutely. I mean, David Reich also came behind him with Indo-European. Indo-European speakers have a consistent marker. I'm talking about from the Latin languages, which comes from the Romans, all the way to the Germanic script. It's a signature that they have that's consistent when they find these populations, and that's that R1B marker or R1A1. You go into India, when they looked up the fossils of Harappa, which is like 2,000 years older before they started speaking Sanskrit, they knew that these people were not the same people that came in. These people had to speak a Tamil language, which they labeled as Dravidians, a ruler population, compared to the later population that came 2,000 years later. So when they looked at the recent genetic signature, it matches up with populations that was absent. It matches up with populations that was absent from like the Russian steppes or even Iran before crossing down. And these same people that formed in Iran or came from the Russian steppes into Iran were the Persians, who gave rise to the Zoroastrian religion. And they have a consistent marker. And the Zoroastrians, if you study them, they speak of what? Indo-European language. The Hindi people speak an Indo-European language. So this is why Indo-European, they mapped that shit out cold already to give you an idea, model of them coming from the Yamanayas. They brought the chariots in. And even when you look at the Sanskrit, the Rig Veda, the mythology, the folklore, all you hear in the folklore is chariots. The same thing with the Hittites that invaded Egypt. The same thing when the Hyksos left out of the Levant and they got the chariot from the Hurrians. Hurrians were related to the Mitanni. The Mitanni were related to the Hittites. And they all got a genetic consistent, a genetic continuity that's consistent. And this is the same method that we can use to give us a higher, better understanding and knowledge about how we form the Niger-Congo language. Most Niger-Congo speakers, whether it's Mindi, whether it's a Latin Congo within the Mindi stratum, whether it's Volta Congo in West Africa, whether it's Yoruba Igbo, or whether it's Benue Congo, which they label as Bantu, They all have a genetic signature that's consistent. You can't get past it.
Morpheus, where you at?
I'm right here, bro. Listening.
Hey, let me ask a question though, because we had kind of talked about it last night, right? Is the goal behind it to take Egypt out of one language and put it in another? Is that like the ultimate goal?
I think for some Afrocentrics, not people that centered in Africa for real fully that deal with it in a scientific way, but to exaggerate, I'll say Bantu centrics. I don't even want to insult
Yeah,
Africa.
but why do they though? Why the need to put it over in the Bantu? Like what purpose do they think that?
Because they want to place you they want to make you the wandering Egyptian, meaning that you wasn't, where we come from wasn't shit that we drifted out of Egypt and brought customs there. So basically, before you came in contact or left the Nile, we wasn't anything in the tropical. Right, bro. Before we left the tropical rainforest. You know what I'm saying? So before we hit the rainforest, we some wandering people from the desert that brought all the customs there. So we want to put ourselves in the Egyptian civilization. But that's unscientific because Africa is very diverse. And we have to accept all the differences that comes with Africa, all the mutations that come with it, all the language families that come with it. And some people, just because you're African don't mean that you're genetically close. I mean, is a Chinese and a man from India genetically close? Yet and still they both Asian.
Right.
That's a fact.
So once we start getting involved and breaking that down, we just here to bring clarity to let people know how diverse the continent that we come from is and how unique it is. You know, even though we may come from multiple regions from West and Central Africa, we represent a mosaic of that. And we've been concentrated over here in the New World that we know as America. And, African North Americans, whatever you want to call it, the New World. But what I'm saying is that at this point, because you represent that, you can tell the history of all of it. You know what I'm saying? You can tell the history of all of it at this point.
Yeah, that's just that'd be a nice little show.
This show gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire because the denial of the genetics and go ahead, Morpheus. My bad.
I said it sounds like it's going to be good. I can't wait to check it out.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get Asar or even Woody or anybody to call in. Because the thing about this is that these brothers understand the field of linguistics. They understand the method, but they know there's gaps in it. And with them knowing there's gaps in it, you can change the narrative any way you want to.
Mm-hmm.
It's a delivery. And that's the dangerous part about it, because you understand the structure and the methodology of how to form a language or how language is formed through sound correspondence, syntax, consonants and different things, or cognates and different things. You understand that. So now, with those gaps that's there, you're able to insert whatever you want, because nomenclature and linguistics, you can label it anything you want. This is what they're not telling you. But we got information on how many words that has been compared to in certain languages within Afro-Asiatic and Niger Congo. We got the numbers. For that brother to come on here the other day and say they didn't do it, that ain't true. Josh got a whole bullet. So we
okay.
Right.
What's cracking, y'all?
Hey, what's going on, Geechee?
Hey, I'm gonna just listen, brother Corey. Peace to you.
Oh, peace. Definitely too.
9 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock.
That's how we do it. They're gonna show y'all how we do it in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and show them that. Go.
Damn right.
We gonna get
we come straight up the middle.
Straight up the gut. Straight up the middle. Yeah. But I think we had a little taste of. I was gonna kind of add on to what Gozy just said a few minutes ago. The gaps. You got to be very very careful about how you approach this, because they understand the gaps very well. And what I want to say about that is you got to kind of attack it like you would a Christian apologist, right? A creationist. You know what I'm saying? Or an intelligent design person, because we got a taste of it last night when Thunder came on. He finally we showed him where the gap was at. Really, you know, like we actually like really pointed him to the direction where the gap was at, and which is 10 to the negative 43, right? And so that's where he wanted to dwell at with him and his God, right? So the thing is, Thunder. Right. The thing, shout out Thunder. I love Thunder. He always bring some good. Although he be wrong, like we always learn from the shit he brings, you know. No, but Thunder will beat a nigga up though. You gotta watch Thunder though, you know.
Oh yeah. If you ain't on your if you ain't on your square, you goddamn hit you with that one hitter quitter. You be like, ah, damn it.
Yeah. He always got a one hitter quitter. You just gotta dodge that one hitter quitter, and then you good. You know.
Yeah, he done Wilder.
Right. But yeah, so you know, he tried to dwell in that, and the thing is, we have to hone in on the gap too. So he wanted to settle in on the gap. So what you do is you settle in on that gap with him to demonstrate, at least to the audience, right, that this is a place that we just don't know, and that or this is a place where we're working to answer these questions. You know what I'm saying? We got to make that plain, because that's where they're gonna dwell at, right there. They already know they can't say Greenberg no more. We done beat Greenberg slap crazy at this point. So if they say the name Greenberg, the audience already know that they're being disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? So,
oh, yeah. They need to apologize to Greenberg in some aspect. Some of the shit, even if
right.
Like, he was wrong and he changed it up later on. I got articles with Roger Blanche interviewing Greenberg, and he was talking about, you know, he was with the more up to date shit. You know what I'm saying?
No. Jeremiah Judah say he support intelligent design. Who won't it?
You don't. Yeah. That's what he's supposed to be.
He ain't even scientific enough to support. I think intelligent design is too scientific of an argument for him to even bring it forth. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, yeah, well, he can do
it. But you know, that was just a shot. I see. We getting our next fight going. So that was the first shot across the bows. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it don't make sense. They try to say use the race card and say Greenberg was racist, but Greenberg his whole thing was going against the Hameo-Semitic shit, which was racist in the first place. He's just trying to go against the race.
That's we can bring it out tonight. That just, you know, hold that in the holster.
Yeah.
Table that.
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of touch on that because, you know, like I said, the God of the gaps is, I mean, that's getting pretty worn out in this community, man, with every aspect. Like every aspect that we come to is always usually a God of the gaps argument that we battling against, you know, in one shape or form.
Yeah, that's where the pseudos live. Shit, that's where they camp out at. Shit, it's vacant. You know what I'm saying? They can go right there and set up shop. Like, ain't nobody here. Like, yeah. Niggas start putting up storefronts and all type of shit. Shit. Yeah.
Jeremiah, it wasn't an insult. You know, that we play a little rough around here, you know.
It was just a shot. It was just a shot.
We do full contact around here. This ain't,
you
know. But I definitely seen your work, and I know you don't mind going full contact. You know what I mean? You actually go a little bit harder than we do. So we gotta prepare. We gotta prepare for you. I seen you cuss out everybody that you had a conversation with. So you know,
I actually seen a debate. I felt like he won that debate where I saw him debate the niggas on polygamy. You know what I'm saying? And the benefits of polygamy. I thought he whipped their ass on that debate. Shit. Like, he was
Jeremiah
going in.
got
He
one?
was huh?
Jeremiah got a win?
Yeah. He buying them niggas on that shit. I think he was bringing out stats. And that motherfucker, he was like, he was putting them shits out. Nigga, 30%, bum. Oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he won that debate.
You know what we gotta do, yo? You know what we gotta do?
What that is?
He said Jeremiah Judah is definitely one of the fairest Hebrews around, yo. He'll always try to kill you. Don't get it fucked up, right? He definitely gonna try to kill you, right? But we should just go over there from time to time and beat the shit out of them because they really want that smoke. We should grace their play. I always go over there, yo. Matter of fact, the other night I actually had a great conversation with him, right? He let everybody talk, get their shit in. Of course, the Hebrews dove out the fucking window. Of course they did, yo. But yeah, y'all think we should go over there, do a show over there on his shit. Let them talk evolution, cosmos, whatever. Let them fuck it all up like they do. Then download the shit on our channel. Because there's definitely a space for people to go. You know what I'm saying? To argue with a bunch of religious, crazy motherfuckers at the end of the day. But we all been in that situation. But the brothers over there, yo, they dive off the window without no cape, no floating mechanism down to the ground. They dive out that bitch head first out the window. You see the window shattering when they dive out that motherfucker.
Hey, look,
let me
we
tell you
all
what
jump though.
Go ahead.
We all jump from time to time. You know, I jump every day, but I always make sure I grab my parachute with me. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to jump. I'm going to jump. You know what I mean? Sometimes I jump out a 40-story building. Sometimes I jump out a 2-story building. Now, if you jump out a 2-story building, a parachute ain't going to work. You're going to break your fucking legs. You feel me? But you ain't going to kill yourself. So I didn't jump out of, you know what I mean, 2-story buildings, and I done broke my legs a couple times, but I ain't die. See, I feel like a saw in them is jumping out of a goddamn space shuttle. You know? With no parachute.
They refuse to jump out of anything a little smaller. They won't jump out of the smaller than the goddamn space shuttle.
Yeah, they go hard. They go hard.
So y'all saying that's why it took so long for them to come back to Earth and we realized that shit was crazy.
Yeah, they jumped from the fucking moon. Them niggas jumped from the moon.
They jumping out of Delta 88.
Well, jump from Sirius B on it. They'll jump from Sirius B to the motherfucker.
Can I ask a question about their position?
No.
I think they gone. They gone.
Tonight, yo.
All the positions is gonna be answered tonight.
So can I ask? Let me ask a different question then. What was the topic again, Chef? Or are we? I mean,
the cult versus science versus religion. And I was saying, was there any cults that was beneficial to black people? Divorce of science. You know what I mean? Now I know religion and I know religion and cults get science.
Interrupt what y'all are doing, whatever y'all are doing.
No, we having a free flow. You good?
No, that's good. That's good, American Dream. Stay on the topic, yo. Don't get into the halfway that shit. Say that.
I wanted to comment on that because you know, when Sosa came in, he suggested that the Black Panthers would be a cult. And, you know, I was wondering, like, how are we defining what a cult is? Because in my estimation, a cult is, you know, a bunch of people that are religiously hold to this one person, and it's a group of people that are led by someone who they think is godlike. But it looks as if we're using like this broad definition for what a cult is, and where, you know, stuff like
I just asked though, but Rebecca Dream, like, but even a cult though, like let's take QAnon. That's a cult. They don't have a religious a religious, you know what I mean, figure. But
Right, but why are you calling them a cult? What makes them a cult?
Hold on, how many leaders they got? How many leaders do they got?
How many leaders?
Yeah.
How many leaders?
Yeah, who started it?
It's one leader. He don't nobody know who he Q. Q is the leader.
Q.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Though. Maybe we should agree.
Yeah, but it's not based on religion. Though. Not religion.
Nah, cults don't gotta be based on religion, yo.
Yeah, that's my point. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you couldn't qualify the Black Panther Party as being a religion, yo. They didn't have one charismatic leader, yo, and they wasn't sucking up.
I never said religion.
No, I said they did. I said they didn't have one charismatic leader. I didn't say religion.
I said I didn't label them. I labeled them as a cult, absent of religion.
And I said they not a cult. First point is,
right, but I'm saying I think can we come to an agreement on what we mean by cult? Because otherwise we'll be talking past each other.
All right, well, let me give you the definition. Hold on. Let me give you the definition that kind of fits what Sosa was saying. All right, because it's three different definitions. I think the one that Sosa was using is a misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing or idea.
Yeah, that's
yeah. The key word is misplaced there. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? That's the key word right there. Because it's okay to have admiration, right? But misplaced admiration is the thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that wouldn't fall for the Black Panthers. Yo, they was all within their right. They was helping not just black people, they was helping white people and everybody. They helped all people against oppression, police brutality. They was feeding the neighborhood, talk about the sickle cell drive. It was a real powerful positive force. They just made the wrong turn at the motherfucking crossroads and aligned themselves with America's enemy, yo, with the whole socialist shit. That fucked them up. They should have just did it. Fuck with China. That's kind of fucked up. That was a bad idea. It fucked them up. Like they was already waging war against communism and socialism, and you jump right in the middle of the war. So now they was saying, "Yo, really? Y'all going to China? Really, nigga? We gonna get y'all enemy against the government, right?" So when so when you're a socialist, right? That's a long-standing fucking war, yo. That means they say you're against democracy. In actuality, the Black Panthers, whether they wasn't against democracy, because they were saying all people got rights, you know what I'm saying, for religious, I'm not for just freedom, right? To be able to roam and take care of your own community. So they wasn't against, but the fact that they said it, the fact that they went to Cuba and backed Cuba, right? They backed fucking America's enemy. And so a rule of thumb is never back, watch this, never back your enemy's enemy while living with your enemy. It is fucking stupid. They gonna wipe you out because it's easy to get you. They gotta go all the way to Russia to wipe them out. But all they gotta do is into the neighborhoods, right? Get them niggas. You ain't got no protection. You don't got the police department. They just get them niggas. They was shooting niggas in their house, killing them. Crazy police department running wild. FBI not diving in the situation because they have no help. They was by their motherfuckers help. Martin Luther King, on the other hand, he had help from the federal government. So he fought the right war. He aligned himself with the part of the government that had the most power and agreed with his stance, or at least couldn't get past his stance based off of laws. Shepard will tell you on that great lawyer they had on their side, Thurgood Marshall. Right? Chef did a great show on Thurgood Marshall. Right? We were saying Dr. Ben and Thurgood Marshall, he was saying that motherfucking Thurgood Marshall would wipe Dr. Ben off the motherfucking framework. I was like, oh man. But the reality is, yo, this nigga was serious. Right? He made niggas succumb to their own laws. So they aligned themselves with a piece of the government that was far more powerful than local government. That's why the federal troops came out and allowed niggas to vote. That's why the federal troops came out and allowed busing. And you better not fuck with them because your ass is grass. The motherfucking Black Panther Party waged war the enemy, you know what I'm saying, of the United States. That just was a bad tactic to do. They could have did the same shit and left all the socialist shit out of it. Even if they didn't mean it.
That's why I labeled them not a cult in a negative sense, like, you know what I mean, like we talked about that, not a cult in a negative term. I'm talking about just a small group of people band together. That's why I talked about they did plenty of positive things. So I don't want you coming back like, I'm not saying that what they did was wrong, but that misplaced idea that formed around that got them slaughtered. You see what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? So that's how I look at it. That's why I put them as a cult. They didn't really get a chance to flourish, and that misplaced ideas sent the group, sent them niggas spiraling.
So wait a minute, though.
This is my opinion. That is my opinion. I mean, you could.
Wait a minute. I can't put them in a cult, yo. I'm saying my opinion, because the police department was brutalizing black people in their neighborhood.
Yeah, facts.
Right? They was brutalizing poor white people. They was lawless, dog. Right? They was doing all kind of crazy shit. So the Black Panther was right about, like, they was right to take that stance, yo.
Yeah, I agree. Don't think I'm saying that I don't. I agree 100% with that statement. I don't want you to think I'm not. I don't agree with that. I agree.
I know.
I agree.
I think we agree on the same part, though. We agree the misguided part was talking socialism shit.
Right, and aligning yourself with enemies of the government without just like a cult that got a good idea, but now you thought we're gonna get guns and attack the goddamn U.S. Army and get everybody killed. That shit, you ended up being a cult because you took that shit and went off the rails with it. Got yourself exterminated.
Yeah, but getting exterminated don't mean you was a cult leader, yo. It just means you made the wrong decision at the wrong time, fucking with the wrong niggas with the most guns. I don't know. I was Yo, your phone breaking up like a motherfucker, yo. You like Van say, Mr. Anderson got you, yo.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, but let me ask the question that Chef is asking though, cult or not, what is the positive thing that we can say about the Black Panther Party that they've contributed to the black community? Like, what is the lasting what would a Black Panther, one of the legends of the Black Panther Party, want us to look back at and say, this is what we have left for the black community, to represent and say this
the lasting
is our
effects of I would say their knowledge and law and their persistence of people using the Constitution and knowing the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. They were stern on that because they were law students at Berkeley at first. So they took a lot of their legal understanding into their movement. So that Constitution and how they was wielding it to give us rights to house, feed, and protect ourselves was, I think that's something that we could take away from that.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I'm wrong, but I think those are more like side effects of the fact that they existed rather because
they was core tenets of their movement.
Of what they
that ain't no side effect.
That's what you would say they set out to do, was to do as you just said, have black people be more proficient in the law and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah. And be more self-reliant, right? Remember they had the sickle cell movement. They had the the free breakfast program. They actually didn't be the first. They wasn't actually the first people. That's a misnomer. They wasn't the first people in America to do free breakfast programs. So you had governmental institutions that did free breakfast programs, right? But they instituted their own. And I'm saying is, so what they showed you was that the black community can do for self. You can be self-reliant in your approach. Yeah. So that's important, right? Because any well-organized community are very proficient and self-proficient. Go ahead, Chef.
James Brown, the singer, James Brown, had his own food stamps for black people. that he gave out every month. Fucking crazy with his face on it. James Brown was a bad motherfucker.
What?
Yes, sir.
Did you use them?
Yeah, you could use him. He had his own chain of supermarkets that you could use his food stamps in the black community. Fucking crazy.
Oh, we ain't know about that.
Yeah, James Brown, he was black and he was proud. He meant that shit.
Dang.
Indeed. You see how that's something tangible? Like, and that's just James Brown. You know what I mean? Like when we're talking about like the Black Panther Party, it's nothing tangible like that. It's just, you know, we made black people.
True.
No, we just gave you the tangible things. We just, you know, and it was offshoots from the Black Panther Party, right? So that movement just didn't die out when they died out. It was offshoot movements, and a lot of groups still use you know, their understanding of the Constitution. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Let me say, hold on.
Yeah, so you don't think what the Black Panther did was tangible because they had the wrong what I would say wrong fucking doctrine, yo. Can't hear you. Dang. Anybody hear that?
No, he broke up. He broke up.
Huh?
No, American Dream dropped off.
What I would say? What I would say is about Black Lives Matter. Is about Black Lives Matter.
Oh, so there you go. Echoing.
Damn, Sosa. Mr. Anderson is fucking with you.
I'll come back on the other phone. It's all good.
Who echoing?
My bad, y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you do.
Yes, we can. Peace, family.
What up, Cedric?
I would say that Black Lives Matter is a cult. That girl takes $10 million. What is white people doing with the money? So let me shut up. Sorry, continue.
You said Black Lives Matter is a cult? You said Black Lives Matter is a cult?
It's a cult.
I could agree with that.
No, man. I don't agree with that. Y'all crazy.
All right, let's discuss it. We didn't know who the heads were, but we found out. And they had all the money, and they did all kind of shit with the money.
Yeah, they just was some fuck ups, yo. Some criminal motherfuckers, yo. That was some criminal shit to misappropriate money, yo. That don't make you a cult, yo. They just was ran the business horrible. That don't.
Well, they got a following.
Who y'all
They
talking
had
about?
a following with misplaced.
What? Man, you can have a cult following, yo, and not be a cult, yo. The Beatles got a cult following. Shit.
Yeah, but it was misplaced. The trust, the whole idea was misplaced. The reverence was misplaced. You know what I'm saying? All of that was misguided and misplaced. That's part of that was in the definition that Sheffrin read earlier.
Yeah.
Or
Don't
you
forget
got
the
duped
word
by
reverence.
an
Don't forget the
idea.
word reverence was there too, though.
Cult is a thin line to form a cult, you know, because many sports teams are cults, you know. When they go over to Europe and they're playing their football, you know, they're cult like, you know, they kill for the team.
Mm-hmm.
They burn down cities for the team. They have cultish behaviors for the team. So cult is not, it is not limited to an individual. Right? In Jamaica, we had cult-like behaviors for DJs or rappers. We had two rappers, Vibes Cartel and Movado. And you had teenagers killing each other because they were fans of one set of people.
Gully wars that took place because of Movado and Vibes Cartel. Nonsense.
Yes, because it's cult. You have a whole heap of cult. Right? And if earlier Sheffrin mentioned like the Catholic Church had relics where people had these bones or these other things that these past saints would have. And people would worship it. people worship Jordan sneakers now. People killing for it. It's cult-like behavior. Somebody will have a Jordan and they don't play basketball in a Jordan. That's cult-like behavior. The cult of Michael Jordan. You have a basketball shoes, you don't play basketball in it.
It in a box, and you press, and you gotta take it out to show people.
You take it out and show people. And then put it back in the box and wipe it off. And work.
And you know, Stoopies, after 3-4 years, it'll fall apart.
No, I know people who have 50 pairs of Jordan. Tell me that's not cult like behavior.
Yeah, you gotta, but you confusing cult like with cult. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true. It's the behavior. But when we talk about a cult specifically, you know what my mind goes into? Like, let's say we're all in the church, right? We all go to church. We're all believers. Just an example. And in the church, there's another small group that goes beyond what the pastor is teaching us in the front. And you can't get in. And you need to be initiated, and you know, so it's selecting you and pulling you away from the masses, cut you off from your family, tell you what to believe, how to believe. That's an organized cult, and I think we have the natural tendency. A lot of us have the natural tendency to go down that road. You see, like for example, Malachi is a York. You see David Koresh, Jim Jones, etc., etc., etc.
Dream, mute out. American Dream, mute out. Yeah, I told American Dream to mute out. He was making a lot of some noise in the background. Y'all still there?
Yeah, we're still here. But as I said earlier, the difference between the behavior and it becoming a cult, it is not far. We start with the cult-like behavior. And then over time, these people are lifted to certain levels. In the church, in the black church, I seen black pastors now getting put in chair and lifted into church.
Yep.
They're lifted into church now.
Yep. Can't walk on the ground. They hold you down.
Right. Lifted is expected to wear certain kind of garbs.
Yeah, right? You got them people kissing the hand of a preacher. The man that work construction Monday to Friday, Sunday, he's bigger than God, they kissing his hand. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's them cults.
Asking the preacher to pray for you, for the blessing.
Yeah. The preacher must come home and pray for you because you're getting a new job, and pastor say, and I gotta go by pastor. Yo, I get scared when I hear people talking like that.
Really? I come from a culture where I see people buy a new car and carry the keys to church that the pastor must bless and pray for the car, that you're able to pay for it and it won't reach in any accident. I want people to tell me what they observe. I say, me, I'm a madman. Right? The best banana that come off the tree, them cut it and put it up and put it to ripe and carry it to church and give it to the pastor. The first fruits, the best fruits them have from the harvest, they carry to give them to the pastor. I'm not saying that religion didn't play a positive in our emancipation from slavery, you know. But I think that we have outgrown it now.
You're absolutely right, Stoopies. It served its purpose in time when ignorance was far spread. In today's world, all we see is assertions, claims, logical fallacies, uh, uh, and pure irrational thought processes when it comes to the idea of something that exists outside of reality. Last night was a clear example of how big the universe is. We're talking what happened at the edge of universe. Everything within time and space is reality. Science observes, studies everything within reality. By definition of God, who exists outside of time and space, that means in reality, there is no God. The God that we're talking about exists only outside of reality. So how do we even start this discussion talking about something that in reality don't exist?
No, but that is what people would tell you also. That is what people would tell you. But
So
I feel that the God we use Christianity as black men. Black women use Christianity for peace, and black men use Christianity for networking. When the black man go to church, he's networking with other people. That's why if you're in real estate, the first thing they tell you is start going to church. If you're in sales, start going to church because it increases your audience. You use it as networking. And the pastor will tell you that you're being blessed. So they use it as networking and they get success from it. So they say, yes, it must work. That's the thing. Go ahead, American Dream.
yeah, I just wanted to ask if you guys think that cults should be banned, like if the government should go around and like shut down cults and free the members of the cults and things like that, and then prevent any other cults from cultivating or from being cultivated.
Usually, the cult leaders or the cult itself ends up either doing something illegal, not paying taxes, abusing, or maybe costing the life of a member, and government deals with them. This idea of banning, I have a problem with that word, because where do you start and where do you end? I think our job is to continue to educate, continue to teach proper thinking and reasoning, and reach as much people as you can. Like, if you are a dedicated follower of this channel and up in your game on scientific literacy, the polites and these characters of the world can't come and sell you no bullshit.
Right. So unless they're committing some crime, they're not really doing anything wrong, and they're free to continue doing what they're doing. They're not hurting others or hurting themselves. Being in a cult is
if you're in a cult that has you believing you can fly, there is no negative consequences for society until the day that you actually climb up on top of the building and believe you can actually fly. Now, if 20 of your members try it, we have a mass suicide, and then we have a problem. So it is only a problem when these ideas try to put into action, or people start to make decisions and take actions in their life based on these flawed concepts, ideas, and beliefs.
Indeed. I am trying to kind of stay on the topic that I think Sheffrin was trying to paint in terms of whether they contribute anything positive to society. And I'm wondering if being in a cult itself, like, makes people better people, where, they people in cults are less likely to commit a crime, for example, less likely to use vulgar language, things like that, or more likely to be better citizens, things like that. Like, I'm wondering if those are even things that would say, and are those things a result of being in a cult, and in that respect would being in a cult, because we normally only hear about cults when something bad happens, you know what I'm saying, and something crazy happens. But for the most of most of the time we don't really hear anything about them, but they still exist and they're still doing stuff. So I'm wondering if we can agree that if cults, based on the type of people that these cults are creating and putting out into society, can we say that, you know, they can contribute something positive?
Yeah, that's with anything, though. Yeah, that's with anything. Well, that's with a political campaign, organic community. You know what I mean? Somebody that organizes the community, like with anything that could be a positive. You know what I mean? That comes out of it. I don't think nobody's making the statement that all cults formed are inherently evil and detrimental to human society. You know what I'm saying? I don't think nobody's making that statement. But I think the definition that we read leaned towards, I think Chef ended up with formulating around a bad idea. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the crux of the.
No, I don't know if it's just the idea. I think it was the reverence. It was a misplaced reverence for the idea, right? So it's not just that there's an idea; it's the reverence that they have for this idea or a person.
Yeah. It was both, right?
Sure, but I think to be a cult, I think it's not just that it's misplaced, but there's that reverence. I think the word reverence has that kind of religious connotation to it, where, you know,
the reverence to be wrapped around an idea, like QAnon example. They got like vegan cults. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you can have it. You can have an idea that's revered, and that concept shapes that cult. You know what I'm saying? But it could lead to positive things, or it could lead to bad things, just based on the idea itself. You feel me?
Sure.
Yeah. But the question was, though, are there any examples? What examples are there? Any good examples that you can show? You know what I mean? He chose Father Divine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So like,
I think,
go ahead.
I think we got a lot of organizations that do good stuff. But when you look at an organization, it is usually a body of leaders that rises to maybe one leader, for example, but there's leadership on levels. There isn't a isolation. So their message of the group is put out into the public, and their membership are expected to live up to a certain standard. You have the JCs, you have the Lions, you have the Rotarian clubs. These are all groups of people that come together that have a philosophy to do good. They wear the little jackets, they're in the community. Nobody knows when they have their meetings unless you're a part of the organization. So you can say, okay, look, the Lions over there. Cult? Yes, no. But their activities contribute positively to society. So do they fall within the framework of cult then?
Well, tell you what, let's do it like this. Then we'll just continue to go there. The NOI.
Exactly.
Would you take them as? Would you place them as? How would you look at the NOI? Do you look at them as contributing good to? Like I said, there's always going to be bad. There's always going to be some bad. Like, ain't nobody going to ever get it all right. So
on the surface level,
what side of the pendulum do you put them on?
Cult.
No, good for black people,
bad
or bad for black?
Bad for black people. If you are given interferon, substitute pills during AIDS pandemic, then you're no good for black people. If you are anti-vax in the middle of a pandemic, you're no good for black people. If you're pushing Scientology on black people, you're no good for black people, and you're a cult.
All right, listen. All right, Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish American, however they do it.
They're silly.
Good or bad for black people. Good or bad? Well, yeah, American Dreams to feed. Like, well,
they're not good.
now you start with the they're not good.
Wait. There's nuances. There's nuance. Because they are harmless. They are harmless on a big picture. They are harmless on a big picture, but they dumb down the brothers.
Oh, God. There's nuance with that. All right. Do you consider the Black Hebrew Israelites a cult?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Good or bad for black people?
Bad for black people. Anytime a cult got you in the street wearing sheets, it's bad for black people.
Nah. It gotta be deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? That sheets, they might be comfortable in sheets.
Look, they can't read it. They're reverse racist. It's the Ku Klux Klan in color. That's what I call the Hebrew Israelites. The Ku Klux Klan in color. They wear sheets. They're anti-everything. Everybody got to die. The Most High is only for them. Their philosophies and their ideas are based in ignorance. Geography. They're clueless as to geography. The distance between West Africa and the Levant is impossible that these people think that we have anything to do with those. So everything about them, the 12 tribes charts that says being from one island makes you a specific people. Like there's a difference between a Jamaican and a St. Martin because those are what? The Puerto Ricans are different than the Haitians. Huh? What? Ignorance based. And you're in the streets with sheets. You're a cult. You come to the Caribbean in your purple sheets on a cruise ship, stand in the middle of our main street, calling my black sisters bitches and hoes because they don't want to follow the Most High. We live under the Most High every day. The sun hot in the Caribbean. That's a cult. These people have mental health issues. All of them.
Cedric, were you ever religious?
I'm 49 this year. I was done with that stuff when I was 14. So no.
Yeah, I guess not. It doesn't sound like at 14 it was like a personal decision to.
Oh, you mean 14? I'm in high school. We're having sex education. Christmas time, the song Virgin Mary. And I was supposed to believe that a woman gave birth without having sex. I was done with it. I'm a biochemist today. I was always scientifically literate. That shit didn't add up. I was done.
Right.
I was just done.
Because it's interesting that you call like you refer to yourself rather as an anti-theist. And whenever I hear you say that, I think of the term anti-racist. And whenever people say they're anti-something, the something they're anti is always something that everyone can agree is a bad thing, right? And no one wants to be like anti-racist. Like we all agree racism is a bad thing. And, but, to call yourself an anti-theist, are you saying believing in God is a bad thing to do for people?
It is the worst, the most ignorant, the dumbest thing that a human being can engage in. You want me to tell you why? Because when it comes to God, we lose all reason and logic. If I say mermaid, let's talk about the mermaid.
JJ7000 said send the links. I knew I was gonna get you in trouble. I knew I was gonna get you in trouble.
When I say mermaids, we all can form the idea in our head. Yet we know that there is no ontological evidence to support it. There is no epistemology that is going to bring it to life. We understand that it's an idea. Easy. When we say God, for some reason, this hypothetical idea that's only imagination gets given credence as if there's a possibility it being true. And then my question is, Based on what do you determine that there is even a possibility? We have humans and we have fish. What's the possibility of a mermaid? Zero. So what's the possibility of this imaginary thing that lives outside of time and space that you know about? That's just as ignorant as saying you know that the Dogons knew where the invisible star was.
Hold on. Hey,
It's
Chef,
just as simple.
drop the link for JD 7000 so he come in here and cut Cedric ass off of that crazy.
But what I'm saying, but Cedric, I think that you have to kind of agree that there's a difference because a mermaid is something that let me finish, Cedric.
Let
Cedric,
him respond. Let him respond.
Let's not cut each other off, bro. Like a mermaid is something that exists within the universe, right? And it sounds as if and God is something that lives. Cedric, please let me finish. God is something. I didn't cut you off, bro. Let me just finish. A mermaid is something that lives within the universe. God is something that lives outside of the universe, right? And it sounds as if you're saying the same way that we can search within the entire universe and not find a mermaid, right? And that's possible. People can go and find, but you're also saying you can search outside of the universe as well. It's logical to say you can search outside the universe and not find this thing called God. And I think that it's just not fair to say.
Do not ever speak for
an
me.
Equation.
American Dream, do me a favor. Everything you say in there, I didn't say. That's why I stopped you from the beginning. Don't ever speak for me. If you want me to clarify my position, I will reiterate it. But don't ever speak for me because nothing you say there, nothing that you just said represents my position. That's why I stop you from wasting everybody's time. This necessity that black weak men have to finish their statement regardless of the accuracy, I don't do it. Don't waste my time. Speak for yourself. Don't ever speak for me. Ask me to reiterate my position, but don't straw man me. I didn't say
Get back on track. Get back on track and let's get back to the conversation. Get back on point.
Okay. So you say what you want. I just said what I want. I don't have to agree to nothing. Don't ask me to agree to no nonsense that you come up with.
You're absolutely right. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. All I'm saying is that it's a little unfair to equate believing that a mermaid exists within the universe. Like you don't have to, but it's a little unfair to equate the two because one of them is within the universe.
But again, American Dream, you create a straw man there. You created that straw man, and now you attacking the straw man that you created. I didn't say so. I said both come out of the same place, the imagination of human beings. We know that there's no ontological base for either of them, although when we say them, we can create the image and the idea in our head. Now, when we talk about mermaids, we give it no credence because we understand it's come out of the imagination of men. When we talk about God, somehow we forget that this is the same imagination of human beings.
Doesn't science come out of the imagination of human beings?
Because if there was any actual evidence, ontological or epistemological, you would have just presented it. All we get is arguments, flawed reasoning, and a circular reference back to a book.
Does science come from
there
the
is nothing there that allows me to give the idea of a God any validity more than a mermaid. That's what I said. So now whatever you want to say it.
Does science come from the imagination of man?
Get around the point that the idea of God is only imagination. There is no evidence for such a God, just imagination. And everything in imagination is imagination. We have tools to distinguish what is fact and what is imagination.
But it's and that tool is what? Was it our imagination that helped us to create these tools? Like everything comes from our imagination, correct?
No.
So you can't just say something is bad because it comes out of the imagination of man. Everything comes out of our imagination.
I don't agree with you what you just said. And now you're gonna continue down a road where you only think so?
Okay,
no.
So the tools we create do not come out of our imagination. Where do they come from?
Our ability to understand the universe around us is on tools that came from our imagination. So if you
So
don't
our
understand how
understanding
the
doesn't come from our
scientific
imagination?
endeavor came to be,
I'm sorry,
these
Cedric. You said
instruments and tools
understanding
are
doesn't come from our
factual things,
imagination?
if you
Did you
say
say
so,
understanding doesn't come from our
you say
imagination?
so.
I'm
Okay,
asking you. I'm asking if that's what you're saying.
don't ask me no questions. I
Okay,
say
fair
what
enough.
I say. I say what I say, and you say what you say. Don't ask me questions based on things I don't agree with. Like, if you don't understand that science is not imagination and it's a tool to distinguish one from the next, if you think now science is imagination, okay, what you want me to argue with you?
Was that a question?
Yeah, what you want me to argue with you? If you think
If I can't
science is
ask you questions, you
imagination,
can't ask me.
if
If I can't ask
you
you
think
questions, you can't
science is
ask me any
imagination,
questions.
I must establish the validity of that claim for you by
Was that another
agreeing with you.
question? Was that another question?
Yeah, because
If
that's
I
what you
can't ask
seem
you
to
questions,
want to
don't ask me any
happen.
questions.
You say science is imagination, and I must say yes.
Was that a question?
No, that was a statement.
That's good, because I wasn't going to answer your question.
Of course not. I didn't make a question. And you would have tried to do the same thing. You'd have come up with your straw man and then
Cults,
tried to
right?
get me
Oh yeah,
to go
cults.
down them roads
Cults.
with you.
Yeah, we're talking about cults. Yeah, and whether they're good for people.
No. At the end of the day, anything that controls your thought process and doesn't allow you to go through the steps required to come to an accurate conclusion is messing with your reality. And therefore, the idea of a cult being something good, no. And if it is not a cult, then it's an organization. Why? Their information is based in fact. Their objectives are within the realm of reality and as a positive outcome, not only for the individual, but for society as a whole.
So you think that individuals will have a better life if they're not in a cult or if they're not religious? That's a question.
Define better. Awareness and understanding of reality doesn't necessarily make it better or easier or nicer. It's just the truth. That's all. It's just reality.
So if it's not, so you're saying people cannot be aware, if people are religious and if they're in cult, they cannot be aware of what? Of truth?
You tell me.
Well, I do know that if people, when they go in there,
Let me
they
give
get
you an
out of it what they
example.
go in there for.
Let me give you an example.
They get out of it with.
Let me give you an example. We got Ken Ham and we got Hovind, who up to today talking this young earth creation, who have no understanding of how reality works. And they got a following. Is that idea, is that existence of these individuals and the information they put into people's head, does that have value? Does it add value to reality? Does it add value to these people's lives to believe and think that reality, that existence, everything we see is 6,000 years old? Is it healthy for a grown man like JJ 7000 to be walking around assuming that there's a Moses that put, and a Noah that put two of every animal on a boat? Is there any room for us in 2022 to actually think that somebody was killed, died 3 days, spitting out the maggots and got up out of the grave? Yeah, folks, here I am. Like, does it do anybody any good to carry these ideas as if they were real?
Why
Take a
do you think
look
people,
at the Black community that is predominantly religious and tell me it's working for us.
why do you think people join cults and or join religions?
Ignorance.
Ignorance?
Yeah, they just don't know. They're looking for a place to belong. They hear something
Okay.
that
They're
sounded
looking
good
for a place
and
to
they
belong.
gravitate to it. based on
They're
not
looking for.
having the tools in their shed to make a discernment of what's going on here.
Does their religion give them what they're looking for? Does there? Because I think you're right. They're looking for some place to belong. They're looking for kind of like peace of mind, if you will. Like, but they're seeking something, and I'm wondering if you think the religion gives that to them, what they're seeking.
Does a drug addict get what they want or seeking out of the drugs?
Yes.
And is it good for them? And is it good for them?
Well, you can physically, so you are saying that it's better for them. So you're saying, because I can say that it's better to not be addicted to drugs, right? I can easily say that. So it sounds as if you're saying it's better to not be religious. You're saying being religious is like being a drug addict. So it can't be good then to be religious. So you kind of want to have it both ways, where you want to say you're not saying it's bad, but then you're saying it's not good. So I'm like,
No,
so you do think it's bad.
It is bad. I'm an anti-theist. Where in that realm is there going to ever be any room to say there's something good about religion? I'm an anti-theist. Like, why would I even claim there's an ounce of good in religion? There isn't.
Right. So okay. So
I knew when Chef started this show, it was gonna end up right here. Yeah, I already knew it.
Like what I'm saying is, Cedric, like the same way you can put someone who's addicted to drugs next to someone who's a drug addict, and you can actually see and point out the differences and say how one's life's better than the other one. Are you suggesting that you can do that with you and someone who's religious? Like if you put you next to someone who's religious, you can actually point out how your life is better because you're not religious, how your health is better, your life, your relationships are better, everything about your life is better because you're not religious.
I think.
Let's go back.
Let me interject in here.
Clearly, being aware doesn't make anything better.
But
So now you're back to the
better than bad.
You're back to the assumption that having a certain level of consciousness and understanding makes you automatically better. You're creating a false dichotomy that doesn't exist.
So all right, time out. Time out. You're not better than
time out. Time out. Go ahead and let Corey get in there real quick.
Hold on. I just want to make sure I understand what Cedric is saying. He's saying that they're bad, but if he's saying they're bad, but he's not better than them, isn't he saying he's also bad?
We'll leave it at that. Let's leave it at that statement. I already know where you're going with it. But let's see what Corey go. What Corey want to
this is interesting.
Drop in the pot.
Yeah, I because he asked the question. Can you and I heard you ask this question before, American Dream. You asked the question. Can you determine whether you are better off than somebody who's religious? Right. Is that basically your question? Like let's take me for example. Am I better off than someone that's religious? Right.
The same person in your field with your expertise, but just a Christian.
Right. Especially if you say being a Christian is bad for you. Right. If you say it's bad, then you're saying that you not being a Christian, you're better for it. Right. You're not bad. So you're saying it's better.
Yes. And I can give some examples of how I would be. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% across the board, but I'm saying if you look at a religious person and a person who's a non-believer, right? A religious person will tend to be more stressed and unhappy with himself in life than someone who's a non-believer, someone who's more scientific than they believe. A religious person, listen, a religious person would have a hard time, a harder time usually dealing with like loss and certain tragedies that happen in life. A religious person would wonder what he did wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, what did I do wrong to God? Why is God not happy with me? He would burden himself with unanswerable questions. Meanwhile, me, I wouldn't burden myself with those unanswerable questions. Also, being a religious person, it requires you to do things that are unhuman-like, right? So sometimes being a religious person requires you to be celibate and things like that, or have a certain diet, or dress a certain way, or do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Which cuts into your humanness, right? Because having sex is as essential as breathing air to a human being, right? So to deprive somebody of things like that is unhuman, and it causes extra stress. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people are in relationships that are not good for neither them or their partner, but they have to stay together because of the church and how the church family would look at them if they got divorced and things like that. So a non-religious person does not have those types of stress and worries on them. They have a more scientific explanation for things, and they're able to cope with things in a more mannerable way. That's just an example, and I'm not saying that's 100% across the board, but that's one way where a non-believer would be much better off than a religious person.
That's it. Yeah, that's in other words, you're giving your opinion on how you think that would be beneficial.
That's what he asked me for. He asked me for my opinion.
Yeah, and I think
that's the Don't hold him to the stand.
No, you can hold me to the fire, because I strongly believe that. It is a belief, but I strongly believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, but weird enough, one of the main reasons that people say they go into religion is to deal with tragedy, right? Some people even accuse other people of only getting into religion when they realize they had some type of sickness or something, and they're trying to,
and because they was prone to that anyway, or they had a religious. Like they were brought up. Most people are already prone.
That's fine.
Religion.
That's fine, Corey. All I'm suggesting is that I think the argument can go the other way, where religious people will, and I know, and I'm sure I've heard them make the argument that being religious is what helps them to.
But
not
does
be
their argument make
out.
as much sense as me? But is their argument? Did they argument? So well. They say their argument only may help one aspect. So they lost their mother, and their mother would have liked them to be more involved in church. And so to make their mama proud, they go back to the home church that they from, and they join and they become baptized and this and that and the other, right? But the whole time they're not actually living the life. They're not even doing what the reason why their mama thought it would be good for them to go to the church. You know what I'm saying? And then now you got that burden on you, if it actually means something to you. You know what I'm saying?
But let's do this. Let's say an atheist and a Christian, both of them lost their mothers, right? What would make you think that the atheist would be more understanding, would be better prepared to deal with the loss of his mother versus somebody with a Christian value wouldn't be able to deal with the loss of his mother? Because they can still be like, they can still see it as a passing on, as a God calling, and they can be at comfort with the loss of their mother. Just as the atheist can be as comfortable with the loss of their mother, saying, that's just a part of life. Death is a part of life, and I accept death and move forward.
In that one scenario, they would be on equal footing. I agree with that, but that's just one scenario. I mentioned so many aspects of life, and how many of those aspects of life does religion require you not to act humanly, or not to act naturally, or not to be the person that you are? Religion actually requires you to do that.
We gotta go one at a time. I picked that one.
No, I'm just yeah. That's one where they would actually be on equal footing. But I'm saying
now studies say that people who are in a religion, right, or who are of different in groups, their life is less stressful, partly because of the community. right? They have a shared collective.
See, yeah,
absolutely.
when we get
That's
into
what I was going to
statistics and
suggest.
stuff
That
like that, I'm always leery of the
Well, I mean, we're saying belief now. We're saying you say I believe. So come on, like, you can't fault me for saying that. You say, well, I believe. And
I'm
then,
saying I believe, but I'm saying you're talking about statistics here, and
no, I'm
like,
saying some studies they've done. I'm just saying some studies they've done. You know what I mean?
right? Some of those studies be very skewed, and to me, when I see when I talk to atheists or non-believers, they're more put together and more confident and more and have a better understanding of reality than a religious person is. You see what I'm saying? And so when a religious person is irrational about the way they think about, because they didn't come to that. Let me tell you something.
Give examples. Give some examples so we can be clear. So we don't be vague.
Peace. Can I give an example, Corey?
Nah, you ain't skipping. You ain't skipping.
I do. I save you.
I got a perfect example that was just
No, you don't.
just happened in my family.
No, you don't.
My aunt just passed away, and my mom prayed
come
that she
on with
get
that, man. Oh God,
hold on.
Shit.
I'm just setting up the punches.
You're going in the black hole.
I'm just setting up the punches, man. But go ahead, Corey. I'm just setting the punches. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. So I already know you the enabler, and you know what I'm saying.
Yes, man. Like you,
no, but so you say give some examples, right? And I gave some examples earlier of how atheist or a non-believer would be better off because of the understanding. I'm not saying all atheists have a scientific understanding of reality, right? Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the time they do. I'll say that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time, atheists will have a scientific understanding of the universe or reality, right? And so what I'm saying is, a religious person tends to be more irrational in the way they think because they didn't arrive to their beliefs by thinking rationally, right? So they already their foundation of understanding is already skewed and misguided already. You see what is you following me so far, Sosa?
Yeah, but I'm asking irrational terms of what?
Please let me ask a question. So let me ask a question.
Come on with that shit,
Corey.
man. You cutting in. God damn. You see me being
go ahead, so
come on,
go ahead, so
relax. Part of the conversation.
I was gonna let her come on in.
No, Sosa wanted to. So go ahead, Sosa. He trying to let you say.
Sosa, I'm going after you. I'm going with y'all.
Yeah.
No, I was asking like irrational terms of what, like in terms of getting a job, like if they got shot, they're gonna go to the hospital.
Exactly. That's all I want to add. In general, about reality in general. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm not saying you got one more time. You're gonna hit that black hole, yo.
Yeah. I'm not saying they're so irrational that they ain't gonna look both ways before they cross the street. I'm not saying that, Sosa. What I'm saying is they do things like So let me give you an example. My wife's grandmother, right? My wife's uncle had moved out of town, and then he put her in a nursing home, right? And it was a lot of issues going on with the nursing home or whatever. So I told my wife, I said, you know what, go get your grandmother. Just bring her on home. You know what I'm saying? And so she lived her last days out in the house with us. She actually died. It was just me and her in the house. My wife wasn't even here when she died, right?
Supposed to.
Yeah. So she was 90. She was 92 when she died, or whatever. She had lived with us for like 2 years. So she was 90 when she moved in here, or whatever. But what happened was there was some malpractice or what have you. I'm not so familiar with the legal case because I didn't want to be in a part of that business, but I'm just going to say it was malpractice, but I'm not sure it was something of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Uh-huh. And she failed, right? And before she fell, she was in total good health. You know, she wasn't on any medication. She could walk. She did her crossword puzzles. The only thing she did was she had eye drops because she get blurry a little bit when she read or whatever.
At the nursing home? You talking about at the nursing home?
At the nursing home and before. She's medication free. She's self-sufficient. She do everything on her own. You know what I'm saying? And now she fell, and when we brought her home, she couldn't do it. So when it came down to the legal to the legal part of it, right? She had to, since she was cognitive, right? She had her own. She could think on her own, right? She had to do she had to sign. She had to file for the lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? And she had to sign documents. You know. And the lawyers was saying, you know, because my wife had talked to the lawyers and she initiated the thing, but she wasn't able to complete the thing because obviously my grandmother would have had to do the signing of the papers or the documents or whatever. But so when my wife brought this to her, and we're talking about a few $100,000 lawsuit here potentially, right? And my wife brought this information to her, and her grandmother told her, I don't, it's my time is limited on this earth, and I don't want to make no enemies, so I'm just gonna let the Lord handle it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying, like things like that is irrational. That's irrational thinking. And with all due respect to my wife's grandmother, I got much love for her. And like I said, it was me and her in the house. It was just me and her in the house when she died. So, I got much love and respect for the woman. But that was irrational thinking. You know what I'm saying? Because if she was thinking rationally, like I would, like me per se, okay, my time on this earth is just about up. I've been here for 90 some odd years. This is what I'm thinking in my head. Let me go ahead and get this money, and then I can have something to leave these grandbabies behind. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody behind my daughter, anybody. We wasn't looking for nothing. You know what I'm saying? And we wouldn't even have as far as how the law goes, it wouldn't have been nothing coming our way anyway, because it's the direct descendants. So you're talking about her daughters and sons and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Who would get the passing down of the money or whatever. So it's not that. It's the thing. What I'm saying is that's irrational thinking, and only a religious person thinks that way. Someone who's non-believer would be thinking a lot more rationally in that situation.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, Corey.
The reality.
What's crazy about that? Go ahead. No, because he said that's crazy.
Let me make my point. I don't want to get in. He dove anyway. He's supposed to be going in the black hole for diving in. Anyway, lucky I ain't got to control. He dove in with that's crazy, Corey, just to get the conversation. No, I'm next. So,
diving in too,
what you say? What you say?
No, I was talking to my little son.
Don't do it, American Dream. He's going to put you in the black hole.
I put you in the black hole.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
I named my son after Ankh.
All right. So, no, then it's Sosa. I mean, not Sosa. Then it's, whatchamacallit? Because he had a family example he wanted to give us.
Hey, go ahead.
So, the point I want to make here is that the human mind, the brain, is very, very complicated. The misnomer is because you're an atheist, you don't have beliefs. That's not the truth. Atheists have beliefs about all types of shit. We just don't have atheistic beliefs. I mean, my fault. We don't have religious beliefs. That's reality. And so making irrational decisions is a total human endeavor. Humans make irrational decisions, whether they religious or atheist or whatever the fuck. We just make irrational decisions. And so thinking is important. And so the example you gave, it just could have been a person who just didn't want to have no enemies, period. And that was her code of conduct for her, right? It didn't have to do nothing with religion. So she hit you with I'm gonna let the Lord handle it. But in reality, there are plenty of people that say, yo, I just don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I
I feel on my own, and I don't want to do that, right? That's just how they feel. They got nothing to do with religion, right? Could have been a religious belief statement. But hey, if that was the point, then we would say that the most intelligent people on planet Earth are atheists. Is that the truth? Is that a reality? I don't think so. You got plenty of people that have broken down scientific equations, invented shit in science, and practice different religions. So, although the tool of science is healthy, and having a rational way of thinking is very, very important, but when shit hit the fan sometime, bro, when the rubber hit the motherfucking road, you don't know how you're gonna react to shit, whether you got a religion or not. Do atheists fear death? Fucking course they do. Do religious people fear death? Fucking of course they do. Do religious people have solace in thinking that they're going to heaven? Do non-religious people say, well, this is it, and that's it, and so they still reach the same conclusion? So although I do agree with you on the better way of life for me would be not believing in all that shit and learning all religions, right? I would just have to say that, yeah, man, you would actually lose that argument right there. Go ahead, Wish McCormick, you next, and then our brother American.
I kind of dropped off though, right? I dropped out.
Damn, he made a great point.
I kind of heard him. I wanted to hear. I missed the part where he said that. Okay, so my grandmother said that she was going to put it in the Lord's hands. What did you say? What did you say?
Yeah, you could have got a non-religious person that would have said, "Yo, I just don't want to cause no enemies while I'm on earth. I've lived a good life, yo." And not thinking financially savvy, yo, make that bad decision.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it ain't had
a non-religious. I'm saying I totally agree with you, that atheists have beliefs, because I just told Sosa one of my beliefs just before you came on, right? And atheists can be irrational, right? That's a human thing. You said it perfect. Irrationality is a human thing, right? But what I'm saying is, it's more likely that an atheist would not make that decision. You see what I'm saying? It's more likely not. An atheist would be thinking a little more clearly. An atheist tend to think more proactive or whatever. Than a religious person normally does. You know what I'm saying?
So you saying all atheists got money and rich making the right decision with their money?
Usually not rational. Not all.
That's not true. Where you at? Who next? And
maybe you
got American Dream.
Sabio
was hurting to get it out. Go ahead, Sabio. You gotta let Sabio.
Yeah, go ahead, say and then American Dream.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick too. And peace, everybody. It's been a minute, but
we don't want to hear the real quick. That mean you gonna be long.
I didn't have Scotty or whatever, but I was just suggesting.
You gotta mute your shit. Mute your shit.
That's not me.
I know that's Corey. Corey, you let the man talk and start talking in the background.
Go ahead. I muted him real quick. Go ahead.
So, a couple weeks ago, I had a passing in my family. My auntie passed, and my mom, she's a pastor.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Thanks. And she had a heart attack before she passed, and so they put her on life support, and they kept her on life support for a few days. But then her brain she went brain dead. So my mom got down on her knees and prayed.
Okay.
And said, Lord, please don't take my sister, and did all this praying and had everybody in the house praying except for me, and calling all over the world praying. And my auntie still passed away.
Okay.
Everybody else broke down. Me, I was like, well, when she told me she was brain dead, I'm just like, well, it's over.
So you basically saying, hold on. So you saying, I'm gonna tell you like this, yo. You might not been as connected to your aunt as
Oh, I
your mother
was.
was.
Oh, I
But
was.
nah,
I loved the mess out of my aunt.
No, listen what I'm saying, yo. You're not as joined to your aunt as your mother is. They sisters, yo. They knew each other from babies, bro.
I understand that.
You caught up with your aunt later on, right? And you will never know until you like lose your mother or your father how you gonna react. I'm not saying as an atheist you're gonna bring out and pray, yo, but you're gonna have some fucking hope. And this shouldn't be false hope, because once your brain dead, that's ball game. But you would still hope. Watch this. As an atheist, you would still hope that your fucking mother don't die, bro. Trust me, I always to the end. I was thinking maybe she could make it, bro.
No, you're
I wasn't
gonna
believing.
hope.
I feel you, Aunt. I feel
even
you,
when
Aunt.
Same shit.
Listen, even when my grandmother died, even though I know it was, and my mother passed, I knew it was coming, and I still cried. Like I don't
Definitely.
fuck. I don't give
I
a fuck
just
about
cried at
God,
my
and I'm
wife's
crying,
my
nigga.
wife's
Shit.
uncle just died. I just cried at his funeral last week.
Goddamn on. Shit.
Yeah, that's how you feel, yo. Her prayer was really, she was hurting, nigga. That's all she did. She ain't know nothing else to do. What else she gonna do? Somebody. We holler for the doctors as atheists. Can a doctor somewhere around this motherfucker?
Somebody, motherfucker.
Somebody.
do something. Goddamn shit.
Somebody do something, nigga.
Shit.
We got American Dream. Go ahead.
I totally agree with that, and I understand all that. But she knows because she's experienced death before, and once your brain is dead, because with me, and that's why I brought up the example with me, because she went through that. My brain didn't die. My body shut down, but my brain didn't.
Your soul out.
What's your point, though, on that? I don't get your point on that,
because
his soul out.
My body has stopped functioning. My body has stopped working. The reason the doctors kept operating on me was because they saw brain activity.
Yo, so she looking for the same miracle, nigga. So she prayed for you in the court, nigga.
She didn't pray for me though. She didn't pray for me though until they told her.
How you know what she prayed for you?
Because she told me. Because this
American
is what
Dream.
she told me.
All right, let American Dream get his words.
Yeah, let American Dream in, yo. We got you.
Corey,
Go ahead, American Dream.
What up?
Sir, yes, sir.
Mute out, Corey.
Mute. Hold on.
Mute out, Corey.
You're doing it in there
American
breakdancing.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, start off with, don't forget, start off with Corey, that's crazy. Go ahead, start right there where you was at. I got you. Go ahead.
Right. I think what I wanted to say about that, you pretty much said pretty well. I don't think people are. I don't think his grandma was irrational because she was religious. If she stopped being religious, like you said, if she stopped being religious, she would find some other, what Corey would call, irrational reason to not do what she should have done. So, but again, I think you said it pretty well in terms of why I thought what Corey said was a little bit off. I do want to ask about stuff like, if we consider like Masonic lodges and like Greek letter fraternities, would we consider them to be cults? And if we do, can we imagine that those types of cults, if you will, produce something positive for the Black community or for society at large?
Can I ask Corey?
Yeah, but we but we was kind of staying within a defined realm of what we already had a cult at. Otherwise, because we can go off everywhere with it, we don't stay within the confines of the definition that we had.
Hey, I want to ask Corey something. Go ahead, bro.
You might be listening. Go ahead. You might be listening. You're on mute. Go ahead, ask it, Richard. I mean, I don't know if you're listening. You're on mute.
All right. Well, I just wanted to say he gave me. He gave us one example of an atheist compared to a religious person, which is kind of crazy. I just want to give him an example of a religious person being proactive, because he said something about they're less proactive. That's kind of crazy. But Nat Turner, didn't he read the Bible and read in the passage allegedly to go ahead and kill those slave masters? So that's pretty fucking proactive. So I'm just giving him 1 point for 1 point.
That was crazy, yo. Them niggas ain't example.
Martin Luther King was proactive. Look,
wait a minute.
Martin Luther King was proactive as a motherfucker.
Hold on,
and he read the Bible.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop.
Yeah, he seemed pretty rational. MLK seemed pretty rational.
Hey, Mr. Rich, that wasn't a rational. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, I don't want to yell. Y'all got me yelling. Listen, that wasn't rational. The nigga, they ain't even make it off the plantation, yo.
I mean, but still.
That shit was stomped out. That made it a whole day. Yo. That was we have overemphasized that point.
But it was proactive though. He was proactive. He was proactive. He was proactive, Unc. He was proactive, my brother.
Yo, he got everybody killed. He got everybody
it's
killed.
All good.
Nigga.
It's all good.
Fucking with the
proactive though, shit. He trying to get out. Hey, you rather die or live in the plantation?
I might not make it off this plantation, but the story of goddamn Turner gonna live on. These niggas gonna remember me.
I guess the point to that.
So what conclusion did y'all make? I'm crazy. I'm crazy. American dream.
They beat that point up. Corey. You got to go harder than
that.
No,
there ain't no way there. I'm gonna listen to the replay. They didn't.
You see the rationality. We crazy because there is no evidence for a God. Therefore, no reason to even consider one. We're the crazy ones.
No, ain't nobody said that. Now you're creating a straw man. Now you
Everybody's saying it's crazy.
It ain't about the God. It ain't about God.
Ain't nobody
it's not about God. It's just about who's better off, right? That was the original question.
So let me ask you a question, Corey. Then okay, go ahead.
So the question that I had posed was, could religious people or cults, could they bring benefits to the people opposed to the science, right? Because we seen religious people move our community forward in the social and political arena. So everything doesn't have to be tied to the sciences, right? They could be stuck in their inability to see the benefits of science, right? But social and politically, they could move our people forward, and we have evidence of that. That was my point.
Yeah,
and there would be no reason to say that being religious is bad, right? If you can't show that what you have is better tangibly, why would you say that doing that is something bad?
I want somebody to look up the definition of scientific literacy and then couple it to that statement about church and
Chef already said.
Let's look in the bank account, man. Let's look in the bank account. Let's look at the atheist bank account.
But Chef just made it clear. He said beyond science. He said leaving the scientific issue out. He talked about politically and socially. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna make it
I made that point. Scientific literacy helps you to make decisions in everyday life. So without scientific literacy, you don't have a proper society. You don't have the proper structure because your reasoning is flawed. Look up the definition.
So all the people, so the people that put modern science on its path, all those people were atheists?
No, a lot of them was Christians.
A lot of them were Muslims.
And exactly. So that knocks that statement out of the box.
But see, here goes, and what you asked was a very interesting question, and I actually had a response to it. That's why I raised my hand, and my response was going to be, religion has its place for those who wants to use religion, but the thing is, there's always a caveat when it comes to religion, because when it comes to actually having an impact on life, irrational thoughts and irrational thinking leads to lies that you will purport and tell knowingly and unknowingly, and that becomes detrimental, especially to the youth who are learning scientific literacy. So what Cedric is saying has a very strong point that y'all are overlooking
We're not overlooking it. We
Do
understand.
you think I'm
We
overlooking it?
understand it. We
Oh,
understand the scientific argument. That's why we're not.
it sounds like y'all overlooking
Let me
it
tell you what it
because
sounds.
That's
Let me
why
tell you what
Chef
it
made it
sounds like.
clear. He clarified what he
I'm
was
not
talking
talking
about.
about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other ones who are
No, I want to
because it
say
don't
this.
sound like people are listening.
Listen, what I want to take you. Take it from a nigga that's been a fake Christian because the shit could never make no sense for me. Like I'm like, okay, I believe there's a God because whatever choice you got, I didn't even know it was the option not to believe in God. Trust me, we didn't know the option was there. Our parents said it was God. We thought that was it, right? Not unless you got parents like we are now teaching from the jump. But I didn't have that, so I knew it was God. But the other shit sounded very, very ridiculous to me. Trust me, the nigga dying, come back to life. I was like, no, that's ridiculous. So my whole life, I just play, I'm going to do the God, I ain't going to do the Jesus. I said, okay, Jesus is just a man. I did all that to make myself comfortable. At the end of the day, a person believing that Jesus died and came back to life really doesn't affect your life, like your business life, like you're trying to get money. And it really don't. It's some sidebar shit. When it's wild is when like a whole group of Muslims come and attack the village and kill y'all, but they would have did that anyway based off of the government doing the shit, and they hide under religion for real. They just happen to be Muslims, crazy as fuck. All Muslims aren't crazy as fuck. So we need to really figure out that there's a safe medium here, right?
That's
So
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, I'm with you. It's a safe medium here, and I think Chef, you should tell that story about your uncles. That's a great story.
Yeah, I think the moral of it is that even if we take our family out of it, you can say for the lay people, for the proliferate, for the everyday working people, right? Religion, science doesn't do us. It doesn't do for us what it would do for the scientists, right? Now, a scientist, right, it would be a hindrance to him to have religious ideology getting in the way of his scientific endeavor, right? But for us, whether believe in God or not, it's not going to stop his job. If gets sick enough, he going to take his ass to the hospital. Whether he a Christian, Muslim, you dig what I'm saying? So the things that we act like religion is hindering, for the masses of people, I don't think is that much of a hindrance, because we're not going to use the understanding of evolution and biochemistry and advanced astronomy and physics in our everyday life. We're not going to do that. So whether a person holds to the scientific truths or not in everyday life is not going to affect them. And at your job, you believing in Jesus, you know what I mean, ain't going to affect the way that you cut fucking hair. It's not. You feel me? Like, oh man, so you know what I mean? I'm saying that
or becoming a lawyer, or becoming a judge, or a politician, or a president.
Yeah, but no, it do affect those things though. And
nah,
those
you could,
arenas.
like, it would affect you becoming a lawyer. You can still
it don't affect you, but it affects your judgment in the law. That's why when they picking Supreme Court judges, right? They always say, "Oh, he's a Christian," or "He leans to this side." You feel me? Because that's why we got the issue with Roe v. Wade right now, because the religious people want the religious voters want religious judges on the bench that's going to rule in their favor, right?
But
that's a slippery slope. No,
I was waiting for the conversation to reach
listen,
right here. Now we see the problem with religion.
It don't stop you from getting the law degree. I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
it doesn't stop you
on
from getting the law degree.
On the other side of the pro-choice are also Christians. You see what I'm saying? So you can get a Christian judge or Supreme Court judge who still pro-choice. They're more concerned with the fact that are you conservative or liberal? Go ahead, Judge.
I think you generalizing too much, but I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
I disagree with everything Shepard just said earlier.
Here we go.
No, because
He said, no. I gotta go because Sheffrin just spewed out a bunch of lies, man. Let me tell. No, but for real though. But Sheffrin said that the scientist has more at stake with science than the average everyday people, right? Am I summing up what you said pretty much correctly?
Yeah.
But my thing is that's not true, Sheffrin, because when I got to give an example of myself again. I had my appendix ruptured, right? And I didn't realize it ruptured. I was at work, and what I thought was because I ate a bunch of M&Ms early in the morning. It was early, and I was eating candy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh man, I shouldn't have ate them fucking M&Ms. It felt like I had like bad indigestion or something. You know what I'm saying? So I finished the whole day out. Mind you, my appendix is swollen already. You know, it's already about to rupture. I finished the whole day out in work thinking I just got bad gas. You know, so
that's irrational, Corey.
No, it wasn't irrational. I had no idea about an appendix. You know, I that was not on my mind at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like something's wrong, but I ate my rationale. I was thinking rationally. I thought about me eating the M&Ms at 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, that's usually bad news. You know what I'm saying? So I waited to, now this was a Friday. I didn't go to the hospital till the next night. 1 second, I got to make an order. Give me 1 second.
Oh, Corey, the nigga stop mid-speech to make an order. Yeah. Every time people do anecdotal stories, I always be like, oh, no. Yeah, but we got dead air though, man. Look, if you ain't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Subscribe to the show. Look forward to that Pseudo Killers present Team Osiris tonight, dealing with the Afro-Asiatic. Them brothers gonna be going in. Corey, you ready?
Can I jump in real quick? I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna keep saying it. In the definition of scientific literacy, it says that is required to make everyday decisions in life. Every day, not special decisions, not extraordinary decisions. For the everyday common decision, scientific literacy is required. Not belief, and we keep confusing this word belief. Knowledge is a subset of belief. Every endeavor starts with belief, and then we work our way towards knowledge. That's a standard, right? So when we say belief, it's because the process of going from belief to knowledge doesn't take place within the religious realm, because we would reach to the conclusion that there is no knowledge there. There is nothing there. There is nothing.
I don't think nobody's.
But back to my thing though. Back to my thing, right? So
you didn't go to the hospital till the next night.
Yeah, I go to the hospital. It's Saturday night. You know what I'm saying? And the doctor immediately rushed me up to the floor. They already knew what was wrong with me. He told me to raise my arm up, and he pressed in a spot in my stomach. And when I went, he immediately knew what the problem was. So he sent me up to the floor to where they do these appendectomies, right? I got my appendix removed, right? But after the whole thing, he told me, you know, like, yo, you know, if you had waited a few more hours, the only thing I would have been able to do was keep you comfortable, right? And so he was like, but it's gonna take a while. You're gonna be down for a while. You know, so you know you're gonna need to get better. It's gonna take a while for you to get better, right? And the thing with me is I'm listening to everything the doctor is saying that I'm gonna go through, all the things he's saying that I need to be doing, and me having a understanding, a scientific understanding. I know the importance on listening to what this doctor is telling me. And I also know the importance of staying stress-free and you know what I'm saying, doing the things that I need to do to get myself rehabilitated and out of this hospital. You know, get myself well and get out of this hospital, right?
Okay.
A lot of people end up staying in the hospital longer or not coming out of that situation 100% like they was. You know what I'm saying? Or back healthy. No,
because what? So like, so you're saying that if you were a Christian and you wouldn't?
No, I'm saying I'm talking about
how you
now. I'm
this
talking about rationally. See, now I'm going into why rational thought is key here, because
but you have to show that a Christian
might
wouldn't exercise rational thought. Though. Yet you got to show why would a Christian in your position not exercise rational thought?
I'm about to give you the example. Now, in a certain situation like that, some Christians will say or say to themselves, well, or some religious people. Let me not just say Christian, whatever. Some religious people might say, well, if the Lord calling me home, then it's just, you know, the Lord may or may not be calling me home. I'm just gonna leave it in the Lord's hands. You know what I mean? And what that does mentally to a person trying to get better is it prolongs their ability. The thought process prolongs their ability to get well. You know what I'm saying? The way you think has a lot to do with your ability to get well, to come out of something that was a health issue, to come back home after surgery, after having that stroke, after having that heart attack. You know, it's a mental thing. So if you know, I know Shepard said that the scientists would have more to lose, but I think more at stake with a regular person too, because if you're scientifically literate, you have a better understanding of things and you think more rational about things, and therefore you tend to be in a better state of mind for your body to heal, because it's a lot of that is mental. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to throw that out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, who's up?
Oh, you ain't had nothing for that, Sosa? Did I kill you? I killed you. Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate you letting me know that.
Because I easily say, because listen, once you create an analogy, you can shift the analogy to fit your paradigm. You know what I'm saying? Because I can say, well, a Christian person can do just what you did with no problem, and many Christians do. And then the atheist can say, like a lot of black people do, shit, I'll be straight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I sleep this shit off. Don't even go to the doctor. You know what I'm saying? And shit, we be goddamn black suit tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
All I can do is trust the science. And the science says to make an everyday decision. How do I determine my child needs to see a doctor? Do I know how to use a thermometer? Do I understand when temperature too high on my child is critical? Or do I put the back of my hand to its neck? When I get the medication, do I understand what a halftime is and why it's important to stay on a specific schedule with this particular medication? When the doctor is talking to me about blood pressure, systolic, etc., do I have a clue of what is he saying? Or am I sitting there saying, Jesus, help me. Lord, I'm going to put it in the hands of the Father. Yes, I'm going to pray. Where is your compass? That's the question. And again, everybody believes. I keep telling everybody, I believe I can fly. But as long as I don't get on top of a building and try to demonstrate it, we don't have a problem. Now, if I tell Sosa and Chef and bring them along and I can fly, and believe me, it says it here in Deuteronomy 26, God made man to soar amongst the stars, and try to get your ass to jump off the building to fly with me, then we have a problem. Then I tried to make my belief knowledge and became aware that that belief is some bullshit. So believe what you want. That's okay. We all believe. But when you now try and sell your belief as if it is knowledge, then it's when we got a problem. I keep saying there is no evidence to even have a discussion further than a mermaid. And then American Dream saying one is outside reality, one is inside reality. Both are in the imagination of men. Both, the mermaid and the God. So why are we having a discussion about something imaginary? We could just as well say the spaghetti bubbler or the blue mushroom or whatever, because there is no substantiation, nothing but a claim, belief, an idea when it comes to the 20-something thousand gods. Why do we give, and I keep asking that, why do we give an imaginary idea this much value when we know it is in the same hemisphere as a mermaid, a leprechaun, or a dragon? That's my question that never gets answered. And we continue down this road giving religion credit or giving God's credibility as if there's any evidence to support and even substantiate the idea to even have these conversations.
Hey, but Sosa, though, you got to work with me, right? I wasn't saying like, okay, that's across the board, though, right? But I'm saying like, most likely, the non-believer is going to be thinking more rationally, right? And the non-believer would tend to fare better coming out of let's say a heart attack or something like that. Coming out of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't you agree that a non-believer would fare better in that situation?
I will hope so, but then I would
be
like, how do we get evidence for that to say that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we just come to the conclusion that it just is without really having the evidence to say, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had an epidemic of niggas.
I think they've done studies on that. I think they've done studies about people being in the hospital and a group of people praying for that group of people, right? And then it's a group of people that are not being prayed for, right? And then and those two groups don't know that they being prayed for or not being prayed for, right? But the group that knows that they're being prayed for does worse than both of those groups.
Does worse.
They did a study on that, Sosa.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but also, you know, if you understand the placebo effect, though, if a person believes, like if the other person receiving some shit in bad health, that placebo effect can actually make them feel like actually make them feel better, in a lot of cases. So
but what I'm saying is, listen, that you ain't hear it though. So that's what I'm saying with the placebo, even with the placebo effect, right? The people who knew that they was getting prayed for, right? They the ones who did the worst out of all of them.
I gotta see the study.
They did the worst.
I gotta see the study.
Yeah. That's a popular study. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna look that up. I'm in the car right now, but
yeah,
I'm gonna find that.
I gotta see that study so I can evaluate.
I can't be the only one familiar with that study. Like, come on, man. I cannot be the only one
familiar with it too.
Okay.
I'm familiar with the study too. The idea of
where my man Sheffrin at? Where my man Sheffrin at? I need to hear from him. You heard of that study at Chef, right, Chef? He ain't on the line.
Yo, this is hey, greetings to everybody on here. This is Soul. I'm just jumping in, but I think one of the distinctions that might need to be made when you talk about an atheist and you say that an atheist is more likely to be rational, I think it's a cleaner statement to say that the atheist would be free to be either rational or irrational in comparison to a religious person, where a religious person is guaranteed to be irrational because they have a list of beliefs that they have to be held to. So that religious person
That's
has
fair. That's fair.
a lexicon of like so if we talk about the creation of the universe, they have to believe that a God in the sky said a word and so be it. When it comes to the creation of humanity, they have to believe one of two versions in their book. Either they came from the dust and God breathed in and made humans, or God took a man and took one of his ribs and fashioned a woman out of that. And that is where I think people start falling short. Or we're going to believe that a guy took a couple of fishes and some pieces of bread and fed a bunch of people. And now we have before that, we have a teenage girl who gets raped by a ghost. And now we have our undead Jewish savior and all these fairy tales come up. Those are the things that the religious person has to believe. And I think they're kind of stuck with that. If they don't believe that, then they're not a part of the religion. But if you have an atheist, they're free to go one way or the other. So I think that's the distinction. It's not necessarily that the atheist is more likely to be rational, but the atheist is freer to be rational, if that's the line that I would draw.
Great point. Great observation. Man, that one got quiet.
Y'all hold it down. I gotta do something real quick. Y'all hold it down.
That one got them quiet real quick. That's an absolute valid point. Irrationality versus the option to be rational. And again, that's a fact. Religion does not allow you the room to explore. Why? It stays at the beginning stages of this process. It keeps you within the realm of belief. It does not require knowledge. It does not promote the steps required to confirm whatever is being said is factual. And then we get stuck as human beings. I believe there's something behind the bush. As long as I stay here and believe there's something behind the bush, I will never know if there's something behind the bush, and I get stuck in this place of belief. Once you want to know, then the steps, then the movement towards begin. What we're seeing in the community is that people stay in that small environment, going round and round and round and round the Bible and not going anywhere further out. Next point, which is a valid point. Not all atheists are scientifically literate. So you might get an atheist that just doesn't believe in God, but cannot substantiate or understand the reality around them either. So that's where a major distinction needs to be made. Atheists, you tend to, or the possibility of being more scientifically literate, especially for the layman, compared to being religious and only focusing on what a doctrine tells you. It is sad that in 2022, there are grown people, men and women, that would look you in the face and tell you that we come from the dust of the earth, where your body is over 70% water. Like, we got that reality right now. And if we don't fundamentally see that there's something wrong with maintaining a religious belief which keeps you from understanding reality, then I got a lot more work to do.
Well, where my man Sheffrin at? Is you still out MIA, Chef, or what? He's still MIA. I gotta know, because I gotta know if Sheffrin is familiar with that study or not. But he cutting hair right now, so I'll beat him up on that later or whatever. But I really, to tell y'all the truth, I ain't gonna lie, I did not want to have this one go that long. We'll probably go to 6 o'clock, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But I do want everybody to be prepared for tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern, or 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. You know what I mean? for that show. Pseudo Killers is presenting tonight the esteemed guest, the team
I
Osiris.
ain't even coming on the panel. I'm gonna put that on the big screen because I want to get to the bottom of this chemic linguistic debate once and for all.
Right. I'm bringing the
all over the
out.
place.
You know, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be outside. I'm gonna be in the garage pretty much all night tonight, right? Because it's gonna be a little.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna be quiet. So no, I'm gonna be in the house. I ain't gonna say nothing tonight because
I'm gonna tune in on the big tube. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna get me some popcorn and a large drink and just take notes and learn. Because, man, this conversation is going on way too long.
It's a long time coming.
Yeah, but it is necessary. Again, I have been consistently on the impression that this is reviewed, established work that Asa has been presenting.
Definitely.
So there is where when things started to get a little bit clearer, I'm saying, but Asa, you never presented this as if it is your theory or a theory you support and a hypothesis that you still need to get established, but this is what I believe. This is the work I've done. This is how I think it should be done. You know what? The peer review process still has to take place, but we make a great argument here. What you cannot do is pretend as if your arguments, your work has now become the consensus and that we're ignorant, arguing from what has been and is the standard. You cannot hold.
American Dream got his hand up, but I forgot about that shot you threw at me yesterday, American Dream. I need you're gonna have to answer for that shot. So come on off of mute, brother, and say what you want to say. But we're gonna address the shot you threw at me yesterday.
Yeah, that's what's up. I wanted to it sounds as if you may have changed topics. I'm in the middle of a basketball game with these young boys. But I wanted to ask Cedric if he feels
they tearing you up, ain't they? They tearing you a new asshole.
Are they? But I wanted to ask Cedric if he thought that religious people were more likely to believe in mermaids and things like that than atheists. Because he seems to think that the belief in those things are on the same level. So is he saying that religious people are more likely to believe in that type of stuff?
Sometimes it is difficult when no matter how you articulate yourself, there seems to be a comprehension issue. I never made reference to what a religious person believes or not. What I said, and I'm going to reiterate, the idea, the concepts of a God comes out of the imagination of man. So does a various amount of other things come out of the imagination of man. And we leave those things clearly within the imagination realm because there is no epistemology, no ontology, no actual body of evidence to support the existence of these ideas. So we automatically allow them to stay within the realm of imagination. Gods, spirits, Umfufu, Kululu, all of them come out of the same place in the human psyche, the imagination. My question is, without any supporting evidence, just as with the mermaids and the dragons, there is no evidence, so we leave them in the realm of imagination. I think it is disingenuous and a real problem when we entertain the discussion of gods as if there is factual data which allows us to even consider the idea greater or more than we would mermaids and leprechauns. Can I explain that any more clearer what my position is?
No, but I'm asking a specific question. Do you think religious people are more prone to believe in okay? That's all. That's it. All it takes is just to say no. Okay.
No, and I think I kind of iterated that earlier. You know, irrational thinking is a human thing. So, you know, you got atheists that believe in flat Earth. So, you know what I'm saying, and all sorts of things. So, yeah. I don't think that is just a Christian or a religious thing. To believe in other things like Bigfoot and aliens and what have you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I guess what I'm suggesting is that since an atheist is not likely to believe in God, right? But an atheist is likely to believe in mermaids.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Like not because he's an atheist, just because like believing in a mermaid and stuff like that has nothing to do with whether you're atheist or religious. Like it's
right.
You have no more chance of believing in that stuff if you're an atheist or religious. That's all I'm saying, right? An atheist is not going to believe in God, but an atheist can believe in mermaids and stuff. They can.
Right.
And because of that reason, I'm just saying that it's a little unfair to equate the two beliefs and say they come from the same place.
Well, we're talking about likeliness here. We're talking about likeliness here. You know what I'm saying? So and that's why I was saying to Sosa too. I'm not, and I don't think Cedric is either. Saying that this is, this is the law and this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it is more likely, especially with an atheist being tending to be more inquisitive about things. Atheists would tend to ask more questions about things, right? And so when you ask questions, you tend to have a lot more clarity than one who would just tend to say, well, God did it. God did it all. That's the answer to most of the questions is God going to take good care of it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying, and again, you have physicists that are Catholics and what have you. You know what I'm saying? Muslims and the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that a religious person couldn't be scientifically inclined, right, to ask these questions or whatever. But what I'm saying is it's a lot less likely and it's a lot more likely that the atheist would be more inquisitive and therefore have a better understanding of reality and shit like that. So he would think a little more rational than a religious person would tend to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I just don't know if I agree with it. Because I do think that the fact that there are so many different religious denominations, even within Christianity and within Islam, and the fact that people move back and forth from one religion to the next means that they are being inquisitive. You know what I'm saying? And that they are, like, it's not as if someone who converts from one religion to another doesn't think he's doing it on rational grounds. You know what I'm saying?
Right. He believes he's doing it on rational grounds, but is he doing it on rational grounds though? That's the question.
Right. Sure, but this and we can do and that question is asked even of scientists. Scientists think they're right and that they're doing it on rational grounds, and then some other one says, "Nah, you're not right, and it's not that rational."
No, that's not. I can't let you make that false equivocation. That's a false equivocation right there. You know, a scientist would come to even if a scientist is wrong, he would have came to that erroneous conclusion through rationality. Now, maybe his premise or his methodology or what have you was incorrect, but he rationed his way to that conclusion, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but what I'm suggesting is
you can't agree to that either, though.
No, I do. I mean, I agree that that scientists try to get from one point to another using rational stuff and rational thinking. But what I'm saying is the religious person, when he's looking at his religion and deciding which religion to choose, they're using their rational skills as well. They, you know what I mean? It's not as if they're just saying eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You know what I mean?
Air quotes
They're
rational.
using their
Right.
I mean,
I'll put the air quotes there when you when you said
right.
that.
And I'm just saying that to suggest that, you know, we may not like the atheist isn't necessarily more inquisitive. You know what I mean? Because an atheist can be seen as someone who just says, yo, that's silliness, I'm not even going to think about it. And a religious person can be seen as someone who's willing to think about that stuff. So they can be seen as being inquisitive in that sense as well. Because, you know, to inquire about what's beyond or outside of the universe is, you know, inquisitive, you know what I mean? And believing it's one thing or another. And because they believe that it's their rational thinking that makes them decide not to choose one thing and choose another. So I don't think that.
But anyway, though, American Dream, right? I still want to address the shot you made, right?
Second quarter about to start.
Because you made a shot, you took a shot at me before you left. No, I don't know if it was before you left, but it was you took a shot. You talked about, you said something about, coming from a group of niggas that believe body language isn't pseudo or something. You said something of that nature, right? And so I just wanted to be clear. Now, are you saying
yes?
that,
I didn't say niggers. I didn't say niggers, but I did say coming
well,
from
you know what I
people
mean. I'm
who
just
believe that body
paraphrasing.
language
That's
is a
how I
science.
talk. Yeah.
But yes, I did say that. Yeah.
Yeah. But so you saying that behavioral science, some of the requirements of behavioral science is pseudoscience, right?
I don't know if body language fits under the realm of behavioral science.
That's what it's a part of behavioral science, right? I mean, it's just a part of it. You know,
I don't know. I don't
So
necessarily think it is, because it's like, I don't necessarily think it's a science, because two body language experts can disagree on what someone's body language represents. Like, it's such a subjective thing. Like, I can't imagine that there's any objective law. Like, the same way in particular science you have.
The mistake that we're making here is that we think we only use body language for one thing. Body language, it's about more than just whether somebody looks suspicious, or if somebody looks like a criminal or whatever, or if somebody looks like an attacker or whatever. That's not the whole. That's not what body language is about.
Regardless of that, it's still subjective, right? Like, two body language experts may disagree on what every gesture means or what it represents.
So
there's no rule.
Well, you're talking about body language experts, which is within a specific realm of the study. So you're talking about criminal law and things like that. Like the FBI has body language experts that work for them, right? So that's just one facet. When you talk about, well, this body language expert will disagree with that body language expert, you know what I'm saying? That you're talking about one facet of body language, but body language is a part of nature. It's a part of how you got here. It's a part of why we're having this discussion here. Yes. American Dream. That's how we got here. You know, primates ain't always been able to talk and write, right? You realize that, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
So how in the world would primates communicate if not through writing and spoken verbal language? How in the world would they communicate?
Body language.
A lot of it can be considered to be sign language as well. I don't know.
No. Sign language. Sign language is an actual language. It's different than body. Sign language does not fall under the vernacular or under the umbrella of body language. It does not. It's two separate things. Sign language and body language are in two separate departments.
Yeah, sign language is a language. Sure, but it's almost using the tongue with the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is that what animals do is more akin to sign language than.
Well, you got to show me that. You got to show me that because that's not what what science says.
I work with animals, and we use behavioral science, body language, the way they move to read their emotions. So it's a science. We observation, watching the animals, watching how they behave, watching their body language gives us a clue as to their state of mind, and it's reproducible. So it's a science.
And we can read through this wiki article that'll definitely kind of clarify some of the confusion here. May I say, you know what I mean? So if we want to do that, because give me a second. Go ahead. What you was gonna say?
No, again, I was just trying to suggest that what animals are doing, when you're the fact that you can read an animal's feelings and know what's going on with them from his body language, mm-hmm. like that doesn't make it a science.
It absolutely. Listen,
the fact that you can examine.
I don't know if you understanding me here. Let me be a little bit more clear, right? Because you're isolating something within a scientific discipline as if it's its own science, right? So body language is a facet of behavioral science, right? Behavioral science is studied within not just humans, but in the animal kingdom and within the fish kingdom and the insect kingdom also, right? These are all very, very well-grounded sciences in all of those areas, right? Very, very well-grounded. And we understand we understand animals. This is a part of getting to understand animals. And so especially when you look at studies about chimpanzees, they really get in depth with body language, because body language is everything in a group of chimpanzees. They do have calls.
What would you provide? What would you?
Go ahead.
What would you provide as evidence to support like that one thing? Like what would you what is provided as evidence in terms of body language?
So you look at, so these are like anthropologists who study these groups or these families of chimpanzees, right? And they look at the interactions. They study these interactions and they follow these families for years on end. They actually grow a relationship with the family or with the group. As far as they grow a relationship so far that the group will allow them to sit amongst them, and sometimes they will even groom the anthropologists. Chimpanzees like to groom you, pick the bugs out of your hair, rub you down and all of that. This is all body language. They test you. They test and see how you react when they throw the coconuts at you. When the anthropologists first get there, the chimpanzees is usually aggressive to them. They do shit like steal they food, and the chimpanzees don't even eat the shit. They go and throw the shit in the fucking in the ocean or something. You know what I'm saying? Just to fuck with them. They'll leave the campsite and come back and the chimpanzees then trashed all their shit. You know what I'm saying? Just to get a feel for who these people are, to see how they react, to see what they do, not what they say, what they do. This is how the chimpanzees are getting familiar with these people. You know what I'm saying? Through body language. And then one day the anthropologists will come a little bit closer. And then a month later, the anthropologists may feed one of them. You know what I'm saying? And all of this is signaling through doing that. The way they get close and able to get close enough to feed that baby chimpanzee or what have you, is through body language, letting that group know that I'm not a threat. And you don't say that to them because they don't speak English. You don't say I'm not a threat to them. You behave in a way that's not threatening.
Right, but your behavior, like it's as if your actions and the things you do is not necessarily body language. No, like
what is it then?
Because body language is unconscious, right? You're not.
It can be. It can be.
No, unconscious. I mean, so okay. So the type of body language that I'm talking about is when people are reading your body language, but it's not necessarily what you're trying to. Like if you're sitting in a court and you're trying to do something and you give off, your body language shows that you're nervous, but you're not trying to be nervous. Like your body language is not what you're doing. It's as if I'm building a house, that's not body language. That's just me.
No, I never said that would be body language by building a house.
Because when you say what a chimpanzee is.
But if
doing,
we build in a house,
the actions they're taking, that's not the body language that I'm talking about. At least, like when I hear body language, I'm thinking unconscious stuff that you do. Like when you get nervous, you start sweating or you start pacing.
That's demonstrated body language. Though. Demonstrated body language right there. No, American Dream. That's textbook body language. You're nervous, you start sweating. You start getting fidgety and all that. Those are telltale signs.
But that's different from me, like doing something, like building a house. Like the stuff you were explaining with the chimpanzees, we're just them doing what they naturally do. It's not reading into their body language, into what
body language is natural
and stuff like that.
No, they were reading the anthropologist's body language. The anthropologist was giving off signals through body language. This is how the anthropologist gains trust.
Okay, bro. I'm gonna have to go on mute. I gotta finish this game, bro. I can't do this to my babies. Let me go on mute. If y'all still on, I'll holler back.
No doubt, it's all good. I'll be in the same position here shortly. Y'all already know. The babies be attacking me here in a minute. But
understand it's the semantic game. We understand how the word is used colloquially, and we understand it in the scientific arena. What we see in American Dream is staying in that colloquial setting where I'm in the corner of the room and I'm checking out dude or chick over there, trying to read their body language to get a feel on what they're thinking, right?
But we actually do that though. Even though that's and
it's human nature.
We actually do that though, Cedric. You know what I'm saying? That's what's crazy about it, that he would give an example like that, because we actually do that. That's how you know if a sister feeling you or not. That's how you know when to approach a sister or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And we read those subtle cues. The head goes down, a tilt, a little smile, quick look away. You know, we read those things as an invite. That's saying I'm approachable.
And you know where he's dwelling at? You know where he's dwelling at? that's not always 100% right, though, Cedric. So we could be thinking, oh, she did give me that smile and that head nod a little bit, but she was just being cordial, right? Yeah. We may have read that wrong, right? But this is the realm. This is the realm American Dream wants to lay in the realm of cloudiness here. So we will never the moment a pseudo killer says something is 100% absolute every time, then they are no longer a pseudo killer. So over here,
you're not a pseudo killer.
We're not saying this is 100% some accurate test that you can do every single time and get the same result. That's not how this works. That's not how this is a human thing. This is an animal thing, and animals are unpredictable. You see what I'm saying? We act in irrational ways, like we just talked about here. You see what I'm saying?
But isn't that exactly what makes it unscientific?
No, it does not, because we not 100%. It's not 100% every time. That makes it unscientific. No, it actually makes it scientific.
You know what?
Yeah, but it's just like if the early humans if they were foraging around in the bushes, and they look and see their member kind of raise up their shoulder a little quick with their head up, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, something out there." Oh shit, because he's looking at his body language. Okay, his body is telling me that he's seeing something that is alarming to him, or makes it so. So let me pay attention too. Let me look and see what's going on. I might need to run.
And he might have just had a jolt in his back, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not 100% every time, though. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. But more than likely,
you come up on someone.
Sosa, your point is the way you make it to the age of reproduction is to assume that he saw something. Am I right, Sosa? Or right?
You better do.
You go. So that's what I'm talking about.
Chimpanzee was a really good example, because of the chimpanzee, when the aggressive male comes at him aggressively, he will cower to show submission. Let you know, hey, all right, I hear you.
You got it, boss.
I don't want no smoke. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And those other scientists that are watching the behavior, they pick up on that.
Mm-hmm.
So when a monkey charged up, they understand, okay, I need to go into a cowering mode. I need to give them the body language of submission.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
because even as a human, hey, listen. Even as a human, when you finna aggress a nigga and you know the nigga don't want it, you feel some type of way about continuing on with your aggression, don't you?
Yeah. It makes you
absolutely. See, so it's the same shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we different than we are still animals, just like those chimpanzees. We still animals, just like them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why if a nigga coming at you with real energy like that, your body language gonna be like, I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna put my hands up, palms facing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you. Somebody says, "Yo, that's not where I'm at with it." You know what I'm saying? So yeah, facts.
Yo, easy. My hands are up. I'm stepping back. I'm opening up. I'm exposing myself. I'm showing you I'm not hostile. And that is just an instinctive reaction.
And I was gonna say that, Cedric. I was gonna say that most of the time you didn't even think about it when you did that. Like, whoa, like that was just a reaction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
just whoa, and the point Sosa just made, through observation science, the scientists realize when charged, assume a humble position. How were they able to recognize that as being a humble position? You see that the whole process is right there, scientific. An observation is made, and we see the result. So there's a correlation between action and result. And now the scientist, because of his observation, he applies that what he saw, and now that has provided him with trust and an ability to connect with the group. That's science. You had an observation and it produced a byproduct. The byproduct is allowing people to get closer to chimpanzees by adopting and understanding their behavioral patterns, their body language.
Peace. I just wanted to say what's up to the brothers. Right, just jumping on the panel and listening onto this really interesting discussion.
Peace, peace. What up, Brennan?
Peace, Brennan.
Oh, peace, Cedric. Man, I love that thumbnail that that Chef created. He's got the cult leaders out in the spaceship in the middle of the cosmos. He's got Jim Jones, Eligio, Nature Boy, all in the spaceship. Right, the cult leaders. Right, so yeah, it's a good conversation, man. How did you guys get to the? Did you guys get to any conclusions about the cult pieces or anything? Just interested. Because I was listening in.
American Dream.
Right, because I was listening in, and I know you guys were asking the questions in terms of like what defines a cult. You know, you're saying like I think you guys got an example of Moore Science Temple, an example of I think it was the NOI, right? That was one example that you guys used. But you know, in terms of how I look at it, a lot of the times, right? There's somewhat a difference, right, between a cult, right, and an extremist organization as well, right? The two aren't necessarily, you know, the same, right? Like for instance, if you look at the Moore Science Temple, I actually pulled it up online. I looked at it within the website of the Southern Poverty Law Center, right? They call it an extremist group, right? Because they hold extreme, I guess you would say, anti-government stances, right? Not necessarily categorizing it as a cult, right? Maybe just an extremist organization, right? So a lot of times I think we have to define the difference between the two, right? Or is there a difference between the two, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because when I was asked, is the Moorish temple a cult? I couldn't say cult. I started to laugh, and it is more like a dysfunctional organization with bad ideas. But cult, it's a hate group, yeah. When I look at the Hebrew Israelites, I see colored Klansmen. I honestly do. They use the same talking points. They use the same Bible. The difference is for the KKK, it's the Jews are the enemy. And for the Black Hebrew Israelites, they are the Jews, so everybody else is the enemy, especially them Africans.
Wow.
But it's the black version of the KKK for me.
Yeah, I'm quite sure if you look those guys up in terms of any, you know, like I actually think in terms of the Southern Poverty Law Center, they're considered a hate group, right? I know in terms of the NOI, they basically they tag them with the I guess you would say category of being anti-Semitic, right? Now, in terms of people agreeing with those categorizations, right? That's another thing, right? But a part of the problem is that when you step out in the public realm with these very, I guess you would say, extreme views, right? It's very difficult to then control how people label and categorize you. You know, once that perception and once you put that out there, right? You're up to the interpretation and then the labeling, right, of everyone else in society, right? That's why it's very, very important to kind of control that image and control the rhetoric and that ideology piece, right? So,
yeah, because once you open your mouth, it is within the realm of human nature to start to categorize things. We want to know where you fit and in which box and how do we deal with you based on our human nature and behavioral science. So based on what you say, you're going to get put in in certain environments. And I'm so glad you brought that up. Extreme organizations or with extreme views versus the cult. Like Dr. Malachi York was a cult.
Right. Because
versus the NOI
right.
that just have bad ideas.
Right, he had all of the hallmarks of a cult, right? The sexual abuse, the intimidation, indoctrination, right? All of those things that would squarely make an organization a cult, right? That's what the Nuwapians essentially are, right? You can actually look them up, right? They're essentially considered a cult. I don't think there's any.
So the Catholic Church didn't fall under all of those listings that you just listed.
I guess you could probably look them up, right? The thing is, right, in terms of being a cult, right, it sort of describes it as being a bit subjective, right? It describes it as, the organization holding views that would be considered strange or exotic to the public, to the greater public, right? Now, being that the Catholic Church, right, you have so many members and it's pretty much ingrained as sort of a part, right, of the culture throughout the world, right? Those views and the positions there may not be considered strange or exotic, right? Because they're very familiar to people, right? Especially with the Christianity being so, one of the largest religions in the world, right? So it's that strange and particular exotic behavior and views that really categorizes it as a cult, right?
Okay.
Yep. And they also, I guess they frame it by the size, right? They say, okay, well, it has to be, not a tremendously large organization. Those cults are generally small, niche organizations, right? That's in terms of the definitions that I've actually seen. Of course, I'm not, well studied on it. I'm just kind of following the conversation and doing a little bit of research as you guys have that conversation, man. It's good.
So can I ask this question?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask this question. When you got those Bible Belt area, and you got the snake church people and that's a small group. Is that a cult within the bigger picture of religion? Then, like those guys that dancing with the snakes and stuff like that. That's a very small offshoot of this whole. Would we consider that a cult?
Right. They take a very extreme interpretation of the Bible, right? They take that literal interpretation, right, and then begin to do strange rituals around it, right? Strange and peculiar ritual. Everybody, I guess you would admit that picking up a snake and drinking strychnine would be a strange and peculiar activity, right? And God knows, right? And God knows in quotes what else they're doing, right?
Right. Definitely. Like I said, I just, it's a very the cult religious thing is kind of vague to me.
Yeah, for sure.
It's very hard to distinguish. I think the number one distinguishing factor is the popularity, I guess, or the amount of members.
Right.
Is the main distinguishing point that I see. But I mean, right. Other than that, I don't see very many distinguishing points. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know one of the other categories, and it just comes to mind, right? They talk about the authoritarian nature of the leadership, right? Is that you would have a highly authoritarian leadership, and that would be condensed around either a charismatic leader and his or her, I guess you'd say, close associates, right? The infallibility of being wrong. They can't be wrong, can't be questioned, and they have absolute authority there, right? As well as you would say the financial. They have the financial control over all of the members. They have control over the members' personal finances, things like that. Of course, all of that's cultish behavior.
Yeah, well, that kind of brings to mind the term vicar. right? And for those who may or may not be familiar with that term, is a vicar is a person who is a direct conduit between humanity and God. So God speaks through this vicar, right?
Right.
The Pope is what we call a vicar, right? So I it just like that description that you gave about the authoritarian leader, charismatic leader, or whatever. That just brought that to mind when you said that. So, like I said, I mean, it's difficult to distinguish. I don't. What do you call it? What's the difference? A cult and a religion? Those are the names there. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that
And you know what?
distinction
It
is
ain't
hard
much.
to make.
It ain't much distinguishment between a cult and a religion.
Right. And you know what? Somebody just put an interesting comment in the chat. I think it's MF Dredson. He says, funny when you say his or her. I can't think of any female-led cults, right? And you know, one that comes to mind, I don't know if you guys have seen this before. It's her. I think her name is Lorraine. Her name is Lorraine. Her last name escapes me, but her particular cult is involved with the worship of Saint Germain. Have you guys ever heard of that? There's a lot of different documentaries on this particular cult. I think her husband was the initial leader of the cult, right? But after her husband's death, right, she picked up the leadership of that particular cult, and it's centered around the worship of Saint Germain, right? And I think they call it it's another name. They call it the enduring violet flame. This is this odd. Have you guys ever heard of the idea of the ascended masters? Right?
Yes.
Which is closely associated with theosophy, right? So
Yes.
this is sort of an offshoot of theosophy and this idea of these ascended masters, right? Which, depending on who you talk to, right, they've got a ton of different people, quote unquote ascended masters, which is pretty much Jesus, Buddha. They've got Saint Germain, Mahatma Gandhi. They got him in pretty much any cultural leader that you would say had any significant influence throughout history, right? They pretty much got him in there as ascended masters, right? As if, and the description is that the ascended masters have ascended to this, this beyond realm, right? And they're here to help humanity through all of their different reincarnations, right? And this is, in this particular lady, right? She was the one that was the head of this particular cult. I think, this Descent said that she passed away, right? Again, I don't know. Her name is Lorraine something. I forget what it was. And I think they were also very concerned with doomsday type stuff, right? They had these bunkers, right? Because she was preparing her subjects for the second coming, all this weird stuff, right? So these are those telltale hallmark signs of these cults, right? And a lot of it is rooted in the New Age and theosophy these days, right? But again, right, a cult can mean just about, you can run the gambit in terms of the description, right?
No doubt.
Right.
Yeah. But I wanted to ask you though, Brendan. There was a study that I was referring to earlier, and I wanted to know if you was familiar with this study. I can't think of the name, but I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna bring this back though. But it was a study done where there was a group of people that had some type of ailment or something like that, or a heart attack. I don't know. They was in a hospital for something, right? And so they had one group that was being prayed for, and then they had another group that was not being prayed for. Then they had a group that was being prayed for, but they told them that they was praying for them, right? And the group that was told that they were being prayed for was the group that were the worst off as far as recovery and what have you, coming out of the ailment being able to restore their health back to where they were. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Those people who knew they were being prayed for fared worse than all of the other groups.
Wow.
Are you familiar with that study?
This first I've heard of it. Did they have any type of? Did they make any? I guess reasons why? Did they propose anything? Or?
It was they wanted to. It was about how a person would do. It was about the mental state of a person getting better. I think that was the study of it, but really what the study was all about. How does your mental state correlate with you recovering from an illness or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's what I think the study was based around. That's what the purpose of the study was, or whatever.
So, I just put something in the back chat for Wiki. You should check it out.
Okay.
About the prayer.
Corey,
experiment.
Corey, did you just suggest that that research you did, you mentioned, did you say it suggested that people who were religious healed?
No, it was about the prayer. So the people who knew they were getting prayed for did worse than the other two groups did.
Okay.
So efficiency of prayer. This is what Cedric put in here. Let me.
How big was it? Like how big was it?
So what that says?
I'd have to get the study. It's been referred to by a number of people. That's kind of how I didn't read the study. I know this study has been brought up in conversations.
Let me see if I can put it.
Right.
So the study suggested that. People who don't know they're being prayed for, the prayer helps them. Or the prayer
no, they did just as good. The people. I think it turned out, and don't quote me on this. I'm not sure, but I think the people who didn't know they were being prayed for did just as good as the people who wasn't getting prayed for.
Yeah, there was no significant difference in people being prayed for without their knowledge. But when the group of people knew that they were being prayed for, that group did worse overall than the other two groups.
What's the name of the study? What's the name of the study again?
I'll just say I'm not familiar with the name of the study.
My bad. I thought you said study. I put it in the back chat. That's all.
No. Cedric put something in the back chat. I'm gonna pull it up here. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm not sure if this is the study or where this is leading to. I'm just sharing it because he put it in here.
Right, because I'm trying to figure out if that speaks to the power of prayer, or if it speaks to the power of knowing that you're being prayed for.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody's challenging up there. Like, nobody's challenging the efficacy of prayer.
No. The thing is, it's about your mind state. See, my point. This is my point. It's about your mind state as a religious person, rather than a non-religious person, right? Or you know what I'm saying? I talked about.
Hold on. Are you saying all the people that knew they were
with
being prayed for?
Here we go with all. There's never going to be a study where there's all, where you find the word all. When you see that in a paper, that's no longer a scientific paper at that point.
Okay, but regardless of that, it sounded as if you were suggesting that the people who knew they were being prayed for were also religious. And the people who didn't know that
obviously, if they knew they was being prayed, obviously they was religious if they was getting prayed for, bro.
Not necessarily. If I know somebody's praying for me, that doesn't mean I'm religious. Listen, if somebody offers to pray for me, I'm accepting it, even whether
that's fine. That's fine, but it's not going to affect you. If you're non-religious, whether they praying for you or not, don't mean shit to you. It don't. It don't mean a goddamn thing.
Designing a study to determine the efficacy of prayer, I'm going to do it with people who believe and actually do prayer. It wouldn't make no sense to run that experiment with me.
Okay, read that though. Read that Wikipedia shit. Read it.
Yeah, you gotta read it.
Go ahead, read. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead. I just pulled it up.
For
Go
it to be
ahead.
a good study, yo, you would have to have some non-religious people in there too, yo. It wouldn't make sense to have religious people.
That's what part of it was non-religious, the people who weren't being prayed for, the non-religious group, and the people who were being prayed for. They fared the same. They panned out on average the same, right? But the moment you told the group of people that they were being prayed for, they fared worse than the rest of the other two groups. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying in that. I mean, y'all can read whatever y'all want to into it, but that's just the reality of the study.
Yeah. I'm saying like,
since at least 1872. Generally, through experiments to determine whether prayer or intercessory prayer has a measurable effect on the health of a person for whom prayer is offered. Empirical research indicates that prayer and intercessory prayer have no discernible effects. While some religious groups argue that the power of prayer is obvious, others question whether it is possible to measure it, to measure the effects. So,
right.
We know.
So Dr. Fred Rosner, authority on Jewish medical ethics, has expressed doubt that prayer can ever be subject to empirical analysis. Basic philosophical questions bear upon the question of the efficacy of prayer. For example, whether statistical inference and falsifiability are sufficient to prove or disprove anything, and whether the topic is even within the realm of science.
Yeah, I agree with him on that, yo.
I mean, I agree with that.
It is within the realm of science, though. We make a claim.
Prove it, then. Prove it.
Has effect.
I think y'all taking what I said the wrong way.
On the results.
The thing is, my point is, there was a group of people who knew they were being prayed for. This is my point here, bro.
Yeah, Corey, we get what you're saying. I was talking about the Wikipedia stuff. Like you said that exists. I'll accept it until you know what I mean. I'll just wait for you to show me it, and I accept that exists. I ain't even tripping on that. But I'm saying like, how, like, because in the realms of something like that, how can you you can't measure it.
No, the point is what he was talking about. Let me explain what this article was talking about. He was talking about they couldn't come up with a determination, and it really wasn't that scientific, because he's talking about where in the example where both of the groups with the blind study were the two groups that one was being prayed for and the other wasn't. Neither one of those groups knew whether they was being prayed for or not. So in that case, when those two groups, they basically fared the same. They averaged out to be the same, right? So in that study, you wouldn't be able to make any kind of determination. As a matter of fact, it may or may not be scientific at all, like you just said, right? But when the results come back, when you show these people that they are being prayed for, now we have a result that we can measure. Now this is now you can continue to do this, and I'm sure they just didn't get the one result and run with it.
Yeah, you would have to do it over and over and over.
I just put the actual research done in the actual done.
Yeah, because the Wikipedia is saying that there are no discernible effects, meaning either favoring for or against. That's what the Wikipedia that Sarah just pulled up. Yeah. There's no discernible effects.
I just put the actual article for the research in the back. There's one of the studies done. It's in the back chat. Somebody pull it up.
So what Sosa's saying is not true?
Nobody's saying that.
Okay, there ain't no what did it say? No.
Damn it.
And hey guys, I found the I found the example of the female cult leader. Her name was Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
patio or something.
That was her name. I
Oh
actually
yeah, okay. I might
put
put
the
my
link.
doors on, so I traded
Hey
labor.
Corey.
So we can't hear you. Corey, you gotta read out. Corey.
I just muted him out.
Let me ask Corey a question though.
Hold on just a second, right? I just wanted to make this one last thing. We were talking about examples of female cult leaders because cult leaders are usually males.
Yeah, Madam Blavatsky. Madam Blavatsky.
Right, exactly. She's like probably the most famous one, right? She started the New Age, movement single-handedly, right? But the one that I was referring to, her name was Elizabeth Clare Prophet, right? She's considered a spiritual leader and goes by the other name of Guru Mom, Mother of the Flame. So yeah, her organization is the Church Universal and Triumphant, right? So if you want to take a look at that, I think there's a really good segment of, you guys watch the episodes In Search Of, right? With Leonard, the guy from Spock, what was it? Star Trek? Leonard Nimoy or Neroy? Yeah. They actually have an episode on In Search Of that uses her as an example, that talks about her church and all that stuff towards the very end. He talks about the worship of Saint Germain as an ascended master and all this weird cultish sort of behavior that we're talking about. So just anybody that's interested in that, I thought it was a really, really interesting read and a watch on YouTube. They got the video on YouTube.
Cedric, what's the name of that NCBI article? If I can pull it up real quick. Just give it a name, American Dream. You can go ahead. I just want to know the name of it. I'm driving, so I want to pull up on my other phone where I can look at it. What's the name of the article?
I put it in the back chat. You can just copy it. It's in the back chat right here.
Hey, I'm driving down.
It's NCBI.
Go ahead, American Dream. Go ahead. I'll get it in a
Yeah,
second.
because I'm really trying to be clear on what Corey's point is, because I think he's trying to show an advantage of being atheist over being religious, and with everything he's saying now, it sounds as if he's suggesting that atheists who don't know they're being prayed for did better than religious people who knew they were being prayed for. It sounds as if that's the main point he's trying to make.
No, but you're a spin doctor. You've been doing that all afternoon, spinning people's position to suit some narrative you want, because nobody said what you just said.
No, we haven't been having the conversation about whether atheists have an advantage over religious people. That hasn't been the conversation we've been having, Cedric. No? Cedric.
Again, the specific point being made doesn't sound nothing like you want to say. Instead of you continuously telling people what they said, if it is unclear, just ask them to repeat it.
Now, what Corey was saying, what Corey was implying by that American Dream is that basically what he's saying, he was saying the people that got prayed for did worse. So he would have to be implying that the thought of prayer maybe somehow lead them thinking about death because it made them feel worse. So there had to be some type of negative effect put on that the people felt in terms of being prayed for. That would have to be his blues.
And he's trying to show an example of when being atheist is an advantage over being religious. Am I correct on that, Sosa?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thanks. I don't understand. I mean, this is the conversation we've been having all evening, whether or not being in, and I guess the part that, but that's the conversation we're having. And for some reason, we start off talking about cults and then we kind of interchange cults with religions. And, so I guess, before when we were speaking, I think we kind of agreed that there is no advantage, that an atheist person has over a religious person in terms of natural everyday living and thinking rationally and making rational decisions. So I guess I'm wondering, since we're interchanging religions with cults, are we saying the same thing about cults, that being in a cult does not put you in any disadvantage to someone who's not in a cult in terms of you being a rational person who's functional in life?
Depends on the cult. Depends on the cult. If you done got,
I think a
yeah,
better
go
way
ahead.
to think of it is um, instead of saying like a person belonging to a certain religion, just believing every motherfucking thing is more to the conversation. So if you live your life believing in everything around you, you're gonna always get got. So the foundation of religion is belief. So I would say those who attack matters in a scientific manner will fare far better than those who attack matters in belief. Y'all get my point? So you might not have a religion, but you always applying what you believe to some shit. Yo, I believe I'm gonna hit this lottery. Or I believe that's a better car because the color is red. Then you might not belong to a religion, but you believe that car is better because of the color, and you mess around and don't look into the damn car, and then you done. So I think that speaks better to the matter that those who believe more will fare not as well as those that apply a scientific mind to things. That's what I would like to add to the conversation.
I'm trying to read that damn article real quick and not goddamn skim through it.
Like driving and drinking. That's like driving and reading. That's like drinking and driving.
I'm almost where I need to be.
Hey, just to be clear, was that a yes, or a no in terms of does being in a cult put you at a disadvantage to people who are not in cults? Like, can you give, like, I'm trying to be clear on what your answer to the question is.
Okay, well, my answer actually answered the first part of your question. It didn't address the cult part of it. So the cult portion of it, you're gonna always fare better not being in the damn cult. Shit. The hell's going on? That's my whole mission, is to make sure you don't end up in a cult. Because one thing for certain things for sure, a cult actually starts to break down certain barriers. So there's certain barriers that you don't cross normally. Like, so you just don't start having group sex, right? Or you don't let somebody just have sex with a wife. Normally, not unless you're like a swinger. But normally people in groups don't do that. So the cult starts to break down those types of taboos, right? That's why it's a cult. That's why they say absolute power, absolute corrupt. So the person becomes corrupt, drunk with power, and starts to act crazy shit for the most part out of the people that are listening to him. A.E., Nature Boy, Jim Jones, and the Malachi York, right? There's a pattern of behavior that comes with cult leaders. For the most part, it doesn't mean all cult leaders act like this. But for the most part, right, absolute power, absolutely corrupt. You can just see it with those who became popularized in the small segment when it comes to community. Right? You know what I'm saying? Niggas start to think they know every motherfucking thing. If there's no checks and balances. So, I mean, no, I don't care. You're going to definitely fare better not being in the cult than you would in the cult. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Do you think that there is like data that supports that, and do you think there can be studies shown with data that actually does support that?
Yeah, because the FBI got a whole. You can read the FBI reports on cults. They be trying to save people out of cults. It becomes a hindrance to human beings. It's more than an eyesore. It's actually people get taken advantage of. You get the point I'm making? Yeah, of course, data.
No, I do absolutely get the point you're making, and
Hey, American Dream, can you do me a favor, man?
Yes, sir.
When you get done making your point, can you read this paragraph for me right here?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Yeah, I guess I kind of. What was I saying again?
You forgot your point, so just go ahead and read the paragraph. No, I'm fucking with you.
I'm not seeing anything on my screen, but damn it, I forgot what I missed what I was gonna say. But it is what it is, man. Huh?
You were talking about the coast. Was there any data on that?
Right. Yeah. Thank you, my son. My son just reminded me. So yeah, if what Ankh is saying is true, right, there is data that suggests that being in a cult puts you at a disadvantage in life, and there is no such data that suggests that for being a Christian, for example, is it fair to equate being in a cult or being religious with being in a cult? You know what I'm saying? Because we kind of use being in a cult interchangeably as being religious, but the data may support one but not the other, and I'm wondering if that's fair to kind of use them interchangeably if it's not.
Yo, and so yeah, I had a whole conversation, man, been on that. So you got cults in Africa, you have Christian cults, right? And they're different than like the Scientology cults. They're different. They're different than Daddy Grace and them. It's just a different, yo. Like, you should be in church and a nigga make you stay in church. Go to church 7 days a damn week and give all your money to him, yo. Because then that becomes a negative experience. You shouldn't be controlled by the words of a so-called spiritual man to the point where you start to neglect your family. You know what I'm saying? So you also have online cults. But people give all their money to these people, and it starts to affect the family negatively. So yes, there's different varying degrees. So yeah, look up the word cult. So question is Christianity a cult? Yes, it is. African religions are also cults. They call them the Code of Ra, the Code of Ahmed, right? They're different cults. So what is the difference? What's the difference between Scientology and Christianity? Some of you might just say there is no difference, but there's clearly a difference. So the charismatic leader is Jesus Christ, but he's not around to tell you shit. So he can't lead you. So actually, remember that, I don't know if y'all remember the conversation. I'm going to have to download the conversation. What we said was early religious thought, right? When you start to codify religion, it went to people being connected to the family, right? The first cult for family. Like everybody wanted to be tied into the family. And then what happened was, charismatic leaders arose, like quote unquote Jesus Christ, and now it's no longer about being in a family, it's about following this one guy. Well, who's the one guy? Muhammad, Jesus Christ. And from there you get all your daddy graces and all that. It's the same pattern where we're no longer concerned about being in the family. We're concerned about following the guy. Yeah, I could actually show you the steps to get you modern day cults. And it started with Christianity, and it started with one charismatic leader. Whether that charismatic leader, Muhammad, Jesus Christ, and the rest of them.
Yeah, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when we were speaking about, Christianity and whether there was data that showed, or whether we believe that Christians were less functional in life than non-Christians or people that are
you switched the word. You switched that word right there.
Right. People that are religious, right?
No, the less
I think
word.
Right. That's because they don't make rational decisions, right? They're not as functional as they could.
I wouldn't say that's less functional, because irrationality, like Ankh alluded to earlier, is a human thing. So I just don't want to.
But if we wouldn't say it's less functional, why would we be? If we wouldn't say it's less functional, why would we say that what they're doing puts them at a disadvantage?
Yeah, that don't make them less functional. They function well in society.
Disadvantage. So why does it put them at a disadvantage? If it doesn't make them less functional in life, they're just as functional in life as you are. Because and just to point out to Ankh, the difference I think that there is that I just don't know.
A serial killer functions well in society. Did you know that? Did you know serial killers function very well in society? So function.
No, I don't necessarily know that. I think I don't necessarily know that.
Yeah, well,
I don't necessarily know that.
That's how they become serial killers. You can't just go around killing people and not functioning well in society. You'd be had.
Sure, you can. Sure you can, but I don't. I
That
don't
means
want
you
you to.
wouldn't be a very good serial killer. You know what I'm saying? Most serial killers are nice guys. You know what I'm saying? You can probably talk to them. They probably play on the softball team. They probably play on the softball team in the neighborhood. You probably talk to them down at the bar or whatever. What
Yeah, they
have
blend
you?
in well. They blend in
Yeah.
well. Hey, I'm looking at the NCBI that said accept that. I see where there is a part when they show like the prayer has a worsening effect, but also they have something where prayer shows a non-statistical representative, and they have one when prayer shows an effect, like in terms of pregnancy. So it's like they're showing like different angles of it, but like I said, it's just not testable.
My favorite one is that people with religion got more money than people without religion. That's my favorite one. You know, but that, dude. And being a black, Christian, you definitely got no money. You're done. You're absolutely done. You're broke. That's my favorite go-to. The peer research. Look at the Pew. The Pew research. PEEW research. Pew research. Yeah, that's my favorite spot.
Look at your family though. Hey, does that hold true in your family?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that the Christians in your family are poor and the non-Christians are rich?
No, I say the non-Christians. I say the Christians got more money than the non-Christians. Nigga, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I agree with that.
But I'm saying
Right,
I fuck the trend though. I'm saying I fuck the trend.
Right, and that's exactly what I was getting at with, because Ankh, you were really fast to say that there's data out there to suggest that people in cults okay, if you don't like the word, are less functional in life, but they don't do as well in life. Say again?
He was making a distinguishment between Christians and cults. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm saying, but are you as willing to say that? Are you as willing to say that about religious people in general, where there's data that shows that religious people?
Hell no,
okay,
hell no,
okay,
no.
Right, and if you're not, you shouldn't be so willing to just say cults, to just equate a cult and say it's the same as being religious.
No, man, see, okay, so now either you just being funny, right, or you're not following the conversation. I saw that everybody stop saying you don't understand.
Either.
Even Wu John doesn't say you don't understand no more. I'm simply saying that if we look up the word cult, it also encompasses religion, bro. Okay, and I've named it. I said the cult of Amen, the cult of Ra, right? That's a cult. Okay, but it's not the negative cult, crazy shit that we talking about. Well, I'm talking about the Scientology cult, and I'm saying people in those situations, your life is fucked up because you're in a cult. That your whole life is dedicated to the cult and the cult leader. How can anybody function in that type of environment? You can't. Yeah, my cousin, I never forget it. My cousin was in a cult, right? Crazy broke cult. The worst thing is to be in a broke cult, yo. They got broke cults, but the cult niggas be broke, right? But they be following a religious leader. Yo, used to live in a living in crazy. Probably like, yo, you tripping, yo. Yo, you in the cult, yo, y'all broke as a motherfucker living in the garage. I say, yo, you tripping. So, of course, the very cult itself is dysfunctional, bro. Remember I said cults actually break down certain barriers that you normally wouldn't do. You normally wouldn't be sitting in church for 8 hours every day. Normally, you wouldn't do that. Normally, you wouldn't be sharing partners with the leader. Normally, you wouldn't do that. You just wouldn't do that. So I'm just trying to get the points right, very, very clear in the point what I'm making. So don't just throw the word cult out there. We're talking about those cults that Nectus, that's a cult. Jim Jones, that's a cult. The niggas that died with the Nike shoes on, that was a cult. It was all a cult, bro.
Right. So you wouldn't just say that just because someone is a Christian.
No, hell no, that's stupid. Because my mother was a Christian. She raised me, did a damn good job. My father wasn't. He raised it a damn good job. My aunts and them was, you know how it go. Here's the funny part that I think we're all missing. Nigga, don't nobody really believe that shit. They all act like it. In our family, you might get one person that's overboard with the shit. But for the most part, man, niggas don't start going to church till they get older. Niggas don't go to church till they get in trouble. That go for white people trying. Don't nobody be all dedicated to that shit like that. So for the most part, the shit don't become real till you need it. That's real. You live your life. You don't follow nothing. Everybody break all the rules and regulations in their books. Nobody follows that shit. Right? So no one takes it. You got people to go overboard with it. And then you realize dysfunction comes out. So when you find a person that's super Christian, they be the worst kind of people. Right? Think about that. I follow all the rules. God said this, God said that, and they beating the shit out their kids, right? Or doing some dysfunctional shit. Yeah, because basically speaking, man, humans should never be confined like that. So reasonable amount of belief is okay, right? But the overemphasis of belief will get you in fucking trouble. Will have you losing your family, will have you being in a cult, will have you believing anything. So there's extremes to it. There's extremes to everything. Being an extreme atheist, that could become a problem where you don't even let a nigga have a conversation. You know what I mean? Because they believe, goddamn, let that nigga live, yo. Damn, everybody don't got no evolution, yo. They just having a general conversation, right? They ain't even asking. So I had to learn to stay the fuck out of conversation because I'm going to beat everybody up. I just do this shit on YouTube. But when you function around your family, they already know. Don't even fuck with him, yo. He already got it. He won. So at that point, why would I keep going, yo?
Yeah, not a conversation around my household.
Yeah, for what?
They know it's a pointless endeavor. They don't start. They just, no, not with him. Pointless.
I had one aunt.
Everybody do that but my grandmother. She always wants to smoke. My grandmother wants to smoke every day. If
you always have one person like that.
I was going to mention the one person with the smoke. My cousin's wife, she always wanted girlfriend. She always wanted to smoke. So I think every Thanksgiving, yo, I give it a smoke. And everybody is joining to the smoke. And I shoot them all down. But every week we do the same thing. We do it for about 2 hours.
So in fairness, right, when the pseudo killers say that they are anti-theists, right? Since the data
every pseudo killer ain't
no, I'm the only anti-theist on the pseudo killer.
Okay, yeah.
I'm an anti-theist too, Corey. I'm an anti-theist. But that's just two of us. Yeah, that's just two of us. I will actively campaign against religion. I take the affirmative stance that there is no damn God. How about that?
Right, and I'm just wondering.
My anti-religious is in that the fact that I feel that it leads one to think irrational, and I'm one to promote scientific literacy. And,
right, but that's given. But that's still given that there's no data that suggests that if you're religious, it puts you at any disadvantage to someone who is like, that's even given that you're still going to
in a general sense, generally.
Right, and if there is no data that suggests what you're doing is that that supports what you're doing in terms of
that's fine. It's a belief of mine. It's a belief.
Right, so it's not a scientific.
You kind of worried about the wrong thing, though, American Dream. I'll give you a clear, real-time example. You got nations to try to go atheist, like Russia and China. They couldn't do it. The people were sneaking practicing religion. You're not going to defeat niggas in a religion they believe. You're just not going to do it, dog. The numbers show that more people going to be in religion than more people going to believe in God than not. There's no getting away.
The genes that you have was passed on by your ancestors who believed. Everybody living today has the genes of a believer. The niggas who was inquisitive like me and Unc and Sosa and those are the likes, those niggas got 8. those niggas didn't live to see, those niggas didn't live to produce offspring because they was curious and they wanted to know. The niggas who believed lived to pass their genes down. So of course, there's going to be more people today on the planet Earth who are believers than they are atheists.
You know, but also like you know, it's about, you know, being able to basically rule to go against your natural system, so to speak. That's what scientific literacy gives you, because you know, you still have even confirmation bias is something that's instilled in you, because that shit has its benefit at its early stages. Correlation to causation, that shit is in you. You see what I'm saying? So the scientific literacy part gives you the objective tool to rule out those evolutionary biases that was still in you.
That was an advantage at a time and at a point in time, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta. That's the tool to bring about objective thinking, objective reason.
Yeah, you know,
we had like
because
science
I
as a
think
regular thing though, yo. You don't get the science we got today till the 1800s, yo. We had like the shit, man. Humans is fought to try to get to this spot. This has been a learning experience, yo. We had like the shit that, nigga, we programmed to believe in religion, yo. We just programmed to believe, not necessarily religion, but just programmed to believe. The way you function every day, you go through certain beliefs, stages of belief every day, yo. You believe your car not gonna blow up till you get in that motherfucker, and you rationalize it based off of understanding, you know, the type of machine you drive. So I mean, you know, it is what it is, man. What am I saying? But I ain't.
You see people every day that be like, I prayed that I was gonna get the job. I got that job, and they correlate that prayer with getting the job, and ain't nothing you can tell them that's gonna make them believe that praying didn't get them that job.
Yeah, the hell with the 10 years of school. That
let
didn't
me
matter.
ask this question though, if I can. Let me ask this question if I can. Given that, you know, we agree that being religious doesn't make you any less rational or anything like that. You know, when someone calls himself an
You never said that, yo. You
anti-racist,
can actually be. Yes, I remember, yo. You playing the game crazy, dude. I said
Why
there's
does he
different
keep doing
levels to it, yo. You doing it on purpose, bro. I know you hear it saying it.
You like
They'll
the black
really
and
go
white.
too far with the shit, yo.
It's always a false dichotomy, or either
Right.
it's 100%.
but I'm not
It's
talking
got to
to
be
you,
100%, or either
I'm
this or
really not
either
talking
that.
to you, I'm talking to the anti-theists, right? That put all religions
but
and treat all
it's still in that though.
But it's
these
still
guys
the
actually
same thing, American dream. You go to extreme, you straw man what people are saying, you twist it just to make it a little bit ridiculous. And you
What am
continuously
I
do
saying
that
that's
to
not
make it
true? You guys,
disingenuous.
what am I saying that's not true? Being
Disingenuous.
an anti-theist means
If
you
you
want to
do
get rid of
not
religion, right?
understand what somebody
mean
is
that.
saying,
That don't mean that.
then you
To be an
ask them to repeat
anti-theist,
their position. What you
like
do is you twist it up just a little bit.
being an anti-racist means people want to get rid of racism. What does being an anti-theist mean?
No,
What
but
are you trying to get rid of?
I don't know.
You know
That's
how
not. No. Being anti-racism does not mean you want to dictate how one feels about somebody, right?
no,
So,
being an anti-racist means you actually want to bring about certain things in society, like equity, right? That's
right.
what anti-racists are
In
trying to bring about,
society,
equity
but
in society.
I'm not
Right
trying to
now,
make
what is it
the
that an
white dude not
anti-theist?
be racist, though.
What is it that an anti-theist is trying to bring about in society? Like,
Well,
what are
I'm
you
not
trying to bring about in
as
society? Being an anti-theist.
as an anti-theist. I'm not trying to bring anything to society as an anti-theist. My position as
What's the point? So what's the point? I can at
I'm
least
trying
see
to
the point of
explain
being an
that.
anti-racist. So what's your point
If you're
then?
quiet, if you was quiet, you would already know. So
you're right.
So my position is that my anti-theism is not that I'm against people having their beliefs, or I want to get rid of religion. My position as an anti-theist is that religion is non-beneficial. And as a matter of fact, it's a hindrance to human beings. Is my position.
And what's your evidence of that? What's your evidence?
It's not evidence based. I told you this is my belief, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least, at least anti-racist, for example.
This is my position. This is my world.
At least anti-racists bring evidence.
I hold a positive position that there is no God. So I don't just say you need to show me the evidence of a God. I say I take the positive position there is no damn God.
Yeah, that's that.
What's the point of being an anti-theist? Like it's just as it's like you're being an anti-theist just to be an anti-theist. Like there's no point. Like you're not trying to bring about any change in society. You're just being an anti-theist just to be an anti-theist.
American Dream Man don't have no point for you, but he explained his point. Like you either accept it or you don't.
It's my world.
No, he literally says he's not trying to do anything. That's literally what he said. He's not trying to bring about any change in society. He just wants to say he's an anti-theist. Okay.
That's my worldview, bro. That's just my worldview. You might be a Christian. That's your worldview. I'm not mad at you about that, bro. That's just my worldview.
Hey, American Dream. American Dream. What are you?
What do you mean, what am I? I'm a man.
Man, I'm saying.
Now that's that bullshit right there. Now we do it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean, what am I?
Just like you told me I was an anti-theist. Just like one can be a Christian.
They atheists.
Go ahead.
They atheists, right?
Yeah, if you don't explain that shit, bro. Now come on, bro. You know he knows exactly what the fuck you mean.
I think an agnostic is the best thing to describe me as.
So what are you trying to prove with that?
What are you bringing to society?
What are you trying to do? Yeah, what are you trying to do with that?
Get that nigga. Say I was anti-atheist or anti-theist. Listen, there's a big difference. I don't say I'm an anti-theist.
You said
it does matter. An listen, someone who's anti-something literally goes out to destroy that thing. I didn't say I was anti-anything.
No, it just means that they have an opposing view to the theists. That they are
people who are anti-racist. Well, listen, people who are anti-racism don't
that
just
don't
have an
mean
opposing view. They want to destroy racism.
I'm anti-racist. I'm anti-racist, but I'm not going out fucking with people over it.
Right. And not only that, I still want the white boy to have the right
get rid of the equity. Do you want to get rid of the inequity in society, Chef?
You know what I mean? The shit is crazy.
Chef, do you want to get rid of the inequity in society?
Yes.
Then that means you wanted your that's what it means, that you're anti-racist, and there's something that you objectively want to do, and that is what makes you an anti-racist. You want to get rid of the racism. Being anti-something means you want to get rid of that thing. So to call yourself anti-theist,
let's look it up.
You don't want to get rid of
you
theism.
Might be right.
It's pointless.
Let's look it up.
Yeah, he might be right. Let's look it up. He might be right. Let's look it up.
Do we really have to look this up?
Let's have a third party mediator.
Anti-something is just a goddamn position. You know what I'm saying? If you join the goddamn anti-racism movement, then they may be proactive in it, but that's just your stance.
It's just
that's not true, Sosa. That's not true. No, that's not true. Hold on. Being a theist is a position. Hold on, Chef. Being a theist is taking a position. Being agnostic is taking a position.
Let's get the definition, Dream. Let's get the definition.
Saying you're anti-theist is going against something.
All right, let's get the definition, bro. We already said that. Get the definition out here. Let's get a definition.
Anti is a preposition. It means opposed to or against. That's it.
Exactly. You're against theism and you want to get rid of it.
Or opposed to.
What does it mean to be against something?
That don't mean you got to go out and do something about it.
Exactly.
It means you're opposed to.
They said they didn't want to do anything about it. They're just anti-theist for no reason.
But
it means you're opposed to it. That's all it means.
Right, it's philosophical. It's not nothing that you're gonna go out.
So anti-racism is philosophical. Anti-racists don't want to do anything.
It's a philosophical position.
If you are
Corey, just say.
Hold on. If you're anti-abortion, you don't want to do anything. That's just a philosophical position.
Yeah, that's just your
You're in a
position.
crazy.
You don't have to do nothing.
Yeah, my ass. Anti-abortion people want to get rid of
Family is
Listen,
listen.
You talking about a
Family is
movement?
American Dream.
Oh, he's talking
American
about a
Dream.
movement and not the position.
Right.
You're
Come
talking
on,
about
man.
a movement.
No,
it's
to be
different.
anti-something means you want to do something about that something.
Well, show me that.
Come on, man.
Pull that
Come
up.
on, man.
Yeah, go get that. Go get that.
What y'all talking?
Go get that.
Come on. Pseudo killers. Come on.
You feel me? Like there's niggas there's people that
Yes,
are anti-abortion.
exactly.
They don't do
Pseudo
shit.
killers.
They don't do a goddamn thing. That's just their position. They don't go out and goddamn protest. They don't do nothing. They go to work, come home, sleep. Nothing.
There's a name for people. There's a name for people who are anti-theists and don't want to do anything about it. Those people are called atheists, right? So why are does the people who are if you're anti-theist, that means you want to do something about theism. If you just I just don't agree with it, you're just an atheist.
You got
oh Jesus Christ!
I like his rationale.
No,
got y'all on the
listen,
rope.
Shepard, that's
He got y'all on the rope.
No, let me explain.
Making it up. There's a difference between an atheist and an anti-theist.
Go ahead. Yeah, but
Corey made up an anti. Corey made that up.
No, I didn't make that up. That's
he made it up because he heard terms like anti-racism and anti-abortion, so he came up with anti-theism.
I never heard that before. I was an I never heard anti-racist like that. That's not a term.
You know what, Corey? You're right. You're right. You came up with that for no reason.
Stop. No, stop. I just looked it up. Hey, American Dream, Corey. American Dream and Corey. I just looked it up. And like I said, I didn't even have to look it up. It says it's a philosophical position. Anti-theism or anti-theism is the philosophical position that theism should be opposed.
Thank you. Something should be done about it. What the hell are you opposed?
Philosophically.
I'm opposed to it. That was in the first definition.
No, it's not that something should be done about it philosophically.
That was in the first
What do you do about something philosophically? What the hell? So does anti-racism mean you should do something about racism philosophically? What?
No, it means it's your position.
Does anti-abortion mean we should do something about abortion philosophically?
No, that means that's your position.
Nah, right? No.
Let me read it. It's on Wikipedia. Let me read it. It's on Wikipedia. Now, it says anti-theism or anti-theism is the philosophical position that theism should be opposed.
Yeah, get out and get rid of that shit.
No, hold on. It says the term has had a range of applications. In secular context, it typically refers to direct opposition to the belief in any deity, in the belief of any deity, but is often redefined by theologians for the convenience of their discussion. There is no action being done in that.
It's a direct opposition.
Read the
direct opposition. That means something is done about it.
No,
last sentence again.
Oh my God!
That last part.
Position means something's being done about it.
The last part was the killer part.
Man.
It says theologians. Try to change the position to support. Read the last part.
It says, but it is often redefined by theologians for convenience of their discussion.
Wow!
Right there,
wow.
You can stop right there.
I'm not a theologian. First of all, I'm not a theologian.
You need to cut that out.
Wait, you think I'm a theologian?
You need to cut that
out.
out.
No, I don't
think I'm a theologian.
So what could you? Right. So the anti-position to anti-theism, according to you, can only be taken up by a fucking theologian.
No,
So,
bro,
so
even the definition you just read, it said you take direct opposition. That means you want to do something about it.
No, it
That's
don't.
all it. Yes, what the
it's
fuck?
That's not what direct opposition
Direct
means, bro.
opposition.
That's
Direct
not what
Hey,
direct
opposition.
opposition.
What?
can I get 2 seconds? Let me get 2
Them boys are
seconds.
mad.
Hey, listen. Let me get 2
he
seconds.
think
Are y'all
Hey,
aware that?
opposition
as
means
Hold on.
he
Are
as
think
an
y'all aware that?
atheist,
being
Are y'all
listen.
aware
opposed.
that anti-theism is the only thing that y'all can say this
You ain't
about?
gonna
You
let me
can't
get
say
to
it
2
about
seconds.
anti-racism. You can't say it about anti-abortion. You
You,
can't say it
I
about
just read
you
the
ain't
anti-anything
gonna
de-
let me
else
get
I
my
just
other
2
than
seconds to say that
anti-theism.
again.
I
Why
just
You
read
is
said
the
that
that?
already.
definition of
You
Yeah,
said that already.
I'm
Come
anti-Negro
on,
Egyptian.
man.
I'm
Listen, let me
anti-Negro Egyptian.
let me you crazy. Let me get 2 seconds though. Listen, American Dream. As an atheist, um, a lot of people don't have a problem with religion as an atheist. It's just a position that they don't believe it. I actually grew up with my Jewish homie, right? His grandfather didn't really. He used to tell him and his brother they really wasn't Jewish because they didn't speak Yiddish, right? But they didn't believe in Judaism. They didn't believe in the God. They were atheists, as a matter of fact, right? But they participated in the culture. They were not anti-theists. They were just atheists. They just didn't believe it, but they still participated in the culture. So as an atheist or as a non-believer, you don't have to have a problem with that. I know it's a movement of pastors who don't believe no more, but they still pastor. I forget what the name of it is. Sosa probably, he might know it. He always knows some shit. But it's a group of I can't think of the name of this group, but it's a group of pastors that don't believe. They actually don't believe, but they still pastor though. You know what I'm saying? So as an atheist, it's different from being an anti-theist. An
What's the
anti-theist, like I
difference?
said, my position as an anti-theist is I think theism is non-beneficial. I think it's a waste of time, and
But
I
don't
think it.
atheists believe that as well?
No, not
That's the same
necessarily. Not
atheist. That's the
necessarily.
same. No.
They may appreciate the culture, just like
Yeah, some
Jewish homeboys did.
What?
Yeah, some atheists do. You could just American Dream. You could just look up anti-theist versus atheists. You'll get an explanation there.
I understand the difference. I understand the difference. An atheist is someone who doesn't believe in God. An anti-theist is someone who believes that they should get rid of the
No,
ideology
that's not
of
that.
God.
They didn't read that.
An anti-theist is
Sheffrin did
someone
not.
who's in
What
direct
he read
opposition.
was
An
exactly what you're doing.
anti-theist is someone who's in direct opposition to the belief in God. He
What
thinks that,
what
you shouldn't even
Sheffrin
believe in that shit.
what Sheffrin read was exactly what you're doing.
Okay, here's the difference. Here's the
Theologians
difference.
often
Hold
change
on,
the position
Corey.
to fit the convenience of their discussion. Right? That's what he read at the end of it.
Corey, I just came up with the
And you
major difference. Here's
and
the
you
difference,
keep
please.
redefining what an
Here's the difference,
anti-theist
Corey.
is.
Corey, here's the
After
difference.
Shefflin
Tell me
just
I'm
read
wrong.
that definition less than 2 minutes ago.
I'll
That's
tell you the difference.
crazy.
Corey, here's the difference between an atheist and an anti-theist. You tell me if I'm wrong, right?
No,
An
they
atheist,
just read the
I'm gonna live with
they
hold
just
that.
read
on.
the definition.
Let me tell you, Corey, let me tell you. No, I'm going to tell you the difference. Here's the difference. And I'm guaranteeing you're going to agree with me. I guarantee it. Sheffrin is going to agree with me. Here's
I
the
haven't thus
difference.
far, but go
I
ahead.
Here's the
already agree
difference.
with
Here's the difference. An atheist is someone who says, I don't believe in God. An anti-theist is someone who says, you shouldn't believe in God. Sheffrin?
I wouldn't
Sheffrin?
necessarily say that though. No,
Sheffrin?
not at least not my position. That's not my position.
Sheffrin, agree or disagree? Atheist is someone who says, I don't believe in God. An anti-theist is someone who says, you shouldn't believe in God. True or false, Sheffrin?
true.
Thank you very much. Corey, true or false, Corey?
he gonna ask
Hold on, I'm
the
gonna come
most
back to
full of
you,
shit
Corey.
guy.
Sosa, true or false, Sosa?
What?
What? Come on, man, wake up, man. I was really only interested in Sheffrin's response anyway. But go ahead, Corey. True or false?
I told you that because we wouldn't get nowhere with the conversation. Like you refuse definitions, all type
Man, okay, man, whatever, man.
No.
If you a that means you gotta go fight niggas. Like, come on, man, we gotta go.
Listen. My position is that you can believe whatever you want to do, whatever you want to believe. Just don't bring that shit in the public square, right? Because I think it's non-beneficial, and because I think it's non-beneficial and it's in the public square, then it can and will be challenged. They got churches and bedrooms and closets and underneath the bed to spew your religious beliefs, right? To advance society, right? We it's an agenda. It's a scientific agenda. And,
Wait, do you mean there shouldn't be like churches?
And all of you religious zealots sit back and enjoy the benefits of the people who have a scientific mind, and then you claim God did it. So that's my position. That's my philosophical position. You looking for something? You looking for me to show you?
Hold on. Are you suggesting there are no religious scientists?
No, I'm not. I would never suggest that.
Oh, I didn't think so. It sounded like that's what you were saying.
Yeah, that's because you'd like to twist what I say into some kind of crazy shit that you mold.
Thing is, y'all like to say I'm twisting what you're saying.
What I said very
listen,
clear.
most of the times I know what you're saying better than you do. Most of the time,
American Dream. If Corey goes out today, leave his house right now, see a Christian person that believe and slap him, would that qualify him as an anti-theist?
Slap him for being a Christian?
Yeah, he believe what you believe. Slap him, pow. Well, now will he be able to ascend to the ranks of an anti-theist?
No, he's already there. He simply he says simply because he's an anti-theist simply because he says people should not be religious.
Okay, we agree.
That's what makes him an anti-theist.
Okay, we agree.
Right, but what I'm saying is but he doesn't listen. But it's
they should not. But I'm not telling them they can.
There are certain.
I mean, it's a difference.
Right. So. Right. So there are like an anti-racist doesn't just tell them that they should not. Like they actually go out and try to make sure that racism doesn't exist.
No, that's people.
Obviously, that's the difference.
Yeah, that's
no,
people
you
that's
just don't
involved.
go to the next level. No, you just choose.
No, listen, that's
you
people
for
that's
some
involved
reason just choose not to go to the next
American
level.
Dream. That's people that's involved in the.
I'm a member of society. I'm a rational member of society. That's a religious thing to try to force people to think in the way that you think. That's what I'm actually against. You see what I'm saying? So why would I go? Why would I go into the same thing? It don't even make sense.
Then why are you anti-theism? Why are you anti what people think?
I explained it. I already explained it to you, though. You're going to ask me again.
Because, but you just said you're not in a position to tell people what to think. But you're anti-theist.
I'm not.
That's telling people that they shouldn't think a certain way.
I'm against telling people what they think to think. That's what religion do. They try to get into your brain and tell you how and what to think, right?
But being an anti-theist, you're telling them they shouldn't think religiously. Aren't you telling them
they shouldn't? Not they can't. It's a big difference. You shouldn't drink alcohol, but I'm not gonna judge you if you have a beer.
Okay, so if you did have the choice, right, you would not get rid of religion.
If I had the choice, me solely, that would be
as an anti-theist.
No,
as an anti-theist,
and
it was up to you.
Nope.
Because really and truly,
leave it up to the people. Whoever want to be religious is allowed to be religious.
Yeah, and this is why I'm like, this is the part of it that I'm like just a little bit lost on, because an anti-racist, if they were given
I'm not
a
a
chance, they
dictator.
would
I'm an
quickly get rid of racism.
anti-theist. I'm not a
So that's
dictator.
why I don't understand what it even means.
No,
If it being
no,
an
because
anti-theist,
a
what
person,
does
I
it
already
mean
just
to be an
explained it to you.
anti-theist?
I
What,
no,
explained it
because
to
Corey?
you.
What does it mean? What
listen,
does
a
it mean to be an
vegetarian is
anti-theist?
anti-meat.
If given the chance to get rid of theism, you would choose not to. What does it mean to be an anti-theist, man? I'm
I
so
just
confused with
The
explained
this.
it
same
to
thing, like the same thing it means to be a vegetarian, bro. That nigga's anti-meat, but that's what I'm saying. And some of them, you have some on the zealot side that'll go out and do extra shit, but the other ones, they just say, you know what? I'm going to eat at places that serve vegetarian food. I'm not going to patron places that don't have meat. You know what I mean? That serve meat. That's how they do it. You feel me? Like, come on, man.
But those people aren't just vegetarian. Those people become anti-vegetarianism. There are some vegetarians
No.
that don't care about that. There are some vegetarians that are like, yo, you want to eat your meat,
Those
do your
are
thing. But now if you
yeah,
become an anti-vegetarian, then you actually go out and are telling other people they shouldn't eat meat.
nah. I'm anti-racism. I ain't never been to a rally. I ain't been to one rally yet.
And I'm saying, so what is the point? So what is the point of
maybe
you
he
talking?
don't
Why
think
don't you go
rallies
not an
are productive.
anti-racist?
Yeah,
If
Maybe
you're
he
not
don't
doing
think
anything
that's a
about
productive
racism,
way.
look,
yeah.
Sosa, if
The
you're not
point is
doing
that if you
anything
come
about
to me,
racism, you're not an
the
anti-racist.
point is that I won't participate in an act that promotes racism, and I promote being anti-racist. You know what I'm
No,
saying? But
that
I'm
just
not going to
means you're
go
not a
out and goddamn
racist. That just
tackle
means you're
another
not
motherfucker.
racist. No, to not
All right,
engage in a
well, look,
racist
American
activity
Dream,
means
you
you're
got to
just
make.
not a racist. If
Listen,
you're
all you
going to
got
say,
to
you
do is
cannot say,
make your dictionary.
Sosa, you cannot say you're an anti-racist, but you're not going to do anything about racism.
I didn't know
You're
that.
not an anti-racist.
I didn't know that,
If
bro.
you're
Show me
not going to
that,
do
bro.
anything about racism, you're not an anti-racist.
Yeah,
An
the
anti-racist
encyclopedia.
is someone who does direct opposition, like they do something about it.
Right, the Encyclopedia American Dream.
I don't know what else to say to y'all boys, man. I don't know. I can't go no further.
I know what I'm gonna say, man.
Are you anti-racist? Are you anti-racist?
I'm about to drop off.
Am I an
though, right?
anti-racist?
Hold on,
Yeah.
I'm about to drop off,
No.
y'all.
Yeah.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on, Corey.
I don't have the
Hold on.
control. I don't have the
I
control.
gotta get home first.
No, I don't have the controls. Cedric got the controls.
Oh, okay.
Cedric got the control. Yeah.
No, Cedric can't shut it. But if y'all shut the Zoom down, then the show won't still be going on without the Zoom. Because I gotta get home and turn my but go ahead. I'll
make
keep building
sure.
with American Dream.
Yeah, somebody give me the control. I'm here for a little bit. I ain't about to do it right now.
But what I wanted to say is, everybody make sure y'all tune in. 9
o'clock.
9 o'clock Eastern, right? No, 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. 9 o'clock Central,
what?
10 o'clock Eastern. They on Central time.
10 o'clock. So we doing 10 o'clock.
Yeah, because they in Chicago.
So it's 8 o'clock where you at, Corey? So 8:17 where you at?
No. My time switch over back to East. When you get to Indiana, it's only like 45. It's only like 30 minutes down the street from me. The time change over.
Oh, damn, you can celebrate New Year's twice.
Yeah. It's great.
Damn, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. So they on Central time over there. So yeah, they out west. They farther out west. But yeah, so they gonna start at 9 Central, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So tune in. I'm gonna be tuned in. Y'all ain't gonna hear me though. No doubt, yeah.
A thumbnail and
Yeah.
Is this a
I've been
debate?
appreciating
Sheffrin
is a y'all. I don't think y'all know. Like Sheffrin is an artist. Like he don't talk about his artistic abilities, but that brother he's an artist, man. So he got to show us. He got to show us a little more. I'm interested in seeing a little more of his work. I know he got some shit, you know what I mean, tucked off or whatever. But I'm noticing the artistic abilities. But yeah. Make that thumbnail because you be killing them thumbnails, man.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
appreciate
and everybody in the chat right now at 10 o'clock. Tag Wuja in the song. Blow their Facebook comments up. Tag the hell out them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Facebook Messenger, all that shit.
They gonna say they ain't see it.
Yeah. I was asleep. I ain't even.
I don't watch no damn pseudo killers. I'm not entertaining the circus.
The noise. The noise. Man, mute the noise, man.
Right.
And then do a 10-hour show about that shit tomorrow and shit. You tripping.
How niggas stupid. Those guys is the worst, yo. But yeah. So a American Dream, I think
peace, y'all. Peace, though.
Run. All right, Corey. American Dream, I think you got them niggas on the run. Most of the time when you hear
as usual.
Most of the time you hear anti, it most of the time it does have something to do with action being opposed to something. You know what I mean? It's definitely that's like, but I don't know, because when they say a person is pro-abortion, it doesn't mean that they are actively campaigning for abortion. It's just a political and philosophical stance, right?
No.
It's only when you get in a movement.
No.
It's only when you join a movement.
They're actively working to make sure abortion is legal.
No. What's your political view? Are you pro-abortion or anti-abortion? See, you ever heard it being posed like that? Now, they don't ask that and say, are you out there picketing or anything else? You know what I mean? That's just your political view. You don't have to.
You might vote that way. You might vote that way.
So that's an action. He right. That's an action.
I mean, sure, right. Exactly. I do agree that, when people are using
but he ain't accepting voting though.
Right, but I do think it's an active process. Being pro-abortion means you have to take a certain action of like y'all said, voting against it, going out there and actually just fighting against abortion being legal. Like, you have to be, actively doing something, I think.
Yeah, but plenty of people that are pro-choice that some of the niggas don't vote. And a lot of niggas don't even go out and do shit about that shit. That's just stand.
But I also think it's kind of unfair to bring in the pro part as being, because we wouldn't say someone is pro racism, right? I don't know of anyone who would
we'll
consider
say that they're racist.
They're racist. They don't get it.
That is the pro.
So I think just making the point of anti something is more of a doing something than being pro something else. Although, both of them, in my estimation,
the reason that we use pro,
process.
The reason that we use pro now because the law is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So we don't got to, So the pro is just, for it being the way that it stands. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely. I think you can say there are people who, it's one thing to agree that abortion should be legal. It's something else to be pro-abortion. To be pro-abortion means you're actively out there, I think, doing something to make sure abortion is accessible.
Well, we don't say pro-religious. You dig what I'm saying? We just say religious. You know what I mean? Right. We don't say pro-religious. You know what I mean? But if you do use it that way, does it, mean that you evangelize? You know what I mean? Like, so I think the anti thing is throwing you off. You know what I mean?
No, not at all. I think people who.
Yeah, because if they was like, yo. Yeah, because if they was like, yo, we need to right now decide if we're gonna keep religion or not. Then you would get a pro-religion and anti-religion movement to establish what's going to be status quo. You see what I'm saying? That would happen that way. But once the vote is in, them niggas just religious. Now the anti-niggas got to try to get them out. You know what I'm saying? They anti. The other niggas just religious.
Yeah, but I like
Or
his
those other dudes are
statement.
just atheists. Like before then, those other dudes are just atheists, right? You just have religious people, and then you have you have theistic people, and then you have atheistic people. But the minute those atheistic people start doing something to get rid of the theistic people, then those atheists become anti-theists.
I like that. Not necessarily, because see, some of that, like Corey explained, an atheist could still. I'm aware of some of atheists, you know what I mean, who are scholars, but they still appreciate the art. They're not really interested in they're not really interested in speaking out against it or having it removed from society. Well, but some are. You know what I'm saying? But the anti-theists take the position that they don't think it's good at all. They don't feel they don't see a benefit for it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't see a benefit. So listen, an anti-theist can argue with an atheist just on their position.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah, we do it all the time, but neither one. But that doesn't. That's just his position that we're arguing against. But that we're not arguing saying like, damn, bro, you need to stop going out there.
No, it's not his position. No, it's not his position.
Nah,
no, it's not his position. It's not his position that you're arguing against. It's the fact that he wants to take that action of actually getting rid of them. You're like, no. They are right. They have a right to exist. Like, that's what you disagree with him on whether or not they have a right to exist or not.
Yeah, but that's on their position. But
the pushback that we are allowed to give.
Go ahead, sis.
The pushback that we are giving, the environment that allows us the freedom to say, nah, we ain't down with that. We're not in a theocracy. So being a atheist means, no, we are in a position to say we don't believe that. There is no evidence for what you're saying. That's some bullshit. Now, an anti-theist goes a step further. He says, you know what? I'm going to make the positive claim there ain't no God. And I'm going to tell you that nonsense is a detriment to society. Are we actively going out burning churches? Is there legislation, for example, that we can change to go against churches? No. What we're doing is creating awareness by finally taking a position which people didn't take before. And in my society, for example, St. Martin, we're still in the area where if you don't believe in God, that means you believe in the devil. Like that level of rhetoric is where I'm at in my society. So they don't even see the fact that anti-theist or atheist means no God, no devil. I just ain't down with none of it.
Yeah, but you don't believe in God by default. By default, you believe in the devil.
You're a devil. The devil. That false dichotomy that makes no sense. That's irrational.
You don't believe in God. That's just evil, bro.
Yeah, I'm evil.
Fucking devil.
Yeah, I'm evil. People look at me and truly think I'm the devil. I'm evil because I don't believe in God. Not understanding that God and the devil exist within the concept of religion. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in your God nor your devil. Like, none of it. And I'm an anti-theist because I'll tell you, I can take the affirmative position, there is no God. Now you're going to ask me to prove it, which I should, because I took an affirmative position.
Wait, atheists don't take that position?
No.
Don't atheists take the position that
atheist says there's no evidence. There's no evidence for a God, and therefore I have no belief. I am taking the strong position.
Yeah, atheist doesn't take
strong position.
Yeah, atheist doesn't take the affirmative.
There is no God.
Yeah, atheists don't take the affirmative. Atheist rejects the God. Like, you make the claim, and atheist rejects the claim based on there's no evidence. So that's why he's saying he's taking a step
I'm just
further.
trying to be clear. Just to be clear, it sounds as if you're saying an atheist says he doesn't believe in God, and then an anti-theist says there is no God.
No, listen, an atheist says there's no God as a rejection. He doesn't make the claim.
Who?
An anti-theist, he's saying he's taking the affirmative. There is no God. You see what I'm saying? He's making the claim.
No, I don't see what. And an atheist is doing what? And an atheist doesn't make that claim?
An atheist doesn't make the claim. An atheist rejects the claim.
Rejects which claim? Rejects what
the claim? Like, if you say that there is no God, I'm gonna say prove it.
Hold on. The atheist rejects which claim?
That God exists.
So, okay, so if you reject the claim that God exists, aren't you also saying that there is no God?
But I'm not taking the affirmative position. The key word is the affirmative, bro. That's what.
But hold on, but okay, if you're rejecting the negative position,
Now you're doing a
aren't
philosophical
you
mumbo jumbo.
if
I
you're
just gave you the
rejecting the
definition.
negative position, aren't you automatically accepting the positive position, the affirmative?
No, that's not how it works.
What do you mean? No, what?
It's that simple.
How
The
does it? What do
affirmative means what it means.
An atheist says, I don't
An atheist
believe
says
what
there
you're
is no
telling me.
God. An atheist says a fear.
An
Hold on. So let me ask
atheist
you all a
says,
question.
I don't
So let me ask you all
believe.
this question.
An
Hold on.
atheist says, I don't believe there's a God. The evidence that your support giving me doesn't allow me to believe that there's a God. Your evidence doesn't
So let me
convince
ask you
me.
this question. So let me ask you this question.
Anti-atheist,
So let me
taking it a
ask you
step
this
further,
question.
I'm telling you there
Listen
is
to the
no God.
response.
So let me ask you this question, said Cedric. Are you suggesting that a theist, are you suggesting that there's a difference? Like someone who says, I believe in God, doesn't necessarily say there is a God? Like if someone says, I believe in God, he's saying there is a God, right?
Let me ask you, American
Boys are
Dream.
silly as hell.
As an agnostic, do you believe in God? Does God exist?
As an agnostic, I don't go either way.
No. Agnostic doesn't believe that that it can be proven.
So I don't go either way. An
Scientifically.
agnostic believes it can't be proven either way.
Yeah, but that doesn't change what you believe. You can believe what you want. Do you believe that there's a God? You don't need proof,
I believe
but believe.
it can't be proven either way, and I don't bother with it. Like it's not something that I just don't.
Yeah, because an agnostic, you can say I don't believe it.
I don't say that there is a God. Like you see how like an atheist takes the position that there is no God, right? Okay, like the main difference for me, a theist makes the position that there is a God. No. An atheist says there is no God. An agnostic says we cannot know. An agnostic says we cannot know whether God exists or not.
No, an atheist asks for the evidence of God, bro.
An atheist does what?
Yeah,
no, an atheist says there is no God. That's what atheism means. Without God.
Just read the definition, bro. Like you just making up. You don't know. You just read it. You just read what it says. You're gonna see reject.
Okay.
That's rejection. It's simple.
How come?
If you reject the negative, you're accepting the affirmative. What?
I'm rejecting
this dichotomy that is not real.
Let me ask you a question. If you reject the affirmative, aren't you accepting the negative?
No, I'm saying that the evidence is not there.
But you just said you were rejecting. You said you were rejecting the negative. You were rejecting the fact that you're rejecting. You know what,
I'm
man?
rejecting
Y'all boys.
I mean, it's simple.
I'm telling you, your claim is
You're making a
unsubstantiated.
claim.
There's nothing
When
there
you
for me to
reject
believe.
one claim, you're making another claim. If you say you don't believe
No,
that
I'm
this
not.
God exists, you're making a claim. If you say you don't believe it exists, you're saying it doesn't. An atheist says there's no God.
I think you just philosophically trying to work yourself.
That's the problem. That's the problem with reasoning. You're jumping to a dichotomy that doesn't exist. If I'm not up, doesn't mean I'm down. I might be in the same position I was before. There's not a black and white, and you keep doing that. You need to change your thinking pattern.
He just likes to argue. He likes to tussle. He enjoys it.
Yeah, but you gotta tussle. If you're gonna tussle, at least have 2 gloves on and be in the ring. Don't stay outside shouting at us in the ring with your empty comments, because
Indeed,
you fundamentally
I gotta
make
tell
it
y'all,
flawed in reasoning.
Indeed, I may be, but we do have someone in that popped up that I haven't recognized before, and I haven't, and I would like to hear what he has to add. If y'all don't mind me doing that, there's a young man and that's with us that looks like he wants to add something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. So I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to mute myself.
Introduce yourself, bro.
Hey, how
Introduce
y'all doing?
yourself, brother.
I'm Fontaine. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I've been following y'all for a long time. I've been on a few times though.
Yeah, I think I've seen you before. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, what's going on? How y'all doing? I'm disappointed in y'all letting the American dream get away with all this pseudoism on here.
Yeah. We let her have a little
After I
fun,
did
man.
all of that,
It's for the
bro.
show.
After I actually stopped myself and muted myself for you, you disappointed in me?
You did it to yourself, bro. You can't complain.
Come
You open the door.
on, bro.
You
At
open
least
the
give me
door.
some love first. At least show me some love first and be like, yo, thanks, man. That's what's up. Because these brothers was just going to keep running their mouth. These brothers wasn't going to pay you no mind, my brother. But you know what? I'm going to mute myself again. Let's see if you get it right the second time.
Salute to you, American dream. You right. Much love. But yeah, we can't do all that. You just be making up stuff as you go along, and then when somebody reads you the definition, you be like, "No, that's not what it means."
Yeah, yo, do that shit. He said, "Black ain't white, but isn't black the
he be
opposite of
doing
white?"
that.
Hit you with some philosophical shit real quick.
Black means absence of light.
But aren't you saying that something is a light? Then that means it is white.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Just like if I'm pro abortion, I don't have to go vote for it. That's just my position. I think you should be able to get abortion. That's simple.
Yeah, that's it. But he's like, nah, nigga. He like, nah, in order to get that bad, you gotta go out there and goddamn punch a nigga in the mouth about that shit. You gotta be about that life, nigga.
You really killed them when you made the point on racism. If somebody is against, like, say, I don't like racism at all, but I go to work every day, I don't go fight racism. Am I now a racist? Am I now pro-racist? No, I just don't.
Exactly.
I'm still a I just wanted to come say a couple things about that because it's just funny. I've been in the chat talking trash.
Yeah. You know, your stance is reflected in your actions. So it's like by me having that, like I'm hoping to influence other people just by my actions. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
And you know what? I was gonna say something, but you admitted you were talking trash, so I'm not gonna even respond. Go ahead with your trash. You know, make sure y'all take out the trash when he's done. It's garbage.
Context is everything.
When he got about atheism, atheists don't have any. Like I'm atheist. I don't have a belief or a non-belief. There's just no evidence. It's just that simple. If you don't bring up God as a theist, I'll never talk about it. So I can't be a believer or a non-believer. It's just not relevant to me at all.
You're an agnostic. You're an agnostic. You're an agnostic.
Because
I'm trying to explain to you, you don't even know what you are.
Let's look at the definition.
You don't even know what you are. Like, you know what I mean? And the reason I can tell
right?
you don't know who.
No, listen. As an atheist, if the minute I say there is no God, you can say prove it. Yep. That's not an atheist position.
Yep.
That's not an atheist position.
To prove that God doesn't exist because I'll just tell you there's no evidence.
Right. He's not even gonna ask you to prove. I mean, he's gonna wait for you to say it. Like I'm saying, you gotta make the claim. Otherwise, he's chilling.
Yeah. Exactly.
So does God exist?
I don't know. How are you gonna ask me that? I don't know what a God is. Explain to me.
So you're not an atheist. So you're not an atheist.
How are you gonna say that? I said I don't know what a God is.
An atheist is someone who believes that God doesn't exist.
Does Riskaboo exist?
An atheist is someone who believes there is no God.
Now, what's your definition of God?
I don't know what a God is. You're asking me something I have no knowledge of. I don't know what a God is.
So you don't. So do you believe that God exists?
I don't have a belief.
God is okay. Hold on. God is. Say what?
I don't have a belief. I don't believe either.
You don't know what God is? All of a sudden, you don't know what you're an atheist, but you don't know what God is. How are you an atheist, but you don't even know what God is? So how do you know what you're?
That question real quick.
You're an atheist that doesn't believe what God, that don't know what God is. Hold on,
No, I'm trying to show you my point.
But you don't know what God is.
Listen, what I'm trying to explain to you. Now, before you asked me that, I had no knowledge of God, right? So once you ask me that, now you have to tell me, well, what is the God you're asking me if I believe in or not? What is it?
What is the God that you don't believe in? You're the one that say you don't believe.
I said what atheists are. I said, well, I'm atheist because the people that had this conversation with me before that spoke on the God they believe in, I didn't believe in that God that they were talking about. Now, what God are you talking about?
Right, that's how you do it.
So, okay, do you believe in God?
Which God are you talking about? Like that's
Which one? Jehovah, Allah,
Do you believe in
goddamn
Jesus?
Krishna?
No, I don't believe in a spiritual person named Jesus. I believe somebody could have walked the earth named Jesus, but somebody who died and came back to life, no, I don't believe in that.
Do you believe in Allah?
No, I don't believe in that.
Is there any God that you believe in?
Not one I've been introduced to have any evidence of.
So you don't believe that a God exists?
I have no evidence that a God exists.
And for that, and because there is no evidence for you, because there's no evidence, you don't believe that God exists.
Because there's no evidence, I have no reason to even talk about a God.
Do you believe there's a chance that God exists?
I don't know, because I don't know what the God is.
Yeah.
He crying like a bug right now too. He crying like hell again.
So you don't know. So you
He's
don't
making
know.
my exact point. Thank you, brother. What conversation are we having? What God? What is that? Our imagination? Point me to it. What are we talking about? What are you asking me to believe in? What are you asking me to believe in? Something imaginary?
No, I'm asking you, what do you not believe in? How do you
That's
define God?
the trick of the question. What do you not? There's no such thing as a not belief.
How do you define God?
believe.
How do you define God?
I don't.
How do you define God?
I don't.
Hold
There
on.
is
You know
nothing
you
to
don't
define.
believe
I
in it,
don't.
but you don't define it. Hold on. So how do you know what you don't believe? If you don't define it, how do you know what you don't
Because
believe
it was
in?
defined before you asked me. Like, we know there are definitions of these words. But listen,
So
hold
what
up,
is
hold
the
up, hold up.
definition that you don't? So I'm
let me-
asking you, what is
let
the
me finish
definition that you don't
That's not
believe
what you
in?
asked me. That's not what you asked me.
Okay, what is the? That's the same question I've been
German
asking you
definition
since
of God.
from
You
the.
can go look up the German definition of God. That doesn't mean that that's the God everyone asked me about.
Okay.
You asked
I
me
know.
that. Now,
Okay,
hold on,
give me the
let me make
definition.
my
Can you define one of the gods that you don't believe? What's the main God you don't
whichever
believe in?
one someone
Can you
presents to me
define?
without evidence.
That's a trick question. I
That's a
must
trick
define
question.
something for you. I must define something for you that does not exist, that
Exactly.
only is in the realm of your imagination. You're asking me about an idea that you have, and I must quantify your idea, what's in your head, because I can't point to it on the street. I can't look it up and find the address of this guy and go have a chat with him, right? So that's an illusion in your
Cedric,
head.
do you believe
And
in
you're
the tooth
asking me
fairy?
to define the
Cedric,
illusion in your head?
Cedric, do you believe in the tooth fairy?
You're making the point that now does a.
Can you hold on, boy.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
man.
Hold on.
I'm a grown man, brother.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Cedric, you don't believe in the tooth fairy, but you know what the tooth fairy is, right? You have a definition for the tooth fairy,
Yes.
right?
And that's the distinction we make between imagination and
because you have a
reality. We
definition,
know the
and it's
things that
because
are
you have a
in the
definition for the
imagination.
tooth fairy. It's because you have a definition for the tooth fairy. That's why you don't believe in it, right? Y'all are actually telling me y'all don't have a definition for the things y'all don't
That's not what
believe
we're
in.
saying.
No.
What?
We know.
So define
we
God then. So go ahead,
we
define
have,
God. You don't
when I
believe in
say
it, define it.
mermaid, when I say mermaid, we all have an idea of what a mermaid is. And we know that it's going to
So when
stay
you
in
say
the
God,
realm of
and that's
imagination.
why you don't.
Why?
Okay, and that's why you don't agree,
Why it's
believe in
going to stay in the
mermaids.
realm of imagination? Because there is no evidence to support the idea.
Okay, so what's the idea of God?
American
that
Dream.
no evidence to support?
Define the powers of the spaghetti monster form.
The powers of the spaghetti monster? I don't think I've heard of the spaghetti monster. I've never heard or read about it, so I can't tell you. But I'm sure there are some powers that are written about somewhere that I can tell you.
No. Give me the definition of a tooth fairy.
The tooth fairy?
Yeah, the definition of tooth fairy.
That's the fairy that comes at night and goes under your pillow and takes your tooth and exchanges your tooth for money.
We know.
Like there's a definition for it. Like you can define it. Like if I was to say to you, define like Cedric, if I was to say to you, define a mermaid. You don't believe in mermaids, right? But you could tell me what a mermaid is. Cedric, you don't
American
believe in
Dream,
mermaids, but you can
just a
tell me
second.
what a mermaid is. But for some reason, you don't believe in
American Dream.
God,
Let's
but
take
you
it a
can't
step at
tell
a
me what
time.
God is. That's weird.
American Dream, American Dream. We have a definition for what a tooth fairy is. Now, my second point is, okay, we got a definition. So now we know and we understand the idea that we are talking about. Substantiate that tooth fairy now with actual evidence. Conversation over.
That's not the conversation.
That is it.
The conversation was whether you could define it or not. So that's where you can tell what a tooth fairy is. But for some reason, you want us to think you can't tell us what God is.
Can I ask you a
how is
question, American Dream?
Hold on. The reason you don't believe in the tooth fairy is because you can define what a tooth fairy is, and you can tell that it doesn't make sense to you because you've defined it, and you're like, that don't make no sense. But for some reason, like,
How many
if I
tooth
ask you to
fairies are
define
there?
God, you're like, why are you asking me to define it? I'm like, because you said you don't believe
How
in
many
it.
tooth fairies are there?
So can you
How many
define
tooth
it for
fairies
me
are
so
there?
you can tell me why you don't believe in it?
How many tooth fairies are there?
Well,
Let
I
me
just
get
asked
in
you a
here.
question, dude. Like, how you gonna ask me? I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you. What
I
the
got a
hell?
question for you.
American Dream, let me help you out a little bit.
Thank you.
So
Who is this?
this is Magic Mike.
Magic Mike.
So of the major religions that are out there, we have Christianity, we have Islam, we have the Catholic Church, we have Buddhism. What are some of the other major ones?
Judaism.
Judaism worldwide. Okay. In none of these religions, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, none of these religions that adhere to God have any evidence or proof that is tangible that they can point to and say their God is. It's all based off of faith, correct?
Correct.
Right. So what you guys are asking American Dream to do, I think we all know that it's, as far as the way that we prove things, 2 + 2 is 4, go look at it and touch it, you smell it, feel it, what have you. There's no proof of God in that sense.
I'm not asking.
Yeah. Okay. So whatever evidence we're trying to get him to conjure up to say this is God, that's not how any of these faiths operate. Now there may be some other ones that are, fringe, or I shouldn't say fringe, but maybe not as popular worldwide, that can point to and tangibly prove with evidence that there is God. But we all know that the major ones don't have that within the faith system, and don't think it's necessary, and don't think it's necessary either. Also, none of those think it's necessary.
They're not trying to get me to conjure up something. I'm trying to get them to conjure up something, right?
That's not.
Like here's my problem with what they're doing, right? Like if I ask them, do you believe in the tooth fairy? They'll say no. If I ask them to define the tooth fairy, they will. If I ask them, do you believe in God? They'll say no. If I'll ask them, can you define God? They say I don't have to.
There's more.
Right. So if we keep going with this, if we look at these major faith systems, we named 4 or 5 of them. The brother here with the dreads, what's your name, Doc? Fatane. Do you believe in any of those gods from those faith systems? Now we understand that there are multiple denominations within Christianity, Islam, etc. But for the main majority, do you believe in any of those gods from those faith systems?
Can I answer that question and then ask a question directly after, before everybody starts?
Absolutely.
Okay. No, I don't. Now, my question is, which came first, the belief in God or the disbelief in God?
Ask the second part. You kind of cut out. The belief in God or the what?
Or the non-belief or disbelief in God.
I don't know. I don't know.
They had to create the concept of a God before someone can say that God doesn't exist.
Right, it would have to be the belief in God. I agree. The belief in God came first. I agree with you.
Okay, so now this is what I'm saying.
So what's the point? So what's your point?
Yeah, what's the point?
My point to that is you can't turn around and ask me to define something or say, oh, you have a belief because you don't believe in this, when your belief, or I know you don't believe in it, but the position of believing in God is a position that has never been proven.
But
No,
fire team, it's the same
that's why we
thing with
go
the
back to
truth. It's the same thing.
right.
It's the same thing with the tooth fairy. The belief in the tooth fairy came before the disbelief in the tooth fairy.
Exactly.
But the people who disbelieve in the tooth fairy can define the tooth
No,
fairy.
no, no. It's not
Why
about the
can't you
definition. I'm not
define
disagreeing with
God?
you about the definition. I'm not disagreeing there. I can define what a God is depending on which God you're talking about. I can define it for you. That's not the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying you can't say that I have a disbelief or atheism is a belief system when my position is just a response to a position you originated. God doesn't exist in my world. He only exists in the world of someone who believes in him. So if someone who believes in him never brought him to my attention, I would never have to say I don't believe in him. So when you ask me to say, do you believe in the God? No, I don't believe in the God because there's never been any evidence of a God to believe in.
Got you. And that's why I brought up the evidence piece. And the proof piece, because none of those systems have that level of proof that you would accept, right?
No, they don't.
Can I ask you a question on fighting? Fighting. Can I ask you a question?
Because it remains in the
Do you
realm of
believe?
imagination.
Yep.
Fighting. Do you believe that Michael Jordan is the best basketball player
That's
ever?
subjective, and no, I don't.
No, you don't. Okay. Do you think that's okay? So would you also say that according to you, Michael Jordan is the best basketball player? Is there a different, like, would you say that there's a difference between you saying you believe Michael Jordan is the best basketball player, and you think that's different from saying Michael Jordan is the best basketball player? Like, your belief is a statement is a claim, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So your belief that there is no God is a claim that there is no God.
But the difference is when you say, why do you think Michael Jordan is the best basketball player? I can back that up with something.
No, but that's not what he's talking about. Make that last statement again about acclaiming American dream.
Okay, go ahead.
If I say I believe something, there's no difference of me saying that's what that thing is. If I say I believe Michael Jordan is the best basketball player, I'm saying Michael Jordan is the best basketball player. If I say I believe God exists, I'm saying God exists. But like, there's no difference. Like, I'm not understanding why they're playing around with words and saying if I say I believe there is no God, that's the same as saying there is no God. Someone who believes there is no God says there is no God. They're making a claim. Right? He's acting as if him saying I don't believe. He's acting as if he's not making a claim. He's acting as if atheists are not making a claim. I'm just trying to be really clear with what I'm saying.
Oh, see, what he's saying
He's
is
trying
that
to say that atheists are not making a claim, and I'm saying atheists are making a claim. Theists make the claim that there is a God.
Are making a response.
Atheists make the claim that there is no, whether it's a response or not, it's a claim. Their claim is there is no God. But that's
do you
their
believe
claim.
you're atheist?
There is no evidence of the God being called out. That's what the claim is. If it is a claim, it's that there is no evidence. I'm not just saying, hey, there isn't a God. That is a difference. The same as your Michael Jordan argument. The only way a person could say, I believe, you can't just say, I believe Dante Jr. is the best basketball player of all time when nobody knows who this is. They're going to say, well, who is Dante Jr.? Why do you say that? That's going to be the follow-up question. So you can't tell me do I believe in God or not believe in God and then not have anything to provide me for me to say yes or no.
No, you're closer to agnostic, I think.
That's what I told him.
Yeah,
atheist. You can call me atheist. You can call me agnostic. You can call me
no. You can't call them the same because they're two different things.
I care because they're just words.
They're different things. Atheist says there's no God, period, and there's no proof that's going to come along.
No,
well,
that's an anti-theist. Anti-theist makes a positive claim. There is no God. Puts me in a position that I have to prove that.
I'm looking at the definitions
simply
now.
says, man, I don't believe the bullshit you're telling me. Prove it.
No, I'm looking at the definitions now. Atheist says a person who disbelieves or lacks belief in the existence of gods or gods. That's an atheist.
Definition.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Come on,
No, I'm just
man.
being honest. I agree with
Yeah,
some of that.
come on.
Because
So
I believe
it is what it is. So
yeah,
you're closer to agnostic.
if that
Agnostic
was
leaves some room for it. Maybe we just don't know yet. It hasn't been proven.
no. Well, then I'm atheist because there is no God.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go.
Why I say
That's
that
where you're at.
because there's no
But
evidence.
but hold. No. But when you say that no one's presented anything to me that would make me believe or any facts or whatever, that's not atheist. You
Yes, it
leave
is.
atheist. Atheist is there is no proof that's coming along. It's not even in question. There is no God. Period.
Can I read this definition of atheism in Wikipedia?
Okay.
Atheism, in the broadest sense, is an absence of belief in the existence of deities. Less broadly, atheism is a rejection of the belief that any deities exist. In an even narrower sense, atheism is specifically the position that there are no deities. Atheism is contrasted with theism, which in most general form is the belief at least one deity exists.
Yeah, that's just paraphrase what I just said. You basically there is none. Nothing that you just read talked about leaving room for there being a possibility or chances if somebody can come along and prove it.
I never
That
said it was a possibility of God.
well, but what you were saying is no one's presented a God to me yet that they've proved or showed some
And I don't
evidence.
believe anyone ever can.
But when you say that, the connotation is that there may be if someone comes along. Now you're being more clear and saying no matter who comes along and
No. I'm
shows
not
me
saying no
whatever,
matter who
there is
comes
no
along. What
God.
I'm saying is, I don't believe there will ever be any evidence of a God.
Okay.
Now, if a
Okay.
God was to pop up in my room right now, then hey, there's a God. I'm saying
But watch this. Watch this. What would be the distinguishing characteristics of the God that popped up in your room that
that's the
made you
point I was
believe
trying to
that he
make from
was
the
God?
beginning. That's the point I was trying to make from the beginning. You have to define the God you're talking about.
No, but I'm talking about you, the God that you would believe in at some point that popped up in your room. From your example, what
Any
would be the
God in the
distinguishing?
spectrum.
What would be the
Magic Mike,
distinguishing
I'm gonna answer you.
characteristics?
I'm gonna answer you.
Go
I
ahead, sir.
don't know. But if there is a God, the God will know what evidence is required to convince me. Right now, don't ask me that. I don't know. What is being presented doesn't convince me.
And that's the whole moral of the deal. You
So what's the
don't
difference
know.
between that and an agnostic?
The agnostic, let me go to that one. Agnostic.
Hang on a second, Magic Mike. Hang on a second, Magic Mike. Let me ask Cedric.
Go ahead.
So Cedric doesn't know if there's a God, but he's an anti-theist. You know, I can understand someone who believes there is no God being anti-theist, but someone who doesn't know, like really?
I say there is no God. I make the positive claim. And an atheist simply says, dude, what you're saying is bullshit. I don't believe you. Have a good day. The difference is I'm saying no. I've examined the evidence and I've reached to the conclusion that there is no God and can't be none. That's it. Fundamental difference.
That's the same as saying you don't believe them. But how is that different from
It's
saying you
not
don't
different.
believe them? What's the difference?
It's
It's
no
no
different.
difference. I don't understand what you're saying.
I don't believe. I do not believe. I do not believe.
So you're just an atheist. So you're just an
atheist.
Stop making up this term about being anti-theist and trying to think as if there's a difference. You're not being different from an atheist, bro. You're no different.
I'm making the
You're
hard
just a
claim
regular
there ain't
atheist.
no
Cut
God.
it out.
Agnostic
So if you would
is
understand that
That's an
position,
atheist.
you would
You're
ask
an
me,
atheist.
prove there ain't no
That's
God,
the
because I'm
atheist
taking that
position.
position.
No,
You
I
cannot
don't need to do all
ask
that.
an
All I need to
atheist,
do.
you cannot ask an atheist to prove there is no God, because an atheist says simply, what you are telling me, I don't believe. I go a step further. I say there is no God.
But that's not.
I say there's only naturalism. I say there's only naturalism, and everything in reality points to naturalism, and we have tools to decipher and understand the world around us, and there is no God. I'm making the hard claim.
Okay.
Subtle difference, but difference. Look it up, guys.
You gonna read that
agnostic
definition?
Yeah. Agnostic is a person who believes there is nothing is known or can be known of the existence of the nature of God, or of anything being material phenomena, a person who claims neither faith nor belief in God. So again, a person that believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence of the nature of God.
Agnostic says we're both full of shit. And agnostic says, Cedric, you being an anti-theist, my brother saying he's an atheist, you're full of shit. The agnostic says, theist, you're full of shit. We can never know either way.
Can I read this definition I see right now?
And I will, let me just say that.
I'm making a hard claim. There is no God. None.
Let me just say that I've examined the evidence and I believe there is a God.
Okay, can I say something? This is why I said you can call me atheist, agnostic, I don't care. Because now I see a definition that says agnostic atheism is a philosophical position that encompasses both atheism and agnosticism. Agnostic atheists are atheistic because they do not hold a belief in the existence of any deity, and are agnostic because they claim that the existence of a demiurgic entity or entities is either unknowable in principle or currently unknown in fact. So that's what I would be. That's what I was trying to explain to y'all. I fit all around.
Hey, let me come in for a point of clarity. Here, and what you just read kind of alludes to what my point of clarity was. So, American Dream was saying, well, how can you be an anti-theist and not know? So, first, as an anti-theist, before you're an anti-theist, you're an atheist. Before you're an anti-theist, one doesn't just take the position of being anti-theist. That's a step that has been graduated to, right? So first I was just an atheist. I just didn't believe. I was not convinced by any evidence that was presented to me for any deities, right? As an anti-theist, I think a lot of us is mixing and matching with it. But as an anti-theist, I'm not in a positive position as to whether there's a God or not. That's just an unscientific question, and I don't think we can ever provide proof for something that's a faith-based, like my man said, a faith-based belief or whatever. So, like I said, being an anti-theist entails atheism. So, my man just read that definition. That was agnostic. That was pretty good. I appreciate that because hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity, and I can move the conversation forward. The conversation is pretty interesting. I'm just listening, man. I'm gonna get back out and I'm gonna listen, man. I just wanted to bring a point of clarity in there.
The calm voice.
Every now and then, man. You know what I mean? Every now and then.
Yeah. Don't miss the Corey Ransom.
Hey, Corey, one of my favorite people.
Yeah, appreciate it.
We gotta still make that intro with what you said last night, though, Corey. We really gotta make that clear.
What's that? What I say last night?
Man, you had such a powerful quote.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a one of a kind. I won't even remember that.
Yeah. Good thing it's recorded, because that's
right.
That right there is the pseudo killer anthem.
Right.
Hey, Fire Team.
What's
I'm gonna
up?
go out on a limb. Fire Team, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you don't know a lot of people.
I don't know a lot of people.
Ask me why. Yep, ask me
Oh no,
why.
I know a lot of people. Probably because I said Corey, one of my favorite people.
Exactly.
Oh, that was a shot. That's cold. That's
You
cold.
know, like 3 people.
Nah, Corey, man, he into the
Oh,
stuff
that's
I'm
all
into
good.
with the astronomy.
Yeah. I appreciate it, man. I just, I come on, man. This is, one of my favorite things to do, man, is have these discussions, man. So,
American Dream.
I
Can I ask
definitely
you
appreciate
something?
you
What is
coming.
your position?
He agnostic.
Yeah, he said he was agnostic earlier.
Any of you guys that are agnostic or atheists, did you ever believe in God?
Yes, till
Yeah,
I
I
was like
did.
28.
I grew up in the church. Yeah, I actually did.
Yeah, I stopped believing probably when I was
Yeah,
like 28.
Gotcha.
That's about the.
I used to be both.
No,
I
I
used to
was
be
probably
both.
like 23,
My
24 before I
deconversion
got
was a
married.
process. It started really young, like 14. I was the Virgin Mary thing. And then, of course, I got older. And then when I went to Europe, to the Netherlands to study, I was about 18. And it's a completely religious neutral society. So this whole thing about not eating meat on Good Friday came and went. I didn't even know. Then is when I started, wait a minute. Like when I'm not caught up in a society where these rituals are being upheld, they have no bearing on my reality. Okay. The more scientifically literate I got, the more the whole concept of religion and the Bible made no sense. The story of Adam and Eve, once you get into understanding a basic chromosomes, X, Y, human reproduction, DNA, you okay, so we got a dude with XY. He's made to sleep. His rib is taken. Where did it? So now it's both X's from the same dude that were genetically spliced together, and then that dude slept with his genetic equal. So that would make that person equivalent to his sister. And we know incest will only produce one generation before it starts to go on.
You're raised Catholic. Were you raised Catholic?
Well, yeah, like when you say that, there seems to be a distinction between Catholic and the rest of the Christian denominations. So let me explain.
Only ask that.
In my society, like in St. Martin, I go to a Catholic a church this week, and then the nanny of the street says, "I want you guys to go to church with me this week." And Saturday we go to the Seventh-day Church, and then summertime we all go to a Bible camp, which is a Baptist church. So when you ask me if I grew up Catholic, I always sit and marvel at how people make the distinction when without the Catholic Church, there is no other of these denominations.
Yeah,
like,
but you're reading too deep into it. I only ask because you mentioned the Virgin Mary stuff first. Don't read too deep into it. But I get where you're going. I get where you're going.
If you do not acknowledge the virgin birth and that this woman was visited by the Spirit of God, so and that was the seed of her impregnation. If you take that away, then there's a woman that gave birth to a child. Nothing miraculous there. Now we come up and go, okay, the man put his finger in water and turn it into wine. That's chemically impossible. So that makes no sense. Or the dude that was in a fish, first of all, if he was in a fish,
you talking about Jonah?
That meant he was eaten. And the juices in that fish would have broken his ass down within 12 hours, let alone 3 days. Noah's Ark. Moses' staff splitting the sea. Listen, once you start to understand basic understanding of how nature works and reality works, there is no way you can reconcile the two ideas. There's simply no way. And now
I think you can, but that's not what I was asking. I think you can. I was just asking, kind of if you guys were believers before.
Entertain me for a second, just for a second.
Yeah, it's simple. So believers believe that.
I'm a naturalist. I'm a naturalist. Okay. I want a naturalist explanation for a dude in a fish that comes out the other end 3 days later.
So again, remember the faith element. So believers, and I'm assuming at some point you were one as well, believe that God can do anything. So if you believe in God, you believe God has the capability of doing anything that surpasses our ability to understand. So if you believe that, then you don't quibble over some of these stories, most of which are symbolic. I think we know that too. I don't think most Christians or Muslims believe these stories literally. Maybe they did at some point early in their walk, but we don't believe the literalness of most of these stories.
So there's not a creationist. There's not a fundamental creationist organization pushing that against evolution today.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know I'm not, but I'm sure maybe there is. I mean, there is. You wouldn't have brought it up if there wasn't. My point is that we understand, or we believe that most of these stories are symbolic and not literal. But even if they were literal, believers believe that God has the power to do anything. So they don't quibble. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you a believer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then can I ask a series of questions, please? I'm just going to ask you 5 questions.
Who am I talking to now? Stupid. What's going on? Stupid.
The great Stupid. All right. Do you believe in God the Father, the Almighty, creator of heaven and earth? Do you believe in that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son?
Yes.
Do you believe that he was conceived by the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Do you believe?
I believe the Virgin Mary story, but I don't quibble over the.
No, that we're not going. Is either yes or do you believe or you don't believe?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe the story as it's presented.
Okay, all right. Do you believe that Mary was a virgin?
Yes.
Do you believe that Jesus Christ was crucified?
Yes.
Do you believe that he was then buried and descended into hell?
Yes.
And do you believe that on the 3rd day he rose again?
Yes.
And do you believe that he ascended into heaven?
Yes.
And do you believe that?
Like I say, I believe the story as you're presenting it, which is as it's presented in the scripture.
Right. And do you believe that he now sits on the right-hand side of his Father God?
Yes.
No, I have a series of questions based on this.
Say that again. Say that again. You have a what?
I just have 2 more questions. I need
2 more. Okay, go ahead.
I need, apart from artificial insemination, how can you prove a virgin birth? And how can you prove ascendant into heaven?
Yeah. So again, like I answered earlier, all of these things from the way we understand science, which is advanced over time, leaves us in disbelief that these things can happen if you approach them from that level of our understanding, whether it's science, whether it's math, whether it's our understanding of the cosmos, et cetera, et cetera. But believers believe that God has the capability to do all things, which surpass our ability.
Approach it
2,000 years ago.
From outside of our ability to understand, reason, and comprehend. So from which aspect of reality am I supposed to look at this? A completely unrational, illogical point of view, right?
Well, yeah. So again, when you approach it from that standpoint, yes, it's going to seem foolish. It's going to seem 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread, turning water into wine. The virgin, all these things seem the plagues of Egypt. All these things seem, base level foolish and impossible. But the point of these stories go beyond the literalness of them. There's a greater meaning to these stories. So whether the flood happened and covered the whole world is not the point. Whether God reached literally into Adam's side and grabbed out a physical rib and played around in it in the dirt and produced that's not the point. Whether Jesus spat on the ground and rubbed it around in some dirt and put it on the blind man's eyes, the dirt and the spit is not the point. You see what I'm saying? So I'm talking about for believers. I'm talking about for believers. I'm not talking about
same
for
thing by looking at Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, and if you decide to do that,
I love Spider-Man. Spider-Man's the shit. Man, that
what
is
I
cool.
what I tell people is believe in what you want to believe in, but be willing to accept the rewards or consequences for what you believe in.
Yeah,
every belief system leaves you with every belief system.
I advise y'all to check out Joseph Campbell work. What's it called? The myth, the mass with many myths or something like that. He go in like Joseph Campbell is the guy that goes in like on like religions and mythology and shit.
I appreciate Magic Mike saying that whatever he believes is not evidence-based and has no relevance
That's why I'm picking him. That's why I'm like I'm a pantheist myself.
Like I believe I can fly, and just based on me believing that, according to Magic Mike, I can fly, and that's enough. So if I tell Magic Mike with his frame of reference, which is a believer's frame of reference, that I got a red dragon in my closet, but he can't see it, Magic Mike is entitled to believe that. Because in Magic Mike's frame of reference, he doesn't warrant evidence, he doesn't warrant anthology, he doesn't appreciate epistemology, and
I don't
the fact
appreciate
that I
it.
say I got a and the fact that I got a red dragon in my closet that he can't see, there's a deeper meaning to that. Although I didn't say literally, there's a deeper meaning to it.
No. What I didn't say I didn't appreciate whatever your belief may be. I said at the end of the day, there's positive, negative consequences, rewards, what have you, to whatever you believe. As long as you're willing to accept those, then believe whatever you want to believe. And I'm using myself as an example of the larger believing faith groups around the world. This is not necessarily about me. This is about the conversation.
Fallacy, logical fallacy, that's an appeal to numbers. If everybody believes it, still doesn't make it
Christians believe there are tangible benefits in their lives by adhering to this faith and religious system, and so do Muslims, so do Jews. We all believe that they're tangible. Huh?
When you die, you're gonna live forever.
Well, no. What I'm talking about in your current, we believe. We believe in your current. I don't know. In your current daily walk, your current life. Okay, we believe, and I'm assuming at some point maybe you did, that there were benefits. Not heaven or in the afterlife, but in your current life for living a certain way, which is ascribed in these religions.
No, you don't.
That's what we believe.
You don't live according to none of those rules in that book.
Well, I believe that listen to me, if I believe, I haven't met you face to face, but I believe that if I meet you and I interact with you, that if I'm kind to you, that there's a reward for me being kind to you, whether you return the award or not. That event, that reward will come back to me if I'm consistently kind to you. That train of thought is ascribed in these religious faith groups, whatever you want to call them, that we named out earlier. Now, whether it was there before, listen to me. Let me finish. Whether that idea, listen to me, whether that idea was there prior to the overall formation of these faith groups or not, that's not the point. The point is that is a key principle in them, Whether or not the authors or the founders of them created it or stole it from somewhere else that was already pre-existing, that's not the point.
Hey,
the point is that that's a
Geechee.
keep.
Hey, Geechee, look in the chat, yo. Grab my number out of the chat, Geechee. I want to do a Zoom with y'all before we do the show. Grab my number out the chat.
And let me say something. Let me say something if I can, please. Like, I've been listening to these brothers talking, and I've actually decided that, you know, I'm really no longer an agnostic. I'm actually a theist again. I just wanted to say that.
I'm a pantheist myself. American Dream. Like
I'm natural.
Like I'm really atheist, but I like to look at myth shit like that from art forms. It's like I look at movies and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's still beautiful, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful pieces of art, just as long as you don't look at this shit literal. You know what I'm saying? I like that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But there where it's at, you know?
Me too. I love Norse mythology, Odin, Thor, the principles of going to Valhalla. That's all like, yeah, it's romantic.
Did you say you're a pantheist too?
No, gods. I'm a naturalist. Everything in nature is natural and can be explained by natural forces.
And that's your God. That's your God.
But the pantheist considers himself a naturalist too, so you could be a pantheist, right, Cedric?
Listen though. But if you read Dr. What's his name? Richard Dawkins' book, The God Delusion, he even says, like, you know what I'm saying, a pantheist is really atheist, really. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know what I'm saying, it's just an atheist, it's just like the end of the same, you know.
I'm not a pantheist. I don't believe in nothing outside of nature. I'm Higgs boson, quarks. I am fields of waves and fields, and that's my realm. There's no kind of conscious force that exists that has an influence on reality.
I bet the pantheist agrees with you. Pantheist, do you agree with everything Cedric just said?
Yeah, I agree with everything he's saying. Like, I'm a different type of pantheist though. Like, even though all that science and all that shit broke down, it's like I just look at it. I just look at it as it still is being. I just look at it as it's still being connected and shit like that. But you know what I'm saying, you know, related to this thing. You don't gotta be called consciousness. You can call whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know?
Yeah, like you see the consciousness idea. Consciousness idea. That's where I differ from maybe a pantheist. I say there is no active thinking entity force that consciously manipulates or involves itself in reality.
That's pantheism. That's pantheism, Cedric. Cedric, so from this day forward, as certainly as I found out I'm theist, you found out today that you're a pantheist.
I'm trying to tell people what they are.
Yeah, let me
he loves to do that. I just said this is where the naturalist and the pantheist will differ. A pantheist still leaves room for a conscious, active force manipulating or having influence on reality.
Cedric, you're a pantheist.
I'm not that type of pantheist.
Cedric, you're a
I don't believe in no one consciousness, no shit like that. But I do believe, you know what I'm saying, I have to understand that all of us, you know, all things and everything in the universe is connected, even though, you know what I'm saying, the shit outside of us that don't have a mind and don't think like shit, just chaos. It's just, you know what I'm saying, shit that's out of order. Out of order, you know what I'm saying, goes into order.
What do you mean when you say they all connected?
I'm just saying from the beginning, the Big Bang, you know what I'm saying, all the materials, everything that we know and feel and touch is all connections, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, unified field.
chemically connected. Chemically connected.
Oh, I could get that. But we don't have every chemical that's in the universe in Earth.
No.
No,
and don't need
Earth,
to be.
We don't need to be. The universe is too big. You don't have to have all that on Earth. It's enough space.
Just saying that it all originated from the same point.
Different combinations.
Different distances, different reaction, different sizes, different levels of gravity based on composition of the elements in that specific area. And we've got a galaxy, we got a universe that is constantly expanding, moving away. So, and not everything we see now was there when the universe started. Like these things materialized and formed over time. Natural process. When I say things like fields, I'm talking about the Higgs boson field that gives everything its mass. These are the realms in which I seek to understand realities, pure naturalism. And the concept of there being a consciousness outside of a physical entity is something that a naturalist does not adhere to.
No,
like,
I
that's
don't go.
not a possibility.
Yeah, me like that's where my pantheism stops at. Like I don't go into all the conscious, all of it. Even if it was, it would be some surpass the shit that we never think of. You know what I'm saying?
Cedric, you and the pantheists agree on everything, bro. You're a pantheist.
Cedric mentioned something about consciousness controlling. So when believers say God is in control, that's what you're saying. You don't believe there is a whatever you'd want to call it that's in control.
It ain't shit control.
There is no evidence for a consciousness outside of a physical entity. So my answer to what you just said there, based on that simple fact, there can be no God as described by especially the three monotheistic religions, which give God attributes of consciousness, an active player in reality.
You're over answering the question.
That means there's an unembodied consciousness that exists outside of reality, according to the three monotheistic religions. That there says everything. You're over answering everything that is within reality.
You're over answering again. Okay. So all I'm asking is there's nothing if God is not control or whatever you would define it, what is in control? Is that nature to you? Nothing. Or whatever naturalism is, or is nothing in
presupposition. You're assuming that control is an element.
No, well,
I'm drawing.
No, listen.
So now
I'm drawing.
You would have to quantify and explain to me what allows you to believe that there is control.
Listen to me. I'm drawing from your previous statement where you talked about you don't believe there is a consciousness in the universe that is actively. I'm paraphrasing you now, but controlling things is the term that I use.
So you don't have to paraphrase.
You gotta be alive.
That's why I explain myself elaborately.
Well, I don't remember every word you're saying.
There is no unembodied consciousness. Consciousness is an emergent property of brain. So there is no unembodied consciousness, thinking mind outside of a living being.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's no realm outside of the natural world.
Exactly.
It's not even totally how you gotta be alive. You gotta be living to be conscious. You be a fucking fly.
Exactly. So the idea of a God fails based on the concept of there being a conscious force entity having influence on reality. And we all know that consciousness is an emergent property of a physical aspect. It is something that exists within reality and not outside of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I often ask people who quote unquote believe, where does God live?
God live in Brawlhalla. Shit, God is old, nigga. Shit. They come out of God.
Yeah,
God comes out of
live in heaven.
Nordic
God walking on
mythology.
streets of gold.
Yeah,
God lives in heaven. He's walking on streets of gold and has a palace.
I'm gonna say the word God wasn't even put into a Bible until Latins were trying to convert Visigoths and Germanics into Christianity in the 400 AD. So you know what I'm saying? God comes out of Nordic mythology. God is Odin, Got. You know what I'm saying? The same thing you get in the word Visigoth. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Trust me, I'm not trying to proselytize or
there is
one second.
There is no concept
Cedric,
of a controlling force.
Cedric, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm not trying to proselytize or convert. We're all just stating our positions here. So that's all I'm doing as well. Go ahead with your question.
No, like
or your statement.
So when you said that, you know, I saying no, there is no conscious entity, force, or being that exists outside of reality having influence on reality.
Okay. What are you asking? Do I believe that?
No, that was my statement, and you were going to.
Gotcha. Yeah, I bought in kind of a phrase. Yeah, I bought in kind of a phrase that Christians probably use a lot, especially in the Black church. You know, we always say God is in control, and basically what you're saying is no. You know, there is no God or conscious being that is in control. Either you're in control because you are conscious, or nature is in control, or nothing is in control.
In control of what?
In control of reality, your reality that's shaping your.
He's saying nature
if you want to put, if you want to put laws of physics in a nutshell, shit.
Yeah. So for you, if you're a laws of physics aficionado, enthusiast, then maybe you would ascribe to laws of physics are in control. You know, and so I don't know. I do ascribe to the idea. Well, control, guys. Let's not. You know, we don't have to go so deep in the semantics of these words. Okay,
no.
Control.
Not the
yeah. Okay. The ability to influence, the ability to impact, the ability to shape, the ability to maneuver. Control, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, there are different things in control. That's the only point I'm saying. I mean, interrupt you though.
No, you good. You good.
I'm saying the reactions and the processes are unguided. Like if I take 2 hydrogen molecules and I put 1 water molecule with it, it's gonna form water based on the chemical makeup of the elements. I have no influence over, and there's no conscious entity making them turn into water.
What I'll say is this.
It's nature and the way nature operates. Now, when we are describing how nature works, we're going to see that, oh, this takes place and that causes this and that causes that. But the idea of control, guiding a process to a specific end, that's not how reality or nature works.
Yeah. It ain't like the Flintstones. You got like a little bird under the sink controlling the water.
Right, but what I'm saying is this. The whole deal of it is this. If you were a believer, that's why I asked that question probably 15, 20 minutes ago, of who was a believer originally. In either one of these, the 3 major ones, including Catholics and Christians, putting them all together, Judaism and Islam. If you were a believer, then science and a greater understanding of science doesn't bring you out of that belief.
That's not what
Something else something else has to bring you out. And I'm fine with whatever brings you out. That's not my issue. But because if you were a believer, you believe that your God was the overseer, the Lord, or the God of science. And you believe that that God was capable of doing all things, and especially things that we don't understand or comprehend. So science and your elemental understanding of it at evolving and developing over time can't bring you out of something that you already understand, that science is not a key critical component anyway. Does that make sense?
My bad.
That makes sense.
Can I ask this question, Magic Mike?
I was gonna say belief. When you just believe in science, you basically just stuck at the hypothesis. You ain't, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You just stuck at the question.
Yeah. So
no, I understand what Magic Mike is.
Go ahead.
Magic Mike. You have a round square.
Can you have a round square? No.
Yeah. No, right? It's illogical.
No.
Foundationally, it's illogical, right? Foundationally, you don't need science. You don't need nothing but your logic to understand that that's not possible.
Yes. Now, if you ask me, I see you going. Don't let me. I'm not going to preempt you. Go ahead and finish.
I was gonna say belief is nothing more than a theory that.
So now, when we don't start off believing, especially as kids, we don't start off believing. We don't. We are conditioned to believe. And if you're honest with yourself, you have heard this statement from your parents. Don't question God. You've heard that. Absolutely. You know why? Because at a very young age, your logic was engaged. And it was conditioned out of you. Don't question God. Now, maybe fortunately, I was just that kid. How you gonna get the lions and the giraffe on the same boat? Now, when you're young, you're not given the God put a spell on them and they went to sleep. That comes later in the equation. But in your gut, you know that shit doesn't make sense. Now, just as when you reach a certain age, you figured out that that quarter under your pillow was put there by your mama because there ain't no tooth fairy. The same reasoning would apply if you allowed yourself. But you see, what happens is you're conditioned with faith. And what faith requires of you is the belief in the impossible. And within your religion, you are deemed to be greater than someone like me because you have the ability to believe in something, although there is no evidence. And when we use the word believe, we got two ways of using it. I believe that my brakes will work. I believe that my kid is in her room right now. I believe Michael Jordan is the best basketball player. Those beliefs are confidence. Confidence based in the fact that we have observed this reality over and over. Well, with the Michael Jordan thing, you understand that's a matter of opinion, okay? Right. But the fact is, I've seen him dunk. I got tangible evidence. My brakes worked yesterday. And I know that there's a mechanism in there that's going to warn me when the brakes is going to fail. So yes, I get in my car and I believe my brakes are going to work. However, belief in the realm of religion And usually when we get on these platforms, that spin is always made so casually.
What's that?
We confuse belief confidence, belief faith. We equate the two as if it is slick, but no, it's not. There is no evidence, there never has been, there never will be, according to an anti-atheist like myself, any evidence to substantiate any of the claims you're making.
I'm not making any claims.
You have to believe in stuff that is illogical, irrational. What faith does is make a liar of Christians. Why? It requires you, even when presented with evidence to the contrary, to deny it.
Pedro, faith is a choice. Your adherence to either one of these faith groups is a choice, plain and simple. And your decision to not adhere to it is a choice, and that's at the end of the day, you know. And you can decide to, based on the evidence you have.
Can't choose
listen to me.
I can't choose not to believe. That's a bullshit. Yes. I cannot know that my child is my.
I'm not talking about children here. I'm talking about.
Say I don't believe it's my child. You don't choose not to believe. You are simply not convinced. You are simply. Get it right. That's where I got it.
Listen to me. I can choose right now.
I
don't know if it's my signal or you guys' signal.
I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah. Everyone on this panel now and the people in the chat room can decide whether or not they want to believe in whatever they want to believe in based on the available evidence. We're not talking about children.
Yeah, I tested it though.
Yeah.
I basically stopped believing once I stopped praying for a while, stopped doing all that, and my life didn't make no significant change up or down.
Who said belief was a choice?
Somebody said, I said, but belief is a choice. I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about grown adults. I'm talking about adults that have the ability to process and analyze. You get to choose what you believe.
I will beg to differ. And listen to my argument. I'm going to raise 3 points. First point, when we're born in a certain culture, in a certain environment where people have certain practices, whether or not we believe is eliminated from us from early ages. We have been indoctrinated. I still say Jesus Christ all the time, and I don't believe in him. I still say, oh God, what is this all the time? And I don't believe in a God. Because after years of being indoctrinated, what choice did I have not to believe that there is a God? That's my first point. When I finish, you can beat them out. When I finish, you can brush them out. The second thing is that in many cultures, especially in many countries, especially the Arabic countries, people who voice an opinion or choose not to believe anymore are oftentimes, what the word is, the old word, ostracized or kicked out of the community. So the fear of not believing lead people not to question, because if you question the belief system, you'll be without a family, you'll be without a house, and you'll be without a homeland.
Yeah, I couldn't believe if I wanted to.
Right? No.
Third right now today
is no, the third, let me finish. The third thing is that is not many people have the strength to shed a suit that they have been wearing for years. Right? And if you say, it is not a choice, like you put it, like I can say, I can decide to wear red or blue today. It is not that easy. That is all I'm saying. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm talking about your internal belief. Whether you act out on it based on external pressures may be up to you, or maybe based on a overwhelming amount of pressure that's applied to you by your family, your government, whatever the case may be. But your internal belief, you can decide, I don't believe this. I'm just going to practice it out for fear of whatever. Okay. And the other brother that talked about still saying Jesus Christ or what have you, you can decide today for the next 30 days, I'm going to condition myself not to use these terms. I don't believe in it. You can go through a whole mental exercise of exhausting these terms from your vocabulary. And you just have to be consistent with doing it. You can, just like someone can stop cursing that's been cursing for 30 years. You can stop saying Jesus Christ and dear Lord and all of that. These are choices that you can, especially in a free society. Now, some extenuating circumstances, when I was in Iraq, no, the Iraqis don't all have all the choices that we have, especially to act out on it. But I will tell you that you today, where you are right now, I'm assuming you can make these choices.
I can't choose that because I literally be going against my own brain, and I don't think that's possible. Well, I can't choose to go back to the point.
That's the point I was trying to make. I cannot know that I have my kid, look at her, and choose to believe that's not my child. Like that. You'll be going against your reality. No,
but your reality is there is no God.
The evidence have led me to the conclusion there is no God. I cannot now turn around today and say I believe in God and force myself to believe in stuff I know isn't true. That's
not what we're talking about. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whoever made the comment about how they still use certain terms, even though they know that God doesn't exist. So I'm saying you can stop using those terms. You also can decide to believe or not believe. You can be presented with a different list of evidence that can change your reality. You know, someone mentioned earlier, maybe an hour ago, about a God popping up in their room. And I asked, okay, what would be the distinguishing characteristic? Somebody said, I don't know, but the God